Book 1 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Tabler. The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. Book 1. Interferences with the Reading Habit. The first interference, civilization. 1. Dust. "I see the ships," said the eavesdropper, as he stole round the world to me. "On a dozen sides of the world I hear them fighting with the sea." "And what do you see on the ships?" I said. "Figures of men and women, thousands of figures of men and women." "And what are they doing?" "They are walking fiercely," he said, "some of them walking fiercely up and down the decks before the sea." "Why?" said I. "Because they cannot stand still and look at it. Others are reading in chairs because they cannot sit still and look at it." "And there are some," said the eavesdropper, "with roofs of boards above their heads to protect them from wonder. Down in the hold, playing cards." There was silence. "What are you seeing now?" I said. "Trains," he said. "A globe full of trains. They are on a dozen sides of it. They are clinging to the crusts of it. Mountains, rivers, prairies, some in the light and some in the dark, creeping through space. And what do you see in the trains? Miles of faces. And the faces? They are pushing on the trains." "What are you seeing now?" I said. "Cities," he said. "Streets of cities. Miles of cities." "And what do you see in the streets of cities?" "Men, women and smoke." "What are the men and women doing?" "Hurrying," he said. "Where?" I said. "God knows." 2. Dust. The population of the civilized world to-day may be divided into two classes: millionaires and those who would like to be millionaires. The rest are artists, poets, tramps and babies, and do not count. Poets and artists do not count until after they are dead. Tramps are put in prison. Babies are expected to get over it. A few summers, a few more winters, with short skirts or with down on their chins, they shall be seen burrowing with the rest of us. One almost wonders sometimes why it is that the sun keeps on year after year and day after day, turning the globe around and around, heating it and lighting it and keeping things growing on it, when after all, when all is said and done, crowded with wonder and with things to live with as it is a comparatively empty globe. No one seems to be using it very much, or paying very much attention to it, or getting very much out of it. There are never more than a very few men on it at a time who can be said to be really living on it. They are engaged in getting a living, and in hoping that they are going to live some time. They are also going to read some time. When one thinks of the wasted sunrises and sunsets, the great free show of heaven, the door open every night, of the little groups of people straggling into it, of the swarms of people hurrying back and forth before it, jostling their getting a living lives up and down before it, not knowing it is there, one wonders why it is there. Why does it not fall upon us, or its lights go suddenly out upon us? We stand in the days and the nights like stalls, suns flying over our heads, stars singing through space beneath our feet, but we do not see. Every man's head in a pocket, boring for his living in a pocket, or being bored for his living in a pocket. What should he see? True, we are not without a philosophy for this, to look over the edge of our stalls with. Getting a living is living, we say. We whisper it to ourselves in our pockets. Then we try to get it. When we get it, we try to believe it, and when we get it, we do not believe anything. Let every man under the walled-in heaven, the iron heaven, speak for his own soul. No one else shall speak for him. We only know what we know, each of us in our pockets. The great books tell us it has not always been an iron heaven or a walled-in heaven, but into the faces of the flocks of the children that come to us year after year we look, wondering. They shall not do anything but burrowing, most of them. Our very ideals are burrowings. So are our books. Religion burrows. It barely so much as looks at heaven. Why should a civilized man, a man who can burrow, look at heaven? It is the glimmering boundary line where burrowing leaves off. Time enough. In the meantime, the shovel. Let the stars wheel. Do men look at stars with shovels? The faults of our prevailing habits of reading are the faults of our lives. Any criticism of our habit of reading books today, which actually or even apparently confines itself to the point, is unsatisfactory. A criticism of the reading habit of a nation is a criticism of its civilization. To sketch a scheme of defense for the modern human brain from the kindergarten stage to commencement day is merely a way of bringing the subject of education up and dropping it where it begins. Even if the youth of the period as a live human reading being on the principles to be laid down in the following pages is so fortunate as to succeed in escaping the dangers and temptations of the home, even if he contrives to run the gauntlet of the grammar school and the academy, even if, in the last longest and hardest pull of all, he succeeds in keeping a spontaneous habit with books in spite of a college course, the story is not over. Civilization waits for him, all enfolding, all instructing civilization, and he stands face to face, book in hand, with his last chance. 3. Dust to dust. Whatever else may be said of our present civilization, one must needs go very far in it to see Abraham at his tent's door waiting for angels. And yet from the point of view of reading, and from the point of view of the books that the world has always called worth reading, if ever there was a type of gentleman and scholar in history, and a Christian and a man of possibilities, founder and ruler of civilization, it is this same man Abraham at his tent's door waiting for angels. Have we any like him now? Peradventure there shall be 10? Where is the man who feels that he is free to-day to sit upon his steps and have a quiet think, unless there floats across the spirit of his dream the sweet and reassuring sound of some one making a tremendous din around the next corner, a band, or a new literary journal, or a historical novel, or a special correspondent, or a new club or church or something, until he feels that the world is being conducted for him, that things are tolerably not at rest? Where shall one find in civilization in this present moment a man who is ready to stop and look about him, to take a spell at last at being a reasonable, contemplative, or even marriageable being? The essential unmarriageableness of the modern man and the unreadableness of his books are two facts that work very well together. When Emerson asked Bronson Alcott, "What have you done in the world? What have you written?" the answer of Alcott, "If Pythagoras came to Concord, whom would he ask to see?" was a diagnosis of the whole 19th century. It was a very short sentence, but it was a sentence to found a college with, to build libraries out of, to make a whole modern world read, to fill the weary and heedless heart of it for 1,000 years. We have plenty of provision made for books in civilization, but if civilization should ever have another man in the course of time who knows how to read a book, it would not know what to do with him. No provision is made for such a man. We have nothing but libraries, monstrous libraries to lose him in. The books take up nearly all the room in civilization, and civilization takes up the rest. The man is not allowed to peep in civilization. He is too busy being ordered around by it to know that he would like to. It does not occur to him that he ought to be allowed time in it to know who he is before he dies. The typical civilized man is an exhausted, spiritually hysterical man because he has no idea of what it means, or can be made to mean, to a man, to face calmly with his whole life a great book, a few minutes every day to rest back on his ideals in it, to keep office hours with his own soul. The practical value of a book is the inherent energy and quietness of the ideals in it. The immemorial way ideals have always had, of working themselves out in a man, of doing the work of the man and of doing their own work at the same time. Inasmuch as ideals are what all real books are written with and read with, and inasmuch as ideals are the only way a human being has of resting in this present world, it would be hard to think of any book that would be more to the point in this modern civilization than a book that shall tell men how to read to live, how to touch their ideals swiftly every day. Any book that should do this for us would touch life at more points and flow out on men's minds in more directions than any other that could be conceived. It would contribute as the June day or as the night for sleep to all men's lives, to all of the problems of all of the world at once. It would be a night latch to the ideal. Whatever the remedy may be said to be, one thing is certainly true with regard to our reading habits in modern times. Men who are habitually shamefaced or absent-minded before the ideal, that is, before the actual nature of things, cannot expect to be real readers of books. They can only be what most men are nowadays, merely busy and effeminate, running and reading sort of men, rushing about propping up the universe. Men who cannot trust the ideal, the nature of things, and who think they can do better, are naturally kept very busy, and as they take no time to rest back on their ideals, they are naturally very tired. The result stares at us on every hand. Whether in religion, art, education, or public affairs, we do not stop to find our ideals for the problems that confront us. We do not even look at them. Our modern problems are all Jerichos to us, most of them paper ones. We arrange symposiums and processions around them, and shout at them and march up and down before them. Modern prophecy is the blare of the trumpet. Modern thought is a crowd hurrying to and fro. Civilization is the dust we scuffle in each other's eyes. When the peace and strength of spirit with which the walls of temples are builded no longer dwell in them, the stones crumble. Temples are built of aeon-gathered and aeon-rested stones. Infinite nights and days are wrought in them, and leisure and splendor wait upon them, and visits of suns and stars, and when leisure and splendor are no more in human beings' lives, and visits of suns and stars are as though they were not in our civilization, the walls of it shall crumble upon us. If fullness and leisure and power of living are no more with us, nothing shall save us. Walls of encyclopedias, not even walls of Bibles, shall save us, nor miles of Carnegie Library. Empty and hasty and cowardly living does not get itself protected from the laws of nature by tons of paper and ink. The only way out for civilization is through the practical men in it, men who grapple daily with ideals, who keep office hours with their souls, who keep hold of life with books, who take enough time out of hurrahing civilization along to live. Civilization has been long in building, and its splendor still hangs over us, but Parthenons do not stand when Parthenons are no longer being lived in Greek men's souls. Only those who have Colosseums in them can keep Colosseums around them. The ideal has its own way. It has it with the very stones. It was an ideal, a vanished ideal, that made a moonlight scene for tourists out of the Colosseum, out of the dead soul of Rome. 4. Ashes. There seem to be but two fundamental characteristic sensibilities left alive in the typical callously civilized man. One of these sensibilities is the sense of motion, and the other is the sense of mass. If he cannot be appealed to through one of these senses, it is of little use to appeal to him at all. In proportion as he is civilized, the civilized man can be depended on for two things. He can always be touched by a hurry of any kind, and he never fails to be moved by a crowd. If he can have hurry and crowd together, he is capable of almost anything. These two sensibilities, the sense of motion and the sense of mass, are all that is left of the original lusty, tasting and seeing and feeling human being who took possession of the earth. And even in the case of comparatively rudimentary and somewhat stupid senses like these, the sense of motion with the average civilized man is so blunt that he needs to be rushed along at 70 miles an hour to have the feeling that he is moving. And his sense of mass is so degenerate that he needs to live with hundreds of thousands of people next door to know that he is not alone. He is seen in his most natural state, this civilized being, with most of his civilization around him, in the seat of an elevated railway train, with a crowded newspaper before his eyes and another crowded newspaper in his lap, and crowds of people reading crowded newspapers standing round him in the aisles. But he can never be said to be seen at his best in a spectacle like this until it is rushing over the sky of the street, puffing through space, in which delectable pell-mell and carnival of hurry hiss in front of it, shriek under it, and dust behind it. He finds, to all appearances at least, the meaning of the present world and the hope of the next. Hurry and crowd have kissed each other, and his soul rests. If Abraham, sitting in his tent door, waiting for angels, had been visited by a spectacle like this and invited to live in it all his days, would he not have climbed into it cheerfully enough? Asks the modern man. Living in a tent would have been out of the question, and waiting for angels, waiting for anything, in fact, forever impossible. Whatever else may be said of Abraham, his waiting for angels was the making of him, and the making of all that is good in what has followed since. The man who hangs on a strap up in the morning and down at night, hurrying between the crowd he sleeps with and the crowd he works with, to the crowd that hurries no more, even this man, such as he, with all his civilization roaring about him, would have been impossible if Abraham in the stately and quiet days had not waited at his tent door for angels to begin a civilization with, or if he had been the kind of Abraham that expected that angels would come hurrying and scurrying after one in a spectacle like this. What has a man, says Blank in his Angels of the 19th Century, what has a man who consents to be a knee-bumping, elbow-jamming, foothold struggling strap-hanger, an abject commuter all his days, for no better reason than that he is not well enough to keep still and that there is not enough of him to be alone, to do with angels, or to do with anything, except to get done with it as fast as he can? So say we all, hanging on straps to say it, swaying and swinging to oblivion. Is there no power, says Blank, in heaven above or earth beneath that will help us stop? If a civilization is founded on two senses, the sense of motion and the sense of mass, one need not go far to find the essential traits of its literature and its daily reading habit. There are two things that such a civilization makes sure of in all its concerns, hurry and crowd. Hence the spectacle before us, the literary rush and mobs of books. 5. The literary rush. The present writer being occasionally addicted, like the reader of this book, to a seemly desire to have the opinions of some one besides the author represented, has fallen into the way of having interviews held with himself from time to time, which are afterwards published at his own request. These interviews appear in the public prints as being between a mysterious person and the presiding genius of the State of Massachusetts. The author can only earnestly hope, in thus generously providing for an opposing point of view, in taking, as it were, the words of the enemy upon his lips, he will lose the sympathy of the reader. The mysterious person is in colloquy with the presiding genius of the State of Massachusetts. As the P.G.S. of M. lives relentlessly at his elbow, dogs every day of his life, it is hoped that the reader will make allowance for a certain impatient familiarity in the tone of the mysterious person towards so considerable a personage as the presiding genius of the State of Massachusetts, which we can only profoundly regret. The mysterious person. There is no escaping from it. Reading madness is a thing we all are breathing in to day, whether we will or no, and it is not only in the air, but it is worse than in the air. It is underneath the foundations of the things which we live and on which we stand. It has infected the very character of the natural world and the movement of the planets and the world of the globe beneath our feet. Without its little paling of books about it, there is hardly a thing that is left in this modern world a man can go to for its own sake, except by stepping off the globe perhaps now and then, practically arranging a world of one's own and breaking with one's kind. The life that a man must live to day can only be described as a kind of eternal parting with himself. There is getting to be no possible way for a man to preserve his 5 spiritual senses, even his 5 physical ones, and be a member in good and regular standing of civilization at the same time. If civilization and human nature are to continue to be allowed to exist together, there is but one way out apparently, an extra planet for all of us, one for a man to live on and the other for him to be civilized on. P.G.S. of M. But as long as we, who are the men and women of the world, are willing to continue our present fashion of giving up living in order to get a living. P.G.S. of M. But as long as we who are the men and women of the world are willing to continue our present fashion of giving up living in order to get a living, one planet will never be large enough for us. If we can only get our living in one place and have it to live with in another, the question is, to whom does this present planet belong? The people who spend their days in living into it and enjoying it, or the people who never take time to notice the planet, who do not seem to know that they are living on a planet at all? P.G.S. of M. But I may not be very well informed on very many things, but I am very sure of one of them, said the mysterious person, and that is that this present planet, this one we are living on now, belongs by all that is fair and just to those who are really living on it, and that it should be saved and kept as sacred and protected a place where men shall be able to belong to the taste and color and meaning of things and to God and to themselves. If people want another planet, a planet to belong to society on, let them go out and get it. Look at our literature, current literature. It is a mere headlong, helpless literary rush from beginning to end. All that one can extract from it is getting to be a kind of general sound of going. We began gently enough. We began with the annual. We had Poor Richard's Almanac. Then we had the quarterly. A monthly was reasonable enough in course of time, so we had monthlies. Then the semi-monthly came to ease our literary nerves, and now the weekly magazine stumbles, rapt and wistful, on the heels of men of genius. It makes contracts with prophecy. Unborn poems are sold in the open market. The latest thoughts that thinkers have, the trend of the thoughts they are going to have. The public makes demand for these. It gets them. Then it cries more, more. Where's the writer who does not think with the printing press hot upon his track and the sound of the pulp mill making paper for his poems and the buzz of editors instead of the music of the spheres? Think of the destruction to American forests, the bare and glaring hills that face us day and night, all for a literature like this. Thousands of square miles of it spread before our faces, morning after morning, week after week, through all this broad and glorious land. 70 million souls, brothers of yours and mine, walking through prairies of pictures Sunday after Sunday, flickered at by headlines, deceived by adjectives, each with his long day's work, column after column, sentence after sentence, plodding down to my geography may be wrong, the general direction is right. But don't you believe in newspapers? Why, yes, in the abstract, news, papers. But we do not have any news nowadays. It is not news to know a thing before it's happened, nor is it news to know what might happen, or why it might happen, or why it might not happen. To be told that it doesn't make any difference whether it happens at all would be news, perhaps to many people, such news as there is. But it is hardly worth while to pay 3 cents to be sure of that. An intelligent man can be sure of it for nothing. He has been sure of it every morning for years. It's the gist of most of the newspapers he reads. From the point of view of what can be called truly vital information in any larger sense, the only news a daily paper has is the date at the top of the page. If a man once makes sure of that, if he feels from the bottom of his heart what really good news it is that one more day is come in a world as beautiful as this, the rest of it P.G.S. of M. But the rest of it is true. The rest of it, if it's true, is hardly worth knowing. And if it's worth knowing, it can be found better in books. And if it's not true, every man his own liar is my motto. He might as well have the pleasure of it, and he knows how much to believe. The same lunging, garrulous, blindly busy habit is the law of all we do. Take our literary critical journals. If a critic cannot tell what he sees at once, he must tell what he fails to see at once. The point is not his seeing or not seeing, nor anybody's seeing or not seeing. The point is the imperative at once. Literature is getting to be the filling of orders, time-limited orders. Criticism is out of a car window. Book reviews are telegraphed across the sea. Tennyson's Memoirs. The Daily, a spectacle for Homer, begins a magazine to review in 3 weeks every book of permanent value that is published. One of the gravest and most significant blows at literature, one of the gravest and most significant signs of the condition of letters today that could be conceived. 3 weeks, man! As if a book of permanent value had ever been recognized as yet in 3 years, or reviewed in 30 years in any proper sense, or mastered in 300 years. With all the hurrying of this hurrying world, we have no book reviewers. Why should we? Criticism begins where a man's soul leaves off. It comes from brilliantly defective minds, so far as one can see, from men of attractively imperfect sympathies. Nordau, working himself into a mighty wrath because mystery is left out of his soul, gathering adjectives about his loins, stalks his little fluttered modern world, puts his huge fumbling hippopotamus hoof upon the blessed damozel, goes crashing through the press. He is greeted with a shudder of delight. Even Matthew Arnold, a man who had a way of seeing things almost, sometimes criticizes Emerson for a lack of unity, because the unity was on so large a scale that Arnold's imagination could not see it. And now the chirrup from afar, rising from the east and the west. Why doesn't George Meredith, etc. People want him to put guide-posts in his books, apparently, or before his sentences, or 10 miles to the nearest verb. The inevitable fate of any writer, man or woman, who dares to ask in this present day that his reader shall stop to think. If a man cannot read as he runs, he does not read a book at all. The result is he ought to run. That is natural enough, and the faster he runs in most books, the better. At this point the mysterious person reached out his long arm from his easy chair to some papers that were lying near. I knew too well what it meant. He began to read. He is always breaking over into manuscript when he talks. We are forgetting to see. Looking is a lost art. With our poor, wistful, straining eyes we hurry along the days that slowly, out of the rest of heaven, move their stillness across this little world. The more we hurry, the more we read. Night and noon and morning the panorama passes before our eyes. By tables, on cars, and in the street we see them. Readers everywhere, drinking their blindness in. Life is a blur of printed paper. We see no more the things themselves. We see about them. We lose the power to see the things themselves. We see in sentences. The linotype looks for us. We know the world in columns. The sounds of the street are muffled to us. In papers up to our ears we whirl along our endless tracks. The faces that pass are phantoms. In our little woodcut headline dream we go ceaseless on, turning leaves. Days and weeks and months of leaves. Wherever we go, years of leaves. Boys who have never seen the sky above them, women who have never seen it in a face, old men who have never looked out at sea across a crowd, nor guessed the horizons there, dead men, the flicker of life in their hands, not yet beneath the roofs of graves, all turning leaves. The mysterious person stopped. Nobody said anything. It is the better way, generally, with the mysterious person. We were beginning to feel as if he were through, when his eye fell on a copy of the lying on the floor. It was open at an unlucky page. "Look at that," said he. He handed the paper to the P.G.S. of M., pointing with his finger rather excitedly. The P.G.S. of M. looked at it, read it through. Then he put it down. The mysterious person went on. Do you not know what it means when you, a civilized, cultivated, converted human being, can stand face to face with a list like that, a list headed Books of the Week, when unblinking and shameless and without a cry of protest you actually read it through without seeing or seeming to see for a single moment that right there in that list, the fact that there is such a list, your civilization is on trial for its life, that any society or nation or century that is shallow enough to publish as many books as that has yet to face the most awful, the most unprecedented, the most headlong coming crisis in the history of the human race. The mysterious person made a pause, the pause of settling things. There are people who seem to think that the only really adequate way to settle a thing in this world is for them to ask a question about it. At all events, the mysterious person having asked a question at this point, everybody might as well have the benefit of it. In the meantime, it is to be hoped that in the next chapter the presiding genius of the state of Massachusetts, or somebody, will get a word in. End of section 1.
Section 2 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Book 1. Interferences with the Reading Habit. Civilization, Part 6. Parentheses to the gentle reader. This was a footnote at first. It is placed at the top of the page in the hope that it will point at itself more and let the worst out at once. I want to say I a little in this book. I do not propose to do it very often. Indeed, I am not sure just now that I shall be able to do it at all. But I would like to have the feeling as I go along that arrangements have been made for it, and that it is understood, and that if I am fairly good about it, ring a little bell or something, and warn people I am going to be allowed, right here in my own book at least, to say I when I want to. I is the way I feel on the inside about this subject. Anybody can see it, and I want to be honest in the first place, and in the second place, like a good many other people, I never have had what could be called a real good chance to say I in this world, and I feel that if I had, somehow it would cure me. I have tried other ways. I have tried calling myself he. I have stated my experiences and principles, called myself it, and in the first part of this book I have already fallen into the way, page after page, of borrowing other people, when all the time I knew perfectly well, and everybody, that I preferred myself. At all events, this calling one's self names, now one and now another, working one's way incognito all the way through one's own book, is not making me as modest as I had hoped. There seems to be nothing for it, with some of us, but to work through to modesty the other way, backward. I it out. There is one other reason. This mysterious person I have arranged with in these opening chapters to say I for me does not seem to be doing it very well. I think anyone, any fairly observing person, would admit that I could do it better, and if it's going to be done at all, why should a mere spiritual machine, a kind of moral phonograph like this mysterious person, be put forward to take the ignominy of it? I have set my I up before me and duly cross-examined it. I have said to it, either you are good enough to say I in a book, or you are not. And my I has replied to me, if I am not, I want everybody to know why, and if I am, well, of course he is not, and we will all help him to know why. We will do as we would be done by. If there is ever going to be any possible comfort in this world for me, in not being what I ought to be, it is the thought that I am not the only one that knows it. At all events, this feeling that the worst is known, even if one takes, as I am doing now, a planet for a confessional, gives one a luxurious sense, a sense of combined safety and irresponsibility which would not be exchanged for a world. Every book should have eye places in it, breathing holes, places where one's soul can come up to the surface and look out through the ice and say things. I do not wish to seem superior, and I will admit that I am as respectable as anybody in most places, but I do think that if half the time I am devoting, and am going to devote, to appearing as modest as people expect in this world, could be devoted to really doing something in it, my little modesty, such as it is, would not be missed. At all events, I am persuaded that anything, almost anything, would be better than this eternal keeping up appearances of all being a little less interested in ourselves than we are, which is what literature and society are for, mostly. We all do it, more or less. And yet, if there were only a few scattered along places, public soul-open places to rest in and be honest in art parlors and teas and things, wouldn't we see people rushing to them? I would give the world sometimes to believe that it would pay to be as honest with some people as with a piece of paper or with a book. I dare say I'm wrong in striking out and flourishing about in a chapter like this, and in threatening to have more like them, but there is one comfort I lay to my soul in doing it. If there is one thing rather than another book is for, one's own book, it is that it furnishes the one good, fair, safe place for a man to talk about himself in, because it is the only place that anyone, absolutely anyone, at any moment can shut him up. This is not saying that I am going to do it. My courage will go from me for saying I mean, or I shall not be humble enough or something, and it all will pass away. I am going to do it now a little, but I cannot guarantee it. All of a sudden, no telling when or why, I shall feel that mysterious person with all his worldly trappings hanging around me again, and before I know it, before you know it, gentle reader, with all my I shall be swallowed up. Next time I appear, you shall see me decorous, trim, and in the third person, my literary white tie on, snooping along these sentences one after the other, crossing my eyes out, wishing I had never been born. Postscript. I cannot help recording at this point, for the benefit of reckless persons, how saying I in a book feels. It feels a good deal like a very small boy in a very high swing. A kind of flashing of everything through nothing feeling, but it cannot be undone now, and so if you please, gentle reader, and if everybody will hold their breath, I am going to hold on tight and do it. 7. More parentheses, but more to the point. I have gotten into a way lately, while I am just living along, of going out and taking a good square turn every now and then in front of myself. It is not altogether an agreeable experience, but there seems to be a window in every man's nature on purpose for it, arranged and located on purpose for it, and I find on the whole that going out around one's window once in so often and standing a while has its advantages. The general idea is to stand perfectly still for a little time, in a kind of general, public, disinterested way, and then suddenly, when one is off one's guard and not looking, so to speak, take a peek backwards into one's self. I am aware that it does not follow, because I have just come out and have been looking into my window, that I have a right to hold up any person or persons who may be going by in this book and ask them to look in too, but at the same time I cannot conceal, do not wish to conceal, even if I could, that there have been times, standing in front of my window and looking in, when what I have seen there has seemed to me to assume a national significance. There are millions of other windows like it. It is one of the daily sorrows of my life that the people who own them do not seem to know it, most of them, except perhaps in a vague, hurried, pained way. Sometimes I feel like calling out to them as I stand by my window, see them go hurrying by on the great street. "Say there, stranger! Hello, a stranger! Want to see yourself? Come right over here and look at me." Nobody believes it, of course. It's a good deal like standing and waving one's arms in the midway, being an egotist, but I must say I have never got a man yet, got him in out of the rush, I mean right in front of my window, got him once stooped down and really looking in there, but he admitted there was something in it. This does it come to pass. This gentle swelling, let me be a warning to you, gentle reader, when you once get to philosophizing yourself over along the line of your faults into the disputed territory of the first person singular. I am not asking you to try to believe my little philosophy of types. I am trying to, in my humble way, to be sure, but I would rather, on the whole, let it go. It is not so much my philosophy I rest my case on, as my sub-philosophy or religion. To wit, I like it and believe in it. Saying I. Thank heaven that, bad as it is, I have struck bottom at last. The best I can do under the circumstances, I suppose, is to beg, in a perfectly blank way, forgiveness of any and every kind from everybody. if in this and the following chapters I fall sometimes to talking of people at large, under the general head of myself. I was born to read. I spent all my early years, as I remember them, with books, peering softly about in them. My whole being was hushed and trustful and expectant at the sight of a printed page. I lived in the presence of books, with all my thoughts lying open about me. A kind of still, radiant mood of welcome seemed to lie upon them. When I looked at a shelf of books, I felt the whole world flocking to me. I have been civilized now, I should say 20 or possibly 25 years. At least every one supposes I am civilized, and my whole being has changed. I cannot so much as look upon a great many books in a library or any other heaped up place without feeling bleak and heartless. I never read if I can help it. I never read if I can help it. My whole attitude toward current literature is grouty and snappish, a kind of perpetual interrupted, "What are you ringing my doorbell now for?" attitude. I am a disagreeable character. I spend at least one half my time, I should judge, keeping things off, in defending my character. Then I spend the other half in wondering if, after all, it was worth it. What I see in my window has changed. When I used to go out around and look into it, in the old days, to see what I was like, I was a sunny open valley, streams and roads and everything running down into it and opening out of it. And when I go out suddenly now and turn around in front of myself and look in, I am a mountain pass. I sift my friends up a trail. The few friends that come a little out of breath, God bless them, and a book cannot so much as get to me except on a mule's back. It is by no means an ideal arrangement, a mountain pass, but it is better than always sitting in one's study in Civilization, where every passer-by, pamphlet, boy in the street, thinks he might just as well come up and ring one's doorbell a while. All modern books are book agents at heart, around getting subscriptions for themselves. If a man wants to be sociable or literary nowadays, he can only do it by being a more or less disagreeable character, and if he wishes to be a beautiful character, he must go off and do it by himself. This is a mere choice in suicides. The question that presses upon me, whose fault is it that a poor, wistful, incomplete human being, born into this huge dilemma of a world, can only keep on having a soul in it by keeping, that is his soul, tossed back and forth, now in one place where souls are lost and now in another? Is it your fault or mine, gentle reader, that we are obliged to live in this undignified, obstreperous fashion in what is called civilization? I cannot believe it. Nearly all the best people one knows can be seen sitting in civilization on the edge of their chairs or hurrying along with their souls and satchels. There is but one conclusion. Civilization is not what it is advertised to be. Every time I see a fresh missionary down at the steamer wharf, as I do sometimes, starting away for other lands, loaded up with our institutions to the eyes, church in one hand and schoolhouse in the other, trim, happy, and smiling over them at everybody, I feel like stepping up to him and saying what seem to me a few appropriate words. I seldom do it, but the other day when I happened to be down at the Umbria dock about sailing time, I came across one, a foreign missionary, I mean, pleasant, thoughtless, and benevolent looking, standing there all by himself by the steamer rail, and I thought I would try to speak to him. "Where are you going to be putting those?" I said, pointing to a lot of funny little churches and funny little schoolhouses he was holding in both hands. "From Greenland's icy mountains to India's coral strand," he said. I looked at them a minute. "You don't think, do you?" I said. "You don't really think you had better wait over a little, bring them back and let us finish them for you, do you? One or two samples." He looked at me with what seemed to me at first a kind of blurred, helpless look. I soon saw that he was pitying me, and I promptly stepped down to the dining saloon and tried to appreciate 2 or 3 tons of flowers. I do not wish to say a word against missionaries. They are merely apt to be somewhat heedless, morally hurried persons, rushing about the world, turning people, as they think, right side up everywhere, without really noticing them much. But I do think that a great deliberate corporate body like the American Board of Commissioners of Foreign Missions ought to be more optimistic about the Church. Wait and work for a little more. Expect a little more of it. It seems to me that it ought to be far less pessimistic than it is also about what we can do in the way of schools and social life in civilization, and about civilization's way of doing business. Is our little knack of Christianity, I find myself wondering, quite worthy of all this attention it is getting from the American Board of Commissioners of Foreign Missions? Why should it approve of civilization with a rush? Does anyone really suppose that it is really time to pat it on the back yet? To spend $1 million a year patting it on the back? I merely throw out the question. 7. More literary rush. We had been talking along in our club as usual for some time on the general subject of the world, fixing the blame for things. We had come to the point where it was nearly all fixed, most of it on other people, when I thought I might as well put forward my little theory that nearly everything that was the matter could be traced to the people who belonged to society. Then the P.G.S. of M., who is always shoving a dictionary around in front of him when he talks, spoke up and said, "But who belongs to society?" All persons who read what they are told to, and who call where they can't help it. What this world needs just now, I went on, looking the P.G.S. of M. as much in the eye as I could, is emancipation. It needs a prophet, a man who can gather about him a few brave-hearted, intelligently ignorant men, who shall go about with their beautiful feet on the mountains, telling the good tidings of how many things there are we do not need to know. The prejudice against being ignorant is largely because people have not learned how to do it. The wrong people have taken hold of it. I cannot remember the exact words of what was said after this, but I said that it seemed to me that most people were afraid not to know everything. Not knowing too much is a natural gift, and unless a man can make his ignorance contagious, inspire people with the books he dares not read, of course the only thing he can do is to give up and read everything, and belong to the society. He certainly cannot belong to himself unless he protects himself with well-selected, carefully guarded, daring ignorance. Think of the books that are dictated to us, the books that will not let a man go, and behind every book 100 intelligent men and women, one's friends too, one's own kin. P.G.S. of M. But the cultured man must. The cultured man is the man who can tell me what he does not know, with such grace that I feel ashamed of knowing it. Now there's M. For example. Other people seem to read to talk, but I never see him across a drawing-room without an impulse of barbarism. I always get him off into a corner as soon as I can, if only to rest myself, to feel that I have a right not to read everything. He always proves to me something that I can get along without. He is full of the most choice and picturesque bits of ignorance. He is creatively ignorant. He displaces a book every time I see him, which is a deal better in these days than writing one. A man should be measured by his book displacement. He goes about with his thinking face and a kind of nimbus over him of never needing to read at all. He has nothing whatever to give but himself, but I had rather have one of his questions about a book I had read than all the other opinions and subtle distinctions in the room, or the book itself. P.G.S. of M. But the cultured man must. Not. It is the very essence of a cultured man that when he hears the word must, it is on his own lips. It is the very essence of his culture that he says it to himself. His culture is his belonging to himself, and his belonging to himself is the first condition of his being worth giving to other people. One longs for Elia. People know too much, and there doesn't seem to be a man living who can charm them from the error of their way. Knowledge takes the place of everything else, and all one can do in this present day as he reads the reviews and goes to his club is to look forward with a tired heart to the prophecy of Scripture. Knowledge shall pass away. Where do we see the old and sweet content of loving a thing for itself? Now there are flowers. The only way to delight in a flower at your feet in these days is to watch with it all alone, or keep still about it. The moment you speak of it, it becomes botany. It's a rare man who will not tell you all he knows about it. Love isn't worth anything without a classic name. It's a wonder we have any flowers left. Half the charm of a flower to me is that it looks demure and talks perfume and keeps its name so gently to itself. The man who always enjoys views by picking out the places he knows is a symbol of all our reading habits and of our national relation to books. One can glory in a great cliff down in the depths of his heart, but if you mention it, it is geology and an argument. Even the birds sing zoologically, and as for the sky, it has become a mere blue and gold science, and all the wonder seems to be confined to one's not knowing the names of the planets. I was brought up wistfully on "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are," but now it has become "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, teachers told me what you are." Even babies won't wonder very soon. That is to say, they won't wonder out loud. Nobody does. Another of my poems was "Where did you come from, baby dear? Out of the everywhere into here." I thought of it the other day when I stepped into the library with the list of books I had to have an opinion about before Mrs. W.'s Thursday afternoon. I felt like a literary infant. "Where did you come from, baby fair? Out of the here into everywhere." And the bookcases stared at me. It is a serious question whether the average American youth is ever given a chance to thirst for knowledge. He thirsts for ignorance instead. From the very first he is hemmed in by knowledge. The kindergarten, with its suave relentlessness, its perfunctory cheerfulness, closes in upon the life of every child with himself. The dear old-fashioned breathing spell he used to have after getting here, whither has it gone? The rough, strong, ruthless, unseemly, grown-up world crowds to the very edge of every beginning life. It has no patience with trailing clouds of glory. Flocks of infants, every year newcomers to this planet, who can but watch them sadly, huddled closer and closer to the little strip of wonder that is left near the land from which they came. No lingering away from us, no infinite holiday. Childhood walks a precipice crowded to the brink of birth. We tabulate its moods. We register its learning inch by inch. We draw its poor little premature soul out of its body, breath by breath. Infants are well informed now. The suckling has nerves. A few days more and he will be like all the rest of us. It will be poem "When I Was Weaned." My first tooth a study. The presiding genius of the State of Massachusetts, with his dazed, kind look, looked up and said, "I fear, my dear fellow, there is no place for you in this world." Thanks. One of the delights of going fishing or hunting is that one learns how small a place in the world is. Comes across so many accidentally preserved characters, preserved by not having a place in the world, persons that are interesting to be with, persons you can tell things. The real object, it seems to me, in meeting another human being is compliment, fitting into each other's ignorances. Sometimes it seems as if it were only where there is something to be caught or shot, or where there is plenty of room, that the highest and most sociable and useful forms of ignorance were allowed to mature. One can still find such fascinating prejudices, such frank enthusiasms of ignorance, where there's good fishing. And then in the stray hamlets there is the grave whimsicalness and the calm superior air of austerity to cultured people. Ah, let me live in the Maine woods or wander by the brooks of Virginia and rest my soul in the delights, in the pomposity of ignorance, ignorance in its pride and glory and courage and lovableness. I never come back from a vacation without a dream of what I might have been if I had only dared to know a little less. And even now I sometimes feel I have ignorance enough, if, like Elia, for instance, I only knew how to use it. But I cannot as much as get over being ashamed of it. I am nearly gone. I have little left but the gift of being bored. That is something. But hardly a day passes without my slurring over a guilty place in conversation, without my hiding my ignorance under a bushel, where I can go later and take a look at it by myself. Then I know all about it next time, and sink lower and lower. A man can do nothing alone. Of course ignorance must be natural and acquired in order to have the true ring and afford the most relief in the world. But every wide-awake village that has thoughtful people enough, people who are educated up to it, ought to organize an ignoramus club to defend the town from papers and books. It was at about this point that the presiding genius of the State of Massachusetts took up the subject, and after modulating a little and then modulating a little more, he was soon listening to himself about a book we had not read, and I sat in my chair and wrote out this. 9. The Bugbear of Being Well Informed. A Practical Suggestion. 1. This club shall be known as the Ignoramus Club of 4. Every member shall be pledged not to read the latest book until people have stopped expecting it. 5. The club shall have a standing committee that shall report at every meeting on new things that people do not need to know. 6. It shall have a public library committee appointed every year to look over the books in regular order and report on old things that people do not need to know. Committee is instructed to keep the library as small as possible. 8. No member, vacations excepted, shall read any book that he would not read twice. In case he does, he shall be obliged to read it twice or pay a fine, 3 times the price of book net. 11. The club shall meet weekly. 12. Any person of suitable age shall be eligible for membership in the club who, after a written examination in his deficiencies, shall appear in the opinion of the examining board to have selected his ignorance thoughtfully, conscientiously, and for the protection of his mind. 13. All persons thus approved shall be voted upon at the next regular meeting of the club, the vote to be taken by ballot. Any candidate who has not read When Knighthood Was in Flower, or Audrey, or David Harum, by acclamation. Perhaps I have quoted from the bylaws sufficiently to give an idea of the spirit and aim of the club. I append the order of meeting. 1. Call to order. 2. Reports of committees. 3. General confession, what members have read during the week. 4. Fines. 5. Review, books I have escaped. 6. Essay, things Plato did not need to know. 7. Omniscience, helpful hints, remedies. 8. The description of evil, followed by an illustration. 9. Not traveling on the Nile, by one who has been there. 10. Our village street, stereopticon. 11. What not to know about birds. 12. Myself through an opera glass. 13. Sonnet, botany. 14. Essay, proper treatment of paupers, insane, and instructive people. 15. The fad for facts. 16. How to organize a club against clubs. 17. Paper, how to humble him who asks, "Have you read?" 18. Essay by youngest member, Infinity and Appreciation. 19. Review, the heavens in a nutshell. 20. Review, wild animals I do not want to know. 21. Exercise in silence, 10 minutes, entire club. 22. Essay, 10 minutes, Encyclopedia Britannica, summary. 23. Exercise in wondering about something, selected, 10 minutes, entire club. 24. Debate. Which is more deadly, the pen or the sword? 25. Things said tonight that we must forget. 26. Adjournment. Each member required to walk home alone, looking at the stars. I have sometimes thought I would like to go off to some great wide, bare, splendid place, nothing but time and room in it, and read a while. I would want it built in the same general style and with the same general effect as the universe, but a universe in which everything lets one alone, in which everything just goes quietly on its great still round, letting itself be looked at, no more said about it, nothing to be done about it, no exclamations required, no one standing around explaining things or showing how they appreciated them. Then, after I had looked about a little, seen that everything was safe and according to specifications, I think the first thing I would do would be to sit down and see if I could not read a great book, the way I used to read a great book, before I belonged to Civilisation. Read it until I felt my soul growing softly toward it, reaching up to the day and to the night with it. I have always kept on hoping that I would be allowed, in spite of being somewhat mixed up with Civilization, to be a normal man sometime. It has always seemed to me that the normal man, the highly organized man in all ages, is the man who takes the universe primarily as a spectacle. This is the main use for it. The object of his life is to get a good look at it before he dies, to be the kind of man who can get a good look at it. How anyone can go through a whole life, 60 or 70 years of it, with a splendor like this arching over him morning, noon, and night, flying beneath his feet, blooming out at him on every side, and not spend nearly all his time, after the bare necessaries of life, in taking it in, listening and tasting and looking in it, is one of the 7 wonders of the world. I never look out of my factory window in Civilization, see a sunset or shore of the universe, am reminded again that there is a universe. But I wonder at myself and I wonder at it. I try to put Civilization and the universe together. I cannot do it. It's as if we were afraid to be caught looking at it, most of us. spending the time to look at it, or as if we were ashamed before the universe itself, running furiously to and fro in it, lest it should look at us. It is the first trait of a great book, it seems to me, that it makes all other books, little hurrying, petulant books, wait. A kind of immeasurable, elemental hunger comes to a man out of it. Somehow I feel I have not had it out with a great book if I have not faced other great things with it. I want to face storms with it, hours of weariness and miles of walking with it. It seems to ask me to. It seems to bring with it something which makes me want to stop my mere reading and doing kind of life, my ink and paper imitation kind of life, and come out and be a companion with the silent shining, with the eternal going on of things. It seems to be written in every writing that is worth a man's while that it shall not be read by itself. It is written that a man shall work to read, that he must win some great delight to do his reading with. Many and many a winter day I've tramped with 4 lines down to the edge of the night to overtake my soul, to read 4 lines with it. I have faced a wind for hours, been bitterly cold with it, before the utmost joy of the book I had lost would come back to me. I find that when I am being normal, vacations mostly, I scarcely know what it is to give myself over to another mind for more than an hour or so at a time. If a chapter has anything in it, I want to do something with it, go out and believe it, live with it, exercise it a while. I am not only bored with a book when it does not interest me, I am bored with it when it does. I want to interrupt it, take it outdoors, see what the hills and clouds think, try it on, test it, see if it is good enough, see if it can come down upon me as rain or sunlight or other real things and blow upon me as the wind. It does not belong to me until it has found its way through all the weathers within and the weathers without, until it drifts with me through moods, events, sensations, and days and nights, faces and sunsets, and the light of stars. It is a part of life itself. I find there is no other or shorter or easier way for me to do with a great book than to greet it as it seems to ask to be greeted, as if it were a world that had come to me and sought me out, wanted me to live in it. Hundreds and hundreds of times when I am being civilized, have I not tried to do otherwise? Have I not stopped my poor, pale, hurried, busied soul, like a kind of spectre flying past me, before a great book and tried to get it to speak to it, and it would not? It requires a world, a great book does, as a kind of ticket of admission, and what I have to do when I am being civilized with a world, the one that's running still and godlike over me, do I not for days and weeks at a time go about in it, guilty, shut in, and foolish under it, slinking about, its emptied miracles all around me, mean, joyless, anxious, unable to look the littlest flower in the face, unable Ah, God, my soul cries out within me, are not all these things mine? Do they not belong with me, and I with them? And I go racing about, making things up in their presence, plotting for shadows, cutting out paper dolls to live with, all the time this earnest, splendid, wasted heaven shining over me, doing nothing with it, expecting nothing of it, a little more warmth out of it perhaps, a little more light not to see in. Who am I that the grasses should whisper to me, that the winds should blow upon me? Now and then there are days that come when I see a flower, when I really see a flower, and my soul cries out to it. Now and then there are days, too, when I see a great book, a book that has the universe wrought in it. I find my soul feeling it vaguely, creeping toward it. I wonder if I dare read it. I remember how I used to read it. I all but pray to it. I sit in my factory window and try sometimes, but it is all far away, at least as long as I stay in my window. It's all about someone else, a kind of splendid, wistful walking in a dream. It does not really belong to me to live in a great book, a book with the universe in it. Sometimes it almost seems to, but it barely, faintly belongs to me. It is as if the sky came to me and stooped down over me, and then went softly away in my sleep. End of section 2. Book 1. Interferences with the Reading Habit. Civilization. Section 10. The Dead Level of Intelligence. By Gerald Stanley Lee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10. The Dead Level of Intelligence. Your hostess introduces you to a man in a drawing room, Mr. C., belongs to a Browning club, too, she says. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to talk about Browning? Not if Browning is one of your alive places. You will reconnoiter first, James Whitcomb Riley or Ella Wheeler Wilcox. There is no telling where the enemy will bring you up if you do not. He may tell you something about Browning you never knew, something you have always wanted to know, but you will be hurt that he knew it. He may be the original grammarian of The Grammarian's Funeral, whom Robert Browning took, and knew perfectly well that he took at the one poetic moment of his life, but his belonging to a Browning club, the enemy, that is, does not mean anything to you or to anyone else nowadays, either about Browning or about himself. There was a time once when if a man revealed in conversation that he was familiar with poetic structure in John Keats, it meant something about the man, his temperament, his producing or delighting power. It means now that he has taken a course in poetics in college, or teaches English in a high school, and is carrying deadly information about with him wherever he goes. It does not mean that he has a spark of the Keats spirit in him, or that he could have endured being in the same room with Keats, or Keats could have endured being in the same room with him for 15 minutes. If there is one inconvenience rather than another in being born in the latter half of the 19th century, it is the almost constant compulsion one is under in it of finding people out, making a distinction between the people who know a beautiful thing and are worth while and the boors of culture, the people who know all about it. One sees on every hand to-day persons occupying positions of importance who have been taken through all the motions of education, from the bottom to the top, but who always belong to the intellectual lower classes, whatever their positions may be, because they are not masters. They are clumsy and futile with knowledge. Their culture has not been made over into themselves. They have acquired it largely under mob influence, the dead level of intelligence, and all that they can do with it, not wanting it, is to be teachery with it, force it on other people who do not want it. Whether in the origin, processes, or results of their learning, these people have all the attributes of a mob. Their influence and force in civilization is a mob influence, and it operates in the old and classic fashion of mobs upon all who oppose it. It constitutes at present the most important and securely entrenched intimidating force that modern society presents against the actual culture of the world, whether in the schools or out of them. Its voice is in every street, and its shout of derision may be heard in almost every walk of life against all who refuse to conform to it. There are but very few who refuse. Millions of human beings, young and old, in meek and willing rows, are seen on every side, standing before it, the dead level, anxious to do anything to be graded up to it, or to be graded down to it, offering their heads to be taken off, their necks to be stretched, or their waists, willing to live footless all their days, anything whatever, bless their hearts, to know that they are on the level, the dead level, the precise and exact dead level of intelligence. The fact that this mob power keeps its hold by using books instead of bricks is merely a matter of form. It occupies most of the strategic positions just now in the highways of learning, and it does all the things that mobs do, and does them in the way that mobs do them. It has broken into the gardens, into the arts, the resting places of nations, and with its factories to learn to love in, its treadmills to learn to sing in, it girdles its belt of drudgery around the world and carries bricks and mortar to the clouds. It shouts to every human being across the spaces, the outdoors of life, "Who goes there? Come thou with us. Dig thou with us. Root or die." Every vagrant joy-maker and world-builder the modern era boasts, genius, lover, singer, artist, has had to have his struggle with the hod-carriers of culture, and if a lover of books has not enough love in him to refuse to be coerced into joining the huge intimidator, the aggregation of the reading labor unions of the world, which rules the world, there is little hope for him. All true books draw quietly away from him. Their spirit is a spirit he cannot know. It would be hard to find a more significant fact with regard to the ruling culture of modern life than the almost total displacement of temperament in it, its blank, staring inexpressiveness. We have lived our lives so long under the domination of the cultured man must theory of education, The industry of being well informed has gained such headway with us that out of all of the crowds of the civilized we prefer to live with to day, one must go very far to find a cultivated man who has not violated himself in his knowledge, who has not given up his last chance at distinction, his last chance to have his knowledge fit him closely and express him and belong to him. The time was when knowledge was made to fit people like their clothes, but now that we have come to the point where we pride ourselves on educating people in rows and civilizing them in the bulk, if a man has the privilege of being born by himself, of beginning his life by himself, it is as much as he can expect, says the typical Board of Education. The result is, so far as his being educated is concerned, the average man looks back to his first birthday as his last chance of being treated, as God made him, a special creation by himself. The Almighty may deal with a man when he makes him as a special creation by himself. He may manage to do it afterward. We cannot, says the Board, succinctly drawing its salary. It increases the tax rate. The problem is dealt with simply enough. There is just so much cloth to be had and just so many young and two-legged persons to be covered with it, and that is the end of it. The growing child walks down the years, turns every corner of life with vistas of ready-made clothing hanging before him, closing behind him. Unless he shall fit himself to these clothes, he is given to understand, down the pitying, staring world he shall go, naked all his days like a dream in the night. It is a general principle that a nation's life can be said to be truly a civilized life in proportion as it is expressive and in proportion as all the persons in it, in the things they know and in the things they do, are engaged in expressing what they are. A generation may be said to stand forth in history, to be a great and memorable generation in art and letters, in material and spiritual creation, in proportion as the knowledge of that generation was fitted to the people who wore it and the things they were doing in it and the things they were born to do. If it were not contradicted by almost every attribute of what is being called an age of special and general culture, it would seem to be the first axiom of all culture that knowledge can only be made to be true knowledge by being made to fit people, and to express them as their clothes fit them and express them. But we do not want knowledge in our civilization to fit people as their clothes fit them. We do not even want their clothes to fit them. The people themselves do not want it. Our modern life is an elaborate and organized endeavor on the part of almost every person in it to escape from being fitted, either in knowledge or in anything else. The first symptom of civilization, of the fact that a man is becoming civilized, is that he wishes to appear to belong where he does not. It is looked upon as the spirit of the age. He wishes to be learned, that no one may find out how little he knows. He wishes to be religious, that no one may see how wicked he is. He wishes to be respectable, that no one may know that he does not respect himself. The result mocks at us from every corner in life. Society is a struggle to get into the wrong clothes. Culture is a struggle to learn the things that belong to someone else. Black Molly, who's the cook next door, presented her betrothed last week, a stable hand on the farm, with an $8 manicure set. She did not mean to sum up the condition of culture in the United States in this simple and tender act, but she did. Michael O'Hennessy, who lives under the hill, sums it up also. He has just bought a brougham in which he and Mrs. O.H. can be seen almost any pleasant Sunday driving in the park. It is not to be denied that Michael O'Hennessy, sitting in his brougham, is a genuinely happy-looking object, but it is not the brougham itself that Michael enjoys. What he enjoys is the fact that he's bought the brougham and that the brougham belongs to someone else. Mrs. John Brown Smith, who presides at our tubs from week to week, and who comes to us in a brilliant silk waist, removed for business, has just bought a piano to play Hold the Fort on with one finger when the neighbors are passing by, a fact which is not without national significance, which sheds light upon schools and upon college catalogues and learning shows and upon educational conditions through the whole United States. It would be a great pity if a man could not know the things that have always belonged before to other men to know, and it is the essence of culture that he should, but his appearing to know things that belong to someone else, his desire to appear to know them, heaps up darkness. The more things there are a man knows without knowing the inside of them, the spirit of them, the more kinds of an ignoramus he is. It is not enough to say that the learned man, learned in this way, is merely ignorant. His ignorance is placed where it counts the most, generally at the fountainheads of society, and he radiates ignorance. There seem to be three objections to the dead level of intelligence, getting people at all hazards, alive or dead, to know certain things. First, the things that a person who learns in this way appears to know are blighted by his appearing to know them. Second, he keeps other people who might know them from wanting to. Third, he poisons his own life by appearing to know, by even desiring to appear to know, what is not in him to know. He takes away the last hope he can ever have of really knowing the thing he appears to know, and unless he is careful, the last hope he can ever have of really knowing anything. He destroys the thing a man does his knowing with. It is not the least pathetic phase of the great industry of being well informed that thousands of men and women may be seen on every hand, giving up their lives that they may appear to live, and giving up knowledge that they may appear to know, taking pains for vacuums. Success in appearing to know is success in locking one's self outside of knowledge, and all that can be said of the most learned man that lives, if he is learned in this way, is that he knows more things that he does not know, about more things than any man in the world. He runs the gamut of ignorance. In the meantime, as long as the industry of being well informed is the main ideal of living in the world, as long as every man's life, chasing the shadow of some other man's life, goes hurrying by, grasping at ignorance, there is nothing we can do, most of us as educators, but to rescue a youth now and then from the rush and wait for the results both good and evil to work themselves out. Those of us who respect every man's life and delight in it and in the dignity of the things that belong to it would like to do many things. We should be particularly glad to join hands in the practical things that are being hurried into the hurry around us. But they do not seem to us practical. The only practical thing we know of that can be done with a man who does not respect himself is to get him to. It is true, no doubt, that we cannot respect another man's life for him, but we are profoundly convinced that we cannot do anything more practical for such a man's life than respecting it until he respects it himself. And we are convinced also that until he does respect it himself, respecting it for him is the only thing that anyone else can do, the beginning and the end of all action for him and of all knowledge. Democracy today in education, as in everything else, is facing its supreme opportunity. Going about in the world respecting men until they respect themselves is almost the only practical way there is of serving them. We find it necessary to believe that any man in this present day who shall be inspired to respect his life, who shall refuse to take himself the things that do not belong to his life, who shall break with the appearance of things, who shall rejoice in the things that are really real to him, there shall be no withstanding him. The strength of the universe shall be with him. He shall be glorious in it. The man who lives down through the knowledge that he has all the secret of all knowledge that he does not have. The spirit that all truths are known with becomes his spirit. The essential mastery over all real things and over all real men is his possession forever. When this vital and delighted knowledge that is based on facts, one's own self-respecting experience with facts, shall begin again to be the habit of the educated life, the days of the dead level of intelligence shall be numbered. Men are going to be the embodiment of the truths they know, sometime, as they have been in the past. When the world is filled once more with men who know what they know, learning will cease to be a theory about a theory of life, and children will acquire truths as helplessly and inescapably as they acquire parents. Truths will be learned through the types of men the truths have made. A man was meant to learn truths by gazing up and down lives out of his own life. When these principles are brought home to educators, when they are practiced in some degree by the people, instead of merely, as they have always been before, by the leaders of the people, the world of knowledge shall be a new world. A knowledge shall be human, incarnate, expressive, artistic. Whole systems of knowledge shall come to us by seeing one another's faces on the street. End of Section 10 of Book 1, Interferences with the Reading Habit, Civilization, The Dead Level of Intelligence.
Section 4 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Interferences with the Reading Habit, Civilization. Chapter 11. The Art of Reading as One Likes. Most of us are apt to discover by the time we are too old to get over it that we are born with a natural gift for being interested in ourselves. We realize, in a general way, that our lives are not very important, that they are being lived on a comparatively obscure but comfortable little planet, on a side street in space. But no matter how much we study astronomy, nor how fully we are made to feel how many other worlds there are for people to live on, and how many other people have lived on this one, we are still interested in ourselves. The fact that the universe is very large is neither here nor there to us. In a certain sense, it is a mere matter of size. A man has to live on it. If he had to live on all of it, it would be different. It naturally comes to pass that when a human being once discovers that he is born in a universe like this, his first business in it is to find out the relation of the nearest, most sympathetic part of it to himself. After the usual first successful experiment a child makes in making connection with the universe, the next thing he learns is how much of the universe there is that is not good to eat. He does not quite understand it at first, the unswallowableness of things. He soon comes to the conclusion that, although it is worthwhile as a general principle, in dealing with a universe, to try to make the connection, as a rule, with one's mouth, it cannot be expected to succeed except part of the time. He looks for another connection. He learns that some things in this world are merely made to feel and drop on the floor. He discovers each of his senses by trying to make some other sense work. If his mouth waters for the moon, and he tries to smack his lips on a lullaby, who shall smile at him, poor little fellow, making his sturdy lunges at this huge, impenetrable world? He is making his connection and getting his hold on his world of color and sense and sound with infinitely more truth and patience and precision and delight than 9 out of 10 of his elders are doing or have ever been able to do in the world of books. The books that were written to be breathed, gravely chewed upon by the literary infants of this modern day, who can number them? Books that were made to live in, vast open clearings in the thicket of life, chapters like tents to dwell in under the wide heaven, visited like railway stations by excursion trains of readers, books that were made to look down from serene mountain heights, criticized because factories are not founded on them, in every reading room hundreds of people who has not seen them, looking up inspirations in encyclopedias, poring over poems for facts, looking in the clouds for seeds, digging in the ground for sunsets, and everywhere through all the world, the whole huddling, crowding mob of those who read, hastening on its endless paper-paved streets from the pyramids of Egypt and the gates of Greece to Paternoster Row and the old corner bookstore, nearly all of them trying to make the wrong connections with the right things, or the right connections with things they have no connection with, and only now and then a straggler lagging behind, perhaps, at some leftover bookstall who truly knows how to read, or some beautiful overgrown child let loose in a library, making connections for himself who knows the uttermost joy of a book. In seeking for a fundamental principle to proceed upon in the reading of books, it seems only reasonable to assert that the printed universe is governed by the same laws as the real one. If a child is to have his senses about him, his 5 reading senses, he must learn them in exactly the way he learns his 5 living senses. The most significant fact about the way a child learns the 5 senses he has to live with is that no one can teach them to him. We do not even try to. There are still, thanks to a most merciful heaven, 5 things left in the poor, experimented on, battered, modern child that a board of education cannot get at. For the first few months of his life, at least, it is generally conceded the modern infant has his education, that is, his making connection with things, entirely in his own hands. That he learns more these first few months of his life when his education is in his own hands than he learns in all the later days when he is surrounded by those who hope they are teaching him something. It may not be fair to say, but while it cannot be said that he learns more, perhaps, what he does learn, he learns better and more scientifically than he is ever allowed to learn with ordinary parents and ordinary teachers and textbooks in the years that come afterward. With most of us, this first year or so, we are obliged to confess, was the chance of our lives. Some of us have lived long enough to suspect that if we have ever really learned anything at all, we must have learned it then. The whole problem of bringing to pass in others and of maintaining in ourselves a vital and beautiful relation to the world of books turns entirely upon such success as we may have in calling back or keeping up in our attitude toward books. The attitude of the newborn child when he wakes in the sunshine of the earth and little by little on the edge of the infinite, groping and slow, begins to make his connections with the universe. It cannot be overemphasized that this newborn child makes these connections for himself, that the entire value of having these connections made is in the fact that he makes them for himself. As between the books in a library that ought to be read and a new life standing in it that ought to read them, the sacred thing is not the books the child ought to read. The sacred thing is the way the child feels about the books. And unless the new life, like the needle of a magnet trembling there under the whole wide heaven of them all, is allowed to turn and poise itself by laws of attraction and repulsion, forever left out of our hands, the magnet is ruined. It is made a dead thing. It makes no difference how many similar books may be placed within range of the dead thing afterward, nor how many good reasons there may be for the dead things being attracted to them. The poise of the magnet toward a book, which is the sole secret of any power that a book can have, is trained and disciplined out of it. The poise of the magnet's poising itself, is inspiration, and inspiration is what a book is for. If John Milton had had any idea when he wrote the little book called Paradise Lost that it was going to be used mostly during the 19th century to batter children's minds with, it is doubtful if he would ever have had the heart to write it. It does not damage a book very much to let it lie on a wooden shelf little longer than it ought to, but to come crashing down into the exquisite filaments of a human brain with it, to use it to keep a brain from continuing to be a brain, that is, an organ with all its reading senses acting and reacting warm and living in it, is a very serious matter. It always ends in the same way, this modern brutality with books. Even Bibles cannot stand it. Human nature stands it least of all. That books, of all things in this world made to open mind's instincts with, should be so generally used to shut them up with, is one of the saddest signs we have of the caricature of culture that is having its way in our modern world. It is getting so that the only way the average dinned-at educated modern boy shut in with masterpieces can really get to read is in some still overlooked moment when people are too tired of him to do him good. Then softly, perhaps guiltily, left all by himself with a book, he stumbles all of a sudden on his soul, steals out and loves something. It may not be the best, but listening to the singing of the crickets is more worthwhile than seeming to listen to the music of the spheres. It leads to the music of the spheres, all agencies, persons, institutions, or customs that interfere with this sensitive, self-discovering moment when a human spirit makes its connection in life with its ideal, that interfere with its being a genuine, instinctive, free, and beautiful connection, living and growing daily of itself, all influences that tend to make it a formal connection or a merely decorous or borrowed one, whether they act in the name of culture or religion or the state, are the profoundest, most subtle, and most unconquerable enemies of culture in the world. It is not necessary to contend for the doctrine of reading as one likes, using the word likes in the sense of direction and temperament, in its larger and more permanent sense. It is but necessary to call attention to the fact that the universe of books is such a very large and various universe, a universe in which so much that one likes can be brought to bear at any given point, that reading as one likes is almost always safe in it. There is always more of what one likes than what one can possibly read. It is impossible to like any one thing deeply without discovering 100 other things to like with it. One is infallibly led out. If one touches the universe vitally at one point, all the rest of the universe flocks to it. It is the way a universe is made. Almost anything can be accomplished with a child who has a habit of being eager with books, who respects them enough and who respects himself enough to leave books alone when he cannot be eager with them. Eagerness in reading counts as much as it does in living. A live reader who reads the wrong books is more promising than a dead one who reads the right ones. Being alive is the point. Anything can be done with life. It is the seed of infinity. While much might be said for the topical or purely scientific method in learning how to read, it certainly is not claiming too much for the human, artistic, or personal point of view in reading, that it comes first in the order of time in a developing life and first in the order of strategic importance. Topical or scientific reading cannot be fruitful. It cannot even be scientific in the larger sense, except as, in its own time and in its own way, it selects itself in due time in a boy's life, buds out, and is allowed to branch out from his own interpersonal reading. As the first and most important and most far-reaching of the arts of reading is the art of reading as one likes, the principles, inspirations, and difficulties of reading as one likes are the first to be considered in the following chapters. The fact that the art of reading as one likes is the most difficult, perhaps the most impossible, of all the arts in modern times, constitutes one of those serio-comic problems of civilization, a problem which civilization itself, with all its swagger of science, its literary braggadocio, its library cure, with all its board schools, commissioners of education, and specialists, and bishops and newsboys, all hard at work upon it, is only beginning to realize. End of Section 4. Section 5 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 1. Interferences with the Reading Habit. The second interference. The Disgrace of the Imagination. On wondering why one was born. The real trouble with most of the attempts that teachers and parents make to teach children a vital relation to books is that they do not believe in the books and that they do not believe in the children. It is almost impossible to find a child who, in one direction or another the first few years of his life, is not creative. It is almost impossible to find a parent or a teacher who does not discourage this creativeness. The discouragement begins in a small way at first in the average family, but as the more creative a child becomes, the more inconvenient he is. As a general rule, every time a boy is caught being creative, something has to be done to him about it. It is a part of the nature of creativeness that it involves being creative a large part of the time in the wrong direction. Half-proud and half-stupefied parents, failing to see that the mischief in a boy is the entire basis of his education, the mainspring of his life, not being able to break the mainspring themselves, frequently hire teachers to help them. The teacher who can break a mainspring first and keep it from getting mended is often the most esteemed in the community. Those who have broken the most secure results. The spectacle of the mechanical, barren, conventional society, so common in the present day to all who love their kind, is a sign there is no withstanding. It is a spectacle we can only stand and watch, some of us, the huge, dreary kinetoscope of it, grinding its cogs and wheels and swinging its weary faces past our eyes. The most common sight in it, and the one that hurts the hardest, is the boy who could be made into a man out of the parts of him that his parents and teachers are trying to throw away. The faults of the average child, as things are going just now, would be the making of him, if he could be placed in seeing hands. It may not be possible to educate a boy by using what has been left out of him, but it is more than possible to begin his education by using what ought to have been left out of him. So long as parents and teachers are either too dull or too busy to experiment with mischief, to be willing to pay for a child's originality what originality costs, only the most hopeless children can be expected to amount to anything. If we fail to see that originality is worth paying for, that the risk involved in a child's not being creative is infinitely more serious than the risk involved in his being creative in the wrong direction, there is little either for us or for our children to hope for, as the years go on, except to grow duller together. We do not like this growing duller together very well, perhaps, but we have the feeling at least that we have been educated, and when our children become at last as little interested in the workings of their minds as parents and teachers are in theirs, we have the feeling that they also have been educated. We are not unwilling to admit in a somewhat useless, kindly, generalizing fashion that vital and beautiful children delight in things, in proportion as they discover them, or are allowed to make them up, but we do not propose in the meantime to have our own children any more vital and beautiful than we can help. In 4 or 5 years they discover that a home is a place where the more one thinks of things, the more unhappy he is. In 4 or 5 years more they learn that a school is a place where children are expected not to use their brains while they are being cultivated. As long as he is at his mother's breast, the typical American child finds that he is admired for thinking of things. When he runs around the house, he finds gradually that he is admired very much less for thinking of things. At school, he is disciplined for it. In a library, if he has an uncommonly active mind and takes the liberty of being as alive there as he is outdoors, if he roams through the books, vaults over their fences, climbs up their mountains, and eats of their fruit and dreams by their streams, or is caught camping out in their woods, he is made an example of. He is treated as a tramp and an idler, and if he cannot be held down with a dictionary, he is looked upon as not worth educating. If his parents decide he shall be educated anyway, dead or alive, or in spite of his being alive, the more he is educated, the more he wonders why he was born, and the more his teachers from behind their dictionaries, and the other boys from underneath their dictionaries, wonder why he was born. While it may be a general principle that the longer a boy wonders why he was born in conditions like these, and the longer his teachers and parents wonder, the more there is of him, it may be observed that a general principle is not of very much comfort to the boy while the process of wondering is going on. There seems to be no escape from the process, and if, while he is being educated, he is not allowed to use himself, he can hardly be blamed for spending a good deal of his time in wondering why he is not someone else. In a half-seeing, half-blinded fashion he struggles on. If he is obstinate enough, he manages to struggle through with his eyes shut. Sometimes he belongs to a higher kind and opens his eyes and struggles. With the average boy, the struggle with the school and the church is less vigorous than the struggle at home. It is more hopeless. A mother is a comparatively simple affair. One can either manage a mother or be managed. It is merely a matter of time. It is soon settled. There is something there. She is not boundless, intangible. The school and the church are different. With the first fresh breaths of the world tingling in him, the youth stands before them. They are entirely new to him. They are huge, immeasurable, unaccountable. They loom over him, a part of the structure of the universe itself. A mother can meet one in a door. The problem is concentrated. The church stretches beyond the sunrise. The school is part of the horizon of the earth. And what, after all, is his own life, and who is he that he should take account of it? Out of space, out of time, out of history they come to him, the church and the school. They are the assembling of all mankind around his soul, each with its cone of ether, its desire to control the breath of his life, its determination to do his breathing for him, to push the cone down over him, looms above him and above all in sight, before he speaks, before he is able to speak. It is soon over. He lies passive and insensible at last, as convenient as though he were dead, and the church and the school operate upon him. They remove as many of his natural organs as they can, put in Presbyterian ones perhaps, or school board ones instead. Those that cannot be removed are numbed. When the time is fulfilled and the youth is cured of enough life at last to like living with the dead, and when it is thought he is enough like everyone else to do, he is given his degree and sewed up. After the sewing up, his history is better imagined than described. Not being interested to himself, he is not apt to be very interesting to anyone else, and because of his lack of interest in himself, he is called the average man. The main distinction of every greater or more extraordinary book is that it has been written by an extraordinary man, a natural or wild man, a man of genius who has never been operated on. The main distinction of the man of talent is that he has somehow managed to escape a complete operation. It is a matter of common observation in reading biography that in proportion as men have had lasting power in the world, there has been something irregular in their education. These irregularities, whether they happen to be due to overwhelming circumstance or to overwhelming temperament, seem to sum themselves up in one fundamental and comprehensive irregularity that penetrates them all. Namely, every powerful mind, in proportion to its power either in school or out of it or in spite of it, has educated itself. The ability that many men have used to avoid being educated is exactly the same ability they have used afterward to move the world with. In proportion as they have moved the world, they are found to have kept the lead in their education from their earliest years, to have had a habit of initiative as well as hospitality, to have maintained a creative, selective, active attitude toward all persons and toward all books that have been brought within range of their lives. The top of the bureau principle. The experience of being robbed of a story we are about to read by the good friend who cannot help telling how it comes out is an occasional experience in the lives of older people, but it sums up the main sensation of life in the career of a child. The whole existence of a boy may be said to be a daily, almost hourly struggle to escape from being told things. It has been found that the best way to emphasize a fact in the mind of a bright boy is to discover some way of not saying anything about it. And this is not because human nature is obstinate, but because facts have been intended from the beginning of the world to speak for themselves, and to speak better than anyone can speak for them. When a fact speaks, God speaks. Considering the way that most persons who are talking about the truth see fit to rush in and interrupt him, the wonder is not that children grow less and less interested in truth as they grow older, but that they are interested in truth at all, even lies about the truth. The real trouble with most men and women as parents is that they have had to begin life with parents of their own. When the child's first memory of God is a father or mother interrupting him, he is apt to be under the impression when he grows up that God can only be introduced to his own children by never being allowed to get a word in. If we as much as see a fact coming toward a child, most of us, we either run out where the child is and bring him into the house and cry over him, or we rush to his side and look anxious and stand in front of the fact and talk to him about it. And yet it is doubtful if there has ever been a boy as yet worth mentioning who did not wish we would stand a little more one side, let him have it out with things. He is very wary, if he really amounts to anything, of having everything about him prepared for him. There has never been a live boy who would not throw a store plaything away in 2 or 3 hours for a comparatively imperfect plaything he had made himself. He is equally indifferent to a store fact, and a boy who does not see through a store God or a store book or a store education sooner than 99 parents out of 100 and sooner than most synods is not worth bringing up. No just or comprehensive principle can be found to govern the reading of books that cannot be made to apply by one who really believes it, though in varying degrees, to the genius and to the dolt. It is a matter of history that a boy of fine creative powers can only be taught a true relation to books through an appeal to his own discoveries. But what is being especially contended for, and what most needs to be emphasized in current education, is the fact that the boy of ordinary creative powers can only be taught to read in the same way, by a slower, broader, and more patient appeal to his own discoveries. The boy of no creative powers whatever, if he is ever born, should not be taught to read at all. Creation is the essence of knowing, and teaching him to read merely teaches him more ways of not knowing. It gives him a wider range of places to be a nobody in, takes away his last opportunity for thinking of anything, that is, getting the meaning of anything for himself. If a man's heart does not beat for him, why substitute a hot water bottle? The less a mind is able to do, the less it can afford to have anything done for it. It will be a great day for education when we all have learned that the genius and the dolt can only be educated, at different rates of speed, in exactly the same way. The trouble with our education now is that many of us do not see that a boy who has been presented with an imitation brain is a deal worse off than a boy who, in spite of his teachers, has managed to save his real one and has not used it yet. It is dangerous to give a program for a principle to those who do not believe in the principle, and who do not believe in it instinctively, but if a program were to be given, it would be something like this. It would assume that the best way to do with an uncreative mind is to put the owner of it where his mind will be obliged to create. First, decide what the owner of the mind most wants in the world. Second, put this thing, whatever it may be, where the owner of the mind cannot get it unless he uses his mind. Take pains to put it where he can get it if he does use his mind. Third, lure him on. It is education. If this principle is properly applied to books, there is not a human being living on the earth who will not find himself capable of reading books, as far as he goes, with his whole mind and his whole body. He will read a printed page as eagerly as he lives, and he will read it in exactly the same way that he lives, with his imagination. A boy lives with his imagination every hour of his life, except in school. The moment he discovers, or is allowed to discover, that reading a book and living a day are very much alike, that they are both parts of the same act, and that they are both properly done in the same way, he will drink up knowledge as Job did scorning, like water. But it is objected that many children are entirely imitative, and that the imagination cannot be appealed to with them, and that they cut themselves off from creativeness at every point. While it is inevitable in the nature of things that many children should be largely imitative, there is not a child that does not do some of his imitating in a creative way. Give the hint to his teachers, even in his imitations, of where his creativeness would come if it were allowed to. His very blunders in imitating point to desires that would make him creative of themselves, if followed up. Some children have many desires in behalf of which they become creative. Others are creative only in behalf of a few. But there is always a single desire in a child's nature through which his creativeness can be called out. A boy learns to live, to command his body, through the desires which make him creative with it. Hunger and movement and sleep, desires for the very vegetables, are stirred with, and the boy who does not find himself responding to them, who can help responding to them, does not exist. There may be times when a boy has no desire to fill himself with food, and when he has no desire to think, but he is kept hungry if he is soon found doing both, thinking things into his stomach. A stomach in the average boy will all but take the part of a brain itself, for the time being, to avoid being empty. If a human being is alive at all, there is always at least one desire he can be educated with, prodded into creativeness, until he learns the habit and the pleasure of it. The best qualification for a nurse for a child whose creativeness turns on his stomach is a natural gift for keeping food on the tops of bureaus and shelves, just out of reach. The best qualification for a teacher is infinite contrivance in high bureaus. The applying of the top of the high bureau to all knowledge and to all books is what true education is for. It is generally considered a dangerous thing to do to turn a child loose in a library. It might fairly be called a dangerous thing to do if it were not much more dangerous not to. The same forces that wrought themselves into the books when they were being made can be trusted to gather and play across them on the shelves. These forces are the self-propelling and self-healing forces of the creative mood. The creative mood protects the books, and it protects all who come near the books. It protects from the inside. It toughens and makes supple. Parents who cannot trust a boy to face the weather in a library should never let him outdoors. Trusting a boy to the weather in a library may have its momentary embarrassments, but it is immeasurably the shortest and most natural way to bring him into a vital connection with books. The first condition of a vital connection with books is that he shall make the connection for himself. The relation will be vital in proportion as he makes it himself. The fact that he will begin to use his 5 reading senses by trying to connect in the wrong way or by connecting with the wrong books or parts of books is a reason not for action on the part of parents and teachers, but for inspired waiting. As a vital relation to books is the most immeasurable outfit for living and the most perfect protection against the dangers of life a boy can have, the one point to be borne in mind is not the book but the boy, the instinct of curiosity in the boy. A boy who has all his good discoveries in books made for him, spoiled for him if he has any good material in him, will proceed to make bad ones. The vices would be nearly as safe from interference as the virtues if they were faithfully cultivated in Sunday schools or by average teachers in day schools. Sin itself is uninteresting when one knows all about it. The interest of the average young man in many a more important sin today is only kept up by the fact that no one stands by with a book teaching him how to do it. Whatever the expression original sin may have meant in the first place, it means now that we are full of original sin because we are not given a chance to be original in anything else. A virtue may be defined as an act so good that a religiously trained youth cannot possibly learn anything more about it. A classic is a pleasure hurried into a responsibility, a book read by every man before he has anything to read it with. A classical author is a man who, if he could look ahead, could see the generations standing in rows to read his book, towing the line to love it, would not read it himself. Any training in the use of books that does not base its whole method of rousing the instinct of curiosity and keeping it aroused is a wholesale slaughter, not only of the minds that might live in the books, but of the books themselves. To ignore the central curiosity of a child's life, his natural power of self-discovery in books, is to dispense with the force of gravity in books instead of taking advantage of it. Section 6 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1. Interferences with the Reading Habit. The third interference. The unpopularity of the first person singular. The first person a necessary evil. Great emphasis is being laid at the present time upon the tools that readers ought to have to do their reading with. We seem to be living in a reference book age. Whatever else may be claimed for our own special generation, it stands out as having one inspiration that is quite its own, the inspiration of conveniences. That these conveniences have their place, that one ought to have the best of them, there can be no doubt, but it is very important to bear in mind, particularly in the present public mood, that if one cannot have all of these conveniences, or even the best of them, the one absolutely necessary reference book in reading the masters of literature is one that every man has. It is something of a commonplace, a rather modest volume with most of us, summed up on a tombstone generally, easily enough, but we are bound to believe after all is said and done that the great masterpiece among reference books for every man, the one originally intended by the Creator for every man to use, is the reference book of his own life. We believe that the one direct and necessary thing for a man to do, if he is going to be a good reader, is to make this reference book, his own private edition of it, as large and complete as possible. Everything refers to it, whatever his reading is. Shakespeare and the New York World, Homer and Harper's Bazaar, Victor Hugo and the Forum, Babyhood and the Bible all refer to it. are all alike in making their references, when they are really looked up, to private editions. Other editions do not work. In proportion as they are powerful in modern life, all the books and papers that we have are engaged in the business of going about the world discovering people to themselves, unroofing first-person singulars in it, getting people to use their own reference books on all life. Literature is a kind of vast international industry of comparing life. We read to look up references in our own souls. The immortality of Homer and the circulation of the latest home journal both conform to this fact, and it is equally the secret of the last page of Harper's Bazaar and of Hamlet, and of the grave and the monthly lunge of the Forum at passing events. The difference of appeal may be as wide as the East and the West, but the East and the West are in human nature and not in the nature of the appeal. The larger selves look themselves up in the greater writers, and the smaller selves spell themselves out in the smaller ones. It is here we all behold, as in some vast reflection or mirage of the reading world, our own souls crowding and jostling, little and great, against the walls of their years, seeking to be let out, to look over, to look up, that they may find their possible selves. When men are allowed to follow what might be called the forces of nature in the reading world, they are seen to read, first, about themselves; second, about people they know; third, about people they want to know; fourth, God. Next to their interest in persons is their interest in things. First, things that they have themselves; second, things that people they know have; third, things they want to have; fourth, things they ought to want to have; fifth, other things; sixth, the universe, things God has; seventh, God. A scale like this may not be very complimentary to human nature. Some of us feel that it is appropriate and possibly a little religious to think that it is not. But the scale is here. It is mere psychological matter of fact. It is the way things are made, and while it may not be quite complimentary to human nature, it seems to be more complimentary to God to believe, in spite of appearances, that this scale from I to God is made right and should be used as it stands. It seems to have been in general use among our more considerable men in the world, and among all our great men, and among all who have made others great. They do not seem to have been ashamed of it. They have climbed up frankly on it, most of them in full sight of all men, from I to God. They have claimed that everybody, including themselves, was identified with God, and they have made people believe it. It is the few in every generation who have dared to believe in this scale, and who have used it, who have been the leaders of the rest. The measure of a man's being seems to be the swiftness with which his nature runs from the bottom of this scale to the top. The swiftness with which he identifies himself says I in all of it. The measure of his ability to read on any particular subject is the swiftness with which he runs the scale from the bottom to the top on that subject, makes the trip with his soul from his own little I to God. When he has mastered the subject, he makes the run almost without knowing it, sees it as it is, i.e., identifies himself with God on it. The principle is one which reaches under all mastery in the world, from the art of prophecy even to the art of politeness. Though man makes the trip on any subject from the first person out through the second person to the farthest bounds of the third person, that is, who identifies himself with all men's lives, is called the poet or seer, the master lover of persons. The man who makes the trip most swiftly from his own things to other men's things and to God's things, the universe, is called the scientist, the master lover of things. The God is he who identifies his own personal life with all lives and his own things with all men's things, who says I forever everywhere. The reason that the Hebrew Bible has had more influence in history than all other literatures combined is that there are fewer emasculated men in it. The one really fundamental and astonishing thing about the Bible is the way that people have of talking about themselves in it. No other nation that has ever existed on the earth would ever have thought of daring to publish a book like the Bible. So far as the plot is concerned, the fundamental literary conception, it is all the Bible comes to practically, 2,000 or 3,000 years of it, a long row of people talking about themselves. The Hebrew nation has been the leading power in history because the Hebrew man, in spite of all his faults, has always had the feeling that God sympathized with him. In being interested in himself, he has dared to feel identified with God. It is the same in all ages. Not an age but one sees a Hebrew in it, out under his lonely heaven standing and crying, God and I. It is the one great spectacle of the soul this little world has seen. Are not the mightiest faces that come to us flickering out of the dark their faces? Who can look at the past who does not see, who does not always see, some mighty Hebrew in it singing and struggling with God? What is it? What else could it possibly be but the Hebrew soul, like a kind of pageantry down the years between us and God, that would ever have made us guess, men of the other nations, that a God belonged to us, or that a God could belong to us and be a God at all? Have not all the other races, each in their turn spawning in the sun and lost in the night, vanished because they could not say I before God? The nations that are left, the great nations of the modern world, are but the moral passengers of the Hebrews, hangers-on to the race that can say I to the nth power, the race that has dared to identify itself with God. The fact that the Hebrew, instead of saying God and I, has turned it around sometimes and said I and God, is neither here nor there in the end. It is because the Hebrew has kept to the main point, has felt related to God, the main point a God cares about, that he has been the most heroic and athletic figure in human history, comes nearer to the God size. The rest of the nations, sitting about and wondering in the dark, have called this thing in the Hebrew religious genius. If one were to try to sum up what religious genius is in the Hebrew, or to account for the spiritual and material supremacy of the Hebrew in history in a single fact, it would be the fact that Moses, their first great leader, when he wanted to say, "It seems to me," said, "The Lord said unto Moses." The Hebrews may have written a book that teaches of all others self-renunciation, but the way they taught it was self-assertion. The Bible begins with a meek Moses who teaches by saying, "The Lord said unto Moses," and it comes to its climax in a lowly and radiant man who dies on a cross to say, "I and the Father are one." The man Jesus seems to have called himself God because he had a divine habit of identifying himself, because he had kept on identifying himself with others until the first person and the second person and the third person were as one to him. The distinction of the New Testament is that it is the one book the world has seen which dispenses with pronouns. It is a book that sums up pronouns and numbers singular and plural, first person, second and third person, and all in the one great central pronoun of the universe. The very stars speak it, we. We is a developed I. The first person may not be what it ought to be either as a philosophy or an experience, but it has been considered good enough to make Bibles out of, and it does seem as if a good word might occasionally be said for it in modern times, as if someone ought to be born before long who will give it a certain standing, a certain moral respectability once more in human life and in the education of human life. It would not seem to be an overstatement that the best possible book to give a child to read at any time is the one that makes the most cross references at that time to his undeveloped we. The Art of Being Anonymous. The main difficulty in getting a child to live in the whole of his nature, to run the scale from the bottom to the top, from I to God, is to persuade his parents and teachers and the people who crowd around him to educate him that he must begin at the bottom. The unpopularity of the first-person singular in current education naturally follows from the disgrace of the imagination in it. Our typical school is not satisfied with cutting off a boy's imagination about the outer world that lies around him. It amputates his imagination at its taproot. It stops a boy's imagination about himself and the issues, connections, and possibilities of his own life. Inasmuch as the education of a child, his relation to books, must be conducted either with reference to evading personality or accumulating it, the issue is one that must be squarely drawn from the first. Beginning at the bottom is found by society at large to be such an inconvenient and painstaking process that the children who are allowed to lay a foundation for personality, to say I in its disagreeable stages, seems to be confined for the most part to either one or the other of two classes. the incurable or the callous. The more thorough a child's nature is, the more real his processes are, the more incurable he is bound to be, secretly if he is sensitive, and offensively if he is callous. In either case the fact is the same. The child unconsciously acts on the principle that self-assertion is self-preservation. One of the first things that he discovers is that self-preservation is the last thing polite parents desire in a child. If he is to be preserved, they will preserve him themselves. The conspiracy begins in the earliest days. The world rolls over him. The home and the church and the school and the printed book roll over him. The story is the same in all. Education, originally conceived as drawing a boy out, becomes a huge, elaborate, overwhelming scheme for squeezing him in, for keeping him squeezed in. He is mobbed on every side. At schools, the teachers crowd round him and say "I" for him. At home, his parents say "I" for him. At church, the preacher says "I" for him. And when he retreats into the privacy of his own soul and betakes himself to a book, the book is a classic, and the book says "I" for him. When he says "I" himself, after a few appropriate years, he says it in disguised quotation marks. If he cannot always avoid it, if in some unguarded moment he is particularly alive about something and the "I" comes out on it, society expects him to be ashamed of it, at least to avoid the appearance of not being ashamed of it. If he writes, he is desired to say "we." Sometimes he shades himself off into "the present writer." Sometimes he capitulates in bare initials. There are very few people who do not live in quotation marks most of their lives. They would die in them and go to heaven in them if they could. 9 times out of 10 it is someone else's heaven they want to go to. The number of people who would know what to do or how to act in this world or the next without their quotation marks on is getting more limited every year. And yet one could not very well imagine a world more prostrate than this one is, before a man without quotation marks. It dotes on personality. It spends hundreds of years at a time in yearning for a great man, but it wants its great man finished. It is never willing to pay what he costs. It is particularly unwilling to pay what he costs as it goes along. The great man as a boy has had to pay for himself. The bare feat of keeping out of quotation marks has cost him generally more than he thought he was worth, and has had to be paid in advance. There is a certain sense in which it is true that every boy, at least at the point where he is especially alive, is a kind of great man in miniature, has the same experience, that is, in growing. Many a boy who has been regularly represented to himself as a monster, a curiosity of selfishness, and who has believed it, has had occasion to observe when he grew up that some of his selfishness was real selfishness, and that some of it was life. The things he was selfish with, he finds as he grows older, are the things he has been making a man out of. As a boy, however, he does not get much inkling of this. He finds he is being brought up in a world where boys who so little know how to play with their things that they give them away and are pointed out to him as generous, and where boys who are so bored with their own minds that they prefer other people's are considered modest. If he knew in the days when models are being pointed out to him that the time would soon come in the world for boys like these when it would make little difference either to the boys themselves or to anyone else whether they were generous or modest or not, it would make his education happier. In the meantime, in his disgrace, he does not guess what a good example to models he is. Very few other people guess it. The general truth that when a man has nothing to be generous with and nothing to be modest about, even his virtues are superfluous, is realized by society at large in a pleasant, helpless fashion in its bearing on the man, but its bearing on the next man, on education, on the problem of human development, is almost totally overlooked. The youth who grasps at everything in sight to have his experience with it, who cares more for the thing than he does for the person it comes from, and more for his experience with the thing than he does for the thing, is by no means an inspiring spectacle while this process is going on, and he is naturally in perpetual disgrace, but in proportion as they are wise, our best educators are aware that in all probability this same youth will wield more spiritual power in the world, and do more good in it, than 9 or 10 pleasantly smoothed and adjustable persons. His boy faults are his man virtues wrong side out. There are very few lives of powerful men in modern times that do not illustrate this. The men who do not believe it, who do not approve of illustrating it, have illustrated it the most, devoted their lives to it. It would be hard to find a man of any special importance in modern biography who has not been indebted to the sins of his youth. It is the things I ought not to have done, see page 93, 179, 329, says the average autobiography, which have been the making of me. They were all good things for me to do, see page 526, 632, 720, but I did not think so when I did them. Neither did anyone else. Studying Shakespeare in the theater in the theological seminary and taking walks instead of examinations in college, says the biography of Beecher, between the lines, meant definite moral degeneration to me. I did habitually what I could not justify at the time, either to myself or to others, and I have had to make up since for all the moral degeneration, item by item, but the things I got with the degeneration when I got it, habits of imagination and expression, headway of personality, are the things that have given me all my inspirations for being moral since. What love of liberty I have, Wendell Phillips seems to say, I got from loving my own. It is the boy who loves his liberty so much that he insists on having it to do wrong with, as well as right, who in the long run gets the most right done. The basis of character is moral experiment, and almost all the men who have discovered different or beautiful or right habits of life for men have discovered them by doing wrong long enough. The ice is thin at this point, gentle reader, for many of us perhaps, but it has held up our betters. The fact of the matter seems to be that a man's conscience in this world, especially if it is an educated one or borrowed from his parents, can get as much in his way as anything else. There is no doubt that the Great Spirit prefers to lead a man by his conscience, but if it cannot be done, if a man's conscience has no consequences for being led, he leads him against his conscience. The doctrine runs along the edge of a precipice, like all the best ones, but if there is one gift rather than another to be prayed for in this world, it is the ability to recognize the crucial moment that sometimes comes in a human life. The moment when the Almighty himself gets a man, against his conscience, to do right. It seems to be the way that some consciences are meant to grow, by trying wrong things on a little. Thousands of inferior people can be seen every day stumbling over their sins to heaven, while the rest of us are holding back with our virtues. It has been intimated from time to time in this world that all men are sinners. Inasmuch as things are arranged so that men can sin in doing right things, and sin in doing wrong ones both, they can hardly miss it. The real religion of every age seems to have looked a little askance at perfection, even at purity, has gone its way in a kind of fine straightforwardness, has spent itself in an inspired blundering, in progressive, noble, culminating moral experiment. The basis for a great character seems to be the capacity for intense experience with the character one already has. So far as most of us can judge, experience, in proportion as it has been conclusive and economical, has had to be, literally or with one's imagination, in the first person. The world has never really wanted yet, in spite of appearances, its own way with a man. It wants the man. It is what he is that concerns it. All that it asks of him, and all that he has to give, is the surplus of himself. The trouble with our modern fashion of substituting the second person or the third person for the first in a man's education is that it takes his capacity for intense experience of himself, his chance for having a surplus of himself, entirely away. Egoism and society. That the unpopularity of the first-person singular is honestly acquired and heartily deserved, it would be useless to deny. Everyone who has ever had a first-person singular for a longer or shorter period in his life knows that it is a disagreeable thing, and that everyone else knows it, in 9 cases out of 10 at least, and about 9/10 of the time during its development. The fundamental question does not concern itself with the first-person singular being agreeable or disagreeable, but with what to do with it, it being the necessary evil that it is. It seems to be a reasonable position that what should be objected to in the interests of society is not egoism, a man's being interested in himself, but the lack of egoism, a man's having a self that does not include others. The trouble would seem to be, not that people use their own private special monosyllable overmuch, but that there is not enough of it, that 9 times out of 10, when they write I, it should be written small I. In the face of the political objection, the objection of the state to the first person singular, the egoist defends every man's reading for himself as follows. Any book that is allowed to come between a man and himself is doing him and all who know him a public injury. The most important and interesting fact about a man to other people is his attitude toward himself. It determines his attitude toward everyone else. The most fundamental question of every state is, what is each man's attitude in this state toward himself? What can it be? A man's expectancy toward himself, so far as the state is concerned, is the moral center of citizenship. It determines how much of what he expects he will expect of himself, and how much he will expect of others, and how much of books. The man who expects too much of himself develops into the headlong and dangerous citizen who threatens society with his strength, goes elbowing about in it, insisting upon living other people's lives for them as well as his own. The man who expects too much of others threatens society with weariness. He is always expecting other people to do his living for him. The man who expects too much of books lives neither in himself nor in anyone else. The career of the paper doll is open to him. History seems to be always taking turns with these 3 temperaments, whether in art or religion or public affairs: the overmanned, the undermanned, and the overread, the tyrant, the tramp, and the paper doll. Between the man who keeps things in his own hands and the man who does not care to, and the man who has no hands, the state has a hard time. Nothing could be more important to the existence of the state than that every man in it shall expect just enough of himself, and just enough of others, and just enough of the world of books. Living is adjusting these worlds to one another. The central fact about society is the way it helps a man with himself. The society which cuts a man off from himself cuts him still farther off from everyone else. A man's reading in the first person, enough to have a first person, enough to be identified with himself, is one of the defenses of society. I plus I, that's small I plus capital I, equals we. The most natural course for a human being who is going to identify himself with other people is to begin by practicing on himself. If he has not succeeded in identifying himself with himself, he makes very trying work of the rest of us. A man who has not learned to say I and mean something very real by it has it not in his power, without dullness or impertinence, to say you to any living creature. If a man has not learned to say you, if he has not taken hold of himself, interpreted and adjusted himself to those who are face to face with him, the wider and more general privilege of saying they, of judging any part of mankind or any temperament in it, should be kept away from him. It is only as one has experienced a temperament, has in some mood of one's life said I in that temperament, that one has the outfit for passing an opinion on it, or the outfit for living with it, or for being in the same world with it. There are times, it must be confessed, when Christ's command that every man shall love his neighbor as himself seems inconsiderate. There are some of us who cannot help feeling, when we see a man coming along toward us proposing to love us a little while the way he loves himself, that our permission might have been asked. If there is one inconvenience rather than another in our modern Christian society, it is the general unprotected sense one has in it, the number of people there are about in it, let loose by Sunday school teachers and others, who are allowed to go around loving other people the way they love themselves. A codicil, or at least an explanatory footnote to the Golden Rule in the general interest of neighbors, would be widely appreciated. How shall a man dare to love his neighbor as himself until he loves himself, has a self that he really loves, a self he can really love, and loves it? There is no more sad or constant spectacle that this modern world has to face than the spectacle of the man who has overlooked himself. bustling about in it, trying to give honor to other people, the man who has never been able to help himself, hurrying anxious to and fro as if he could help someone else. It is not too much to say charity begins at home. Everything does. The one person who has the necessary training for being an altruist is the alert egoist who does not know he is an altruist. His service to society is a more intense and comprehensive selfishness. He would be cutting acquaintance with himself not to render it. When he says I, he means we, and the second and third persons are grown dim to him. An absolutely perfect virtue is the conveying of a man's self with a truth to others. The virtues that do not convey anything are cheap and common enough. Favors can be had almost any day from anybody, if one is not too particular, and so can blank staring self-sacrifices. One feels like putting up a sign over the door of one's life with some people, "Let no man do me a favor except he do it as a self-indulgence." Even kindness wears out, shows through, becomes impertinent, if it is not a part of selfishness. It may be that there are certain rudimentary virtues the outer form of which had better be maintained in the world, whether they can be maintained spiritually, that is, thoroughly and egotistically, or not. If my enemy who lives under the hill will continue to not murder me, I desire him to continue, whether he enjoys not murdering me or not. But it is no credit to him. Except in some baldly negative fashion as this, however, it is literally true that a man's virtues are of little account to others except as they are of account to him, and except he enjoys them as much as his vices. The first really important shock that comes to a young man's religious sentiment in this world is the number of bored-looking people around, doing right. An absolutely substantial and perfect love is transfigured selfishness. It is no mere playing with words to say this, nor is it substituting a comfortable and pleasant doctrine for a strenuous altruism. If it were as light and graceful an undertaking to have enough selfishness to go around, to live in the whole of a universe like this, as it is to slip out of even living in one's self in it, like a mere shadow or altruist, egoism were superficial enough. As it is, egoism, being terribly or beautifully alive, so far as it goes, is now and always has been, and always must be, the running gear of the spiritual world. Egoism socialized. The first person is what the second and third persons are made out of. Altruism, as opposed to egoism, except in a temporary sense, is a contradiction in terms. Unless a man has a life to identify other lives, with a self which is the symbol through which he loves all other selves and all other experiences, he is selfish in the true sense. With all our Galileos, Agassizes, and Shakespeares, the universe has not grown in its countless centuries. It has not been getting higher and wider over us since the human race began. It is not a larger universe. It is lived in by larger men, more all-absorbing, all-identifying, and selfish men. It is a universe in which a human being is duly born, given place with such a self as he happens to have, and he is expected to grow up to it. Barring a certain amount of wear and tear and a few minor rearrangements on the outside, it is the same universe that it was in the beginning, and is now and always will be quite the same universe, whether a man grows up to it or not. The larger universe is not one that comes with the telescope. It comes with the larger self, the self that by reaching farther and farther in, reaches farther and farther out. It is as if the sky were a splendor that grew by night out of his own heart, the tent of his love of God spreading its roof over the nature of things. The greater distance knowledge reaches, the more it has to be personal, because it has to be spiritual. The one thing that it is necessary to do in any part of the world to make any branch of knowledge or deed of mercy a living and eager thing is to get men to see how direct its bearing is upon themselves. The man who does not feel concerned when the Armenians are massacred thousands of miles away because there is a sea between us is not a different man in kind from the man who does feel concerned. The difference is one of degree. It is a matter of area in living. The man who does feel concerned has a larger self. He sees further, feels the cry as the cry of his own children. He has learned the oneness and is touched with the closeness of the great family of the world. the autobiography of beauty. But the brunt of the penalty of the unpopularity of the first-person singular in modern society falls upon the individual. The hard part of it, for a man who has not the daily habit of being a companion to himself, is his own personal private sense of emptiness, of missing things. All the universe gets itself addressed to someone else. A great showy, heartless pantomime. It rolls over him, beckoning with its nights and days and winds and faces, always beckoning, but to someone else. All that seems to be left to him in a universe is a kind of keeping up appearances in it, a looking as if he lived, a hurrying, dishonest trying to forget. He dare not sit down and think. He spends his strength in racing with himself to get away from himself, and those greatest days of all in human life, the days when men grow old, world gentle, and still and deep before their God, are the days he dreads the most. He can only look forward to old age as the time when a man sits down with his lie at last, and day after day and night after night faces infinite and eternal loneliness in his own heart. It is the man who cuts acquaintance with himself, who dares to be lonely with himself, who dares the supreme daring in this world. He and his loneliness are hermetically sealed up together in infinite time, infinite space. Not a great man of all that have been, not a star or flower, not even a great book that can get at him. It is the nature of a great book that in proportion as it is beautiful, it makes itself helpless before a human soul. Like music or poetry or painting, it lays itself radiant and open before all that lies before it. To everything or to nothing, whatever it may be, it makes the direct appeal. Before the days and years of a man's life it stands. Is not this so? It says. It never says less than this. It does not know how to say more. A bare and trivial book stops with what it says itself. A great book depends now and forever upon what it makes a man say back. And if he does not say anything, if he does not bring anything to it to say, nothing out of his own observation, passion, experience, to be called out by the passing words upon the page, the most living book in its board and paper prison is a dead and helpless thing before a dead soul. The helplessness of the dead soul lies upon it. Perhaps there is no more important distinction between a great book and a little book than this, that the great book is always a listener before a human life, and the little book takes nothing for granted of a reader. It does not expect anything of him. The littler it is, the less it expects and the more it explains. Nothing that is really great and living explains. Living is enough. If greatness does not explain by being great, nothing smaller can explain it. God never explains. He merely appeals to every man's first-person singular. Religion is not what he has told to men. It is what he has made men wonder about until they have been determined to find out. The stars have never been published with footnotes. The sun, with its huge, soft shining on people, kept on with the shining even when the people thought it was doing so trivial and undignified and provincial a thing as to spend its whole time going around them and around their little earth, that they might have light on it perchance and be kept warm. The moon has never gone out of its way to prove that it is not made of green cheese, and this present planet we are allowed the use of from year to year, which was so little observed for thousands of generations that all the people on it supposed it was flat, made no answer through the centuries. It kept on burying them one by one and waited, like a work of genius or a masterpiece. In proportion as a thing is beautiful, whether of man or God, it has this heroic helplessness about it with the passing soul or generation of souls. If people are foolish, it can but appeal from one dear, pitiful fool to another until enough of us have died to make it time for a wise man again. History is a series of crises like this in which once in so often men who say "I" have crossed the lives of mortals, have puzzled the world enough to be remembered in it, like Socrates, or been abused by it enough to make it love them forever, like Christ. The greatest revelation of history is the patience of the beauty in it. And truth can always be known by the fact that it is the only thing in the wide world that can afford to wait. A true book does not go about advertising itself, huckstering for souls, arranging its greatness small enough. It waits. Sometimes for 20 years it waits for us, sometimes for 40, sometimes 60. And then when the time is fulfilled and we come at length and lay before it the burden of the blind and blundering years we have tried to live, it does little with us after all but to bring these same years singing and crying and struggling back to us, that through their shadowy doors we may enter at last the confessional of the human heart, and cry out there, or stammer, or whisper, or sing there, the prophecy of our own lives. Dead words out of dead dictionaries the book brings to us. It is a great book because it is a listening book, because it makes the unspoken to speak and the dead to live in it. To the vanished pen and the yellowed paper of the man who writes to us, thy soul and mine, gentle reader, shall call back, this is the truth. If a book has force in it, whatever its literary form may be or however disguised, it is biography appealing to biography. If a book has great force in it, it is autobiography appealing to autobiography. The great book is always a confession, a moral adventure with its reader, an incredible confidence.
End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1. Interferences with the Reading Habit. The fourth interference, the habit of not letting oneself go. The country boy in literature. Let not any Parliament member, says Carlyle, ask of the present editor what is to be done. Editors are not here to say how, which is both ungracious and tantalizingly elusive, suggests a professor of literature who has been recently criticizing the 19th century. This criticism, as a part of an estimate of Thomas Carlyle, is not only a criticism on itself, and an autobiography besides, but it sums up, in a more or less characteristic fashion perhaps, what might be called the ultra-academic attitude in reading. The ultra-academic attitude may be defined as the attitude of sitting down and being told things, and of expecting all other persons to sit down and be told things, and of judging all authors, principles, men, and methods accordingly. If the universe were what in most libraries and clubs today it is made to seem, a kind of infinite institution of learning, a lecture room on a larger scale, and if all the men in it, instead of doing and singing in it, had spent their days in delivering lectures to it, there would be every reason in a universe arranged for lectures why we should exact of those who give them that they should make the truth plain to us, so plain that there would be nothing left for us to do with truth but to read it in the printed book and then analyze the best analysis of it and die. It seems to be quite generally true of those who have been the great masters of literature, however, that in proportion as they have been great they have proved to be as ungracious and tantalizingly elusive as the universe itself. They have refused, without exception, to bear down on the word how. They have almost never told men what to do, and have confined themselves to saying something that would make them do it and make them find a way to do it. This something that they have said, like the something that they have lived, has come to them they know not how, and has gone from them they know not how, sometimes not even when. It has been incommunicable, incalculable, infinite, the subconscious self of each of them, the voice beneath the voice, calling down the corridors of the world. If a boy from the country were to stand in a city street before the window of a shop, gazing into it with open mouth, he would do more in 5 or 6 minutes to measure the power and caliber of the passing men and women than almost any device that could be arranged. 95 out of 100 of them probably would smile a superior smile at him and hurry on. Out of the remaining 5, 4 would look again and pity him. 1 perhaps would honor and envy him. The boy who in a day like the present one is still vital enough to forget how he looks in enjoying something is not only a rare and refreshing spectacle, but he is master of the most important intellectual and moral superiority a boy can be master of, and if, in spite of teachers and surroundings, he can keep this superiority long enough, or until he comes to be a man, he shall be the kind of man whose very faults shall be remembered better and cherished more by a doting world than the virtues of the rest of us. The most important fact, perhaps the only important fact, about James Boswell, the country boy of literature, is that whatever may have been his limitations, he had the most important gift that life can give to a man, the gift of forgetting himself in it. The Fleet Street of letters smiling at him and jeering by him, who does not always see James Boswell completely lost to the street, gaping at the soul of Samuel Johnson as if it were the show window of the world, as if to be allowed to look at a soul like this were almost to have a soul oneself. Boswell's Life of Johnson is a classic because James Boswell had the classic power in him of unconsciousness. To book laborers, college employees, analysis hands of whatever kind, his book is a standing notice that the prerogative of being immortal is granted by men, even to a fool, if he has the grace not to know it. For that matter, even if the fool knows he is a fool, if he cares more about his subject than he cares about not letting anyone else know it, he is never forgotten. The world cannot afford to leave such a fool out. Is it not a world in which there is not a living man of us who does not cherish in his heart a little secret like this of his own? We are bound to admit that the main difference between James Boswell and the rest consists in the fact that James Boswell found something in the world so much more worth living for than not letting the common secret out that he lived for it, and like all the other great naives, he will never get over living for it. Even allowing that Boswell's consistent and unfailing motive in cultivating Samuel Johnson was vanity, this very vanity of Boswell's has more genius in it than Johnson's vocabulary. And the important and inspiring fact remains that James Boswell, a flagrantly commonplace man in every single respect, by the law of letting himself go, has taken his stand forever in English literature, as the one commonplace man in it who has produced a work of genius. The main quality of a man of genius, his power of sacrificing everything to his main purpose, belonged to him. He was not only willing to seem the kind of fool he was, but he did not hesitate to seem several kinds that he was not, to fulfill his main purpose. That Samuel Johnson might be given the ponderous and gigantic and looming look that a Samuel Johnson ought to have, Boswell painted himself into his picture with more relentlessness than any other author that can be called to mind, except 3 or 4 similarly commonplace and similarly inspired and self-forgetful persons in the New Testament. There has never been any other biography in England, with the single exception of Pepys, in which the author has so completely lost himself in his subject. If the author of Johnson's life had written his book with the inspiration of not being laughed at, which is the inspiration that 9 out of 10 who love to laugh are likely to write with, James Boswell would never have been heard of, and the burly figure of Samuel Johnson would be a blur behind a dictionary. It may be set down as one of the necessary principles of the reading habit that no true and vital reading is possible except as the reader possesses and employs the gift of letting himself go. It is a gift that William Shakespeare and James Boswell and Elijah and Charles Lamb and a great many other happy but unimportant people have had in common. No man of genius, a man who puts his best and his most unconscious self into his utterance, can be read or listened to or interpreted for one moment without it. Except from those who bring to him the greeting of their own unconscious selves, he hides himself. He gives himself only to those with whom unconsciousness is a daily habit, with whom the joy of letting oneself go is one of the great resources of life. This joy is back of every great act and every great deep appreciation in the world, and it is the charm and delight of the smaller ones. On its higher levels, it is called genius and inspiration. In religion, it is called faith. It is the primal energy both of art and religion. Probably only the man who has very little would be able to tell what faith is as a basis of art or religion, but we have learned some things that it is not. We know that faith is not a dead lift of the brain, a supreme effort either for God or for ourselves. It is the soul giving itself up, finding itself, feeling itself drawn to its own, into infinite space, face to face with strength. It is the supreme swinging free of the spirit, the becoming a part of the running gear of things. Faith is not an act of the imagination. To the man who knows it, it is infinite fact, the infinite crowding of facts, the drawing of the man's self upward and outward, where he is surrounded with the infinite man's self. Perhaps a man can make himself not believe. He can not make himself believe. He can only believe by letting himself go, by trusting the force of gravity and the law of space around him. Faith is the universe flowing silently, implacably through his soul. He has given himself up to it. In the tiniest, noisiest noon, his spirit is flooded with the stars. He is let out to the boundaries of heaven, and the night sky bears him up in the heat of the day. In the presence of a great work of art, a work of inspiration or faith, there is no such thing as appreciation without letting oneself go. The subconscious self. The criticism of Carlyle's remark, "Editors are not here to say how," that it is ungracious and tantalizingly elusive, is a fair illustration of the mood to which the habit of analysis leads its victims. The explainer cannot let himself go. The puttering love of explaining and the need of explaining dog his soul at every turn of thought or thought of having a thought. He not only puts a microscope to his eyes to know with, but his eyes have ingrown microscopes. The microscope has become a part of his eyes. He cannot see anything without putting it on a slide, and when his microscope will not focus on it, and it cannot be reduced and explained, he explains that it is not there. The man of genius, on the other hand, with whom truth is an experience instead of a specimen, has learned that the probabilities are that the more impossible it is to explain a truth, the more truth there is in it. Insofar as the truth is an experience to him, he is not looking for slides. He will not mount it as a specimen, and he is not interested in seeing it explained or focused. He lives with it in his own heart insofar as he possesses it, and he looks at it with a telescope for a greater part which he cannot possess. The microscope is perpetually mislaid. He has the experience itself, and the one thing he wants to do with it is to convey it to others. He does this by giving himself up to it. The truth having become a part of him by his thus giving himself up, it becomes a part of his reader by his reader's giving himself up. Reading a work of genius is one man's unconsciousness greeting another man's. No author of the highest class can possibly be read without this mutual exchange of unconsciousness. He cannot be explained. He cannot explain himself, and he cannot be enjoyed, appreciated, or criticized by those who expect him to. Spiritual things are spiritually discerned. That is, experienced things are discerned by experience. They are ungracious and tantalizingly elusive. When the man who has a little talent tells a truth, he tells the truth so ill that he is obliged to tell how to do it. The artist, on the other hand, having given himself up to the truth, almost always tells it as if he were listening to it, as if he were being borne up by it, as by some great delight, even while he speaks to us. It is the power of the artist's truth when he writes like this that it shall haunt his reader as it has haunted him. He lives with it and is haunted by it day after day, whether he wants to be or not. And when a human being is obliged to live with a burning truth inside of him every day of his life, he will find a how for it. He will find some way of saying it, of getting it outside of him, of doing it, if only for the common and obvious reason that it burns the heart out of a man who does not. If the truth is really in a man, a truth to be done, he finds out how to do it as a matter of self-preservation. The average man, no doubt, will continue now, as always, to consider Carlyle's "Editors are not here to say how" ungracious and tantalizingly elusive. He demands of every writer not only that he shall write the truth for every man, but that he shall practically read it for him, that is, tell him how to read it, the best part of reading it. It is by this explaining the truth too much, by making it small enough for small people, that so many lies have been made out of it. The gist of the matter seems to be that if the spirit of the truth does not inspire a man to some more eager way of finding out how to do a truth than asking some other man how to do it, it must be some other spirit. The way out for the explorating or weak man does not consist in the scientist's or the commentator's how, or the artist's how, or in any other strain of helping the ground to hold one up. It consists in the power of letting oneself go. To say nothing of appreciation of power, criticism of power is impossible without letting oneself go. Criticism, which is not the faithful remembering and reporting of an unconscious mood, is not worthy of being called criticism at all. A critic cannot find even the faults of a book who does not let himself go in it, and there is not a living man who can expect to write a criticism of a book until he has given himself a chance to have an experience with it, to write his criticism with. The larger part of the professional criticism of the ages that are past has proved worthless to us, because the typical professional critic has generally been a man who professes not to let himself go and who is proud of it. If it were not for the occasional possibility of his being stunned by a book, made unconscious by it, the professional critic of the lesser sort would never say anything of interest to us at all. And even if he did, being a maimed and defective conscious person, the evidence that he was stunned is likely to be of more significance than anything he may say about the book that stunned him, or about the way he felt when he was being stunned. Having had very little practice in being unconscious, the bare fact is all that he can remember about it. The unconsciousness of a person who has long lost the habit of unconsciousness is apt to be a kind of groping stupor or deadness at its best, and not, as with the artist, a state of being, a way of being incalculably alive, and of letting in infinite life. It is a small joy that is not unconscious. The man who knows he is reading when he has a book in his hands does not know very much about books. People who always know what time it is, who always know exactly where they are and exactly how they look, have it not in their power to read a great book. The book that comes to the reader as a great book is always one that shares with him the infinite and the eternal in himself. There is a time to know what time it is, and there is a time not to, and there are many places small enough to know where they are. The book that knows what time it is in every sentence will always be read by the clock, but the great book, the book with infinite vistas in it, shall not be read by men with a rim of time around it. The place of it is unmeasured, and there is no sound that men can make which shall tick in that place. The organic principle of inspiration. Letting oneself go is but a half principle, however, to do one's reading with. The other half consists in getting oneself together again. In proportion as we truly appreciate what we read, we find ourselves playing, at being Boswell to a book and being Johnson to it by turns. The vital reader lets himself go and collects himself as the work before him demands. There are some books where it is necessary to let oneself go from beginning to end. There are others where a man may sit as he sits at a play, being himself between acts, or at proper intervals when the author lets down the curtain and being translated the rest of the time. Our richest moods are those in which, as we look back upon them, we seem to have been impressionable, creative, and receptive at the same time. The alternating currents of these moods are so swift that they seem simultaneous, and the immeasurable swiftness with which they pass from one to the other is the soul's instinctive method of kindling itself, the very act of inspiration. Sometimes the subconscious self has it all its own way with us, and the subconscious self is crowded to the horizon's edge, like northern lights still playing in the distance. But the result is the same, the dim presence of one of these moods in the other when one's power is least effective, and the gradual alternating of the currents of the moods as power grows more effective. In the higher states of power, the moods are seen alternating with increasing heat and swiftness until in the highest state of power of all, they are seen in their mutual glow and splendor, working as one mood, creating miracles. The orator and the listener, the writer and the reader, in proportion as they become alive to one another, come into the same spirit, the spirit of mutual listening and utterance. At the very best and in the most inspired mood, the reader reads as if he were a reader and writer both, and the writer writes as if he were a writer and reader both. While it is necessary in the use and development of power that all varieties and combinations of these moods should be familiar experiences with the artist and with the reader of the artist, It remains as the climax and ideal of all energy and beauty in the human soul that these moods shall be found alternating very swiftly, to all appearances, together. The artist's command of this alternating current, the swiftness with which he modulates these moods into one another, is the measure of his power. The violinist who plays best is the one who sings the most things together in his playing. He listens to his bow, to the heart of his audience, and to the soul of the composer all at once. His instrument sings a singing that blends them together. The effect of their being together is called art. The effect of their being together is produced by the fact that they are together, that they are born and living and dying together in the man himself while the strings are singing to us. They are the spirit within the strings. His letting himself go to them, his gathering himself out of them, his power to receive and create at once, is the secret of the effect he produces. The power to be receptive and creative by turns is only obtained by constant and daily practice, and when the modulating of one of these moods into the other becomes a swift and unconscious habit of life, what is called temperament in an artist is attained at last, and inspiration is a daily occurrence. It is as hard for such a man to keep from being inspired as it is for the rest of us to make ourselves inspired. He has to go out of his way to avoid inspiration. In proportion as this principle is recognized and allowed free play in the habits that obtain amongst men who know books, their habits will be inspired habits. Books will be read and lived in the same breath, and books that have been lived will be written. The most serious menace in the present epidemic of analysis in our colleges is not that it is teaching men to analyze masterpieces until they are dead to them, but that it is teaching men to analyze their own lives until they are dead to themselves. When the process of education is such that it narrows the area of unconscious thinking and feeling in a man's life, it cuts him off from his kinship with the gods, from his habit of being unconscious enough of what he has to enter into the joy of what he has not. The best that can be said of such an education is that it is a patient, painstaking, laborious training in locking one's self up. It dooms a man to himself, the smallest part of himself, and walls him out of the universe. He comes to its doorways one by one. The shining of them falls at first on him, as it falls on all of us. He sees the shining of them and hastens to them. One by one they are shut in his face. His soul is damned, is sentenced to perpetual consciousness of itself. What is there that he can do next? Turning round and round inside himself, learning how little worth while it is, there is but one fate left open to such a man, a blind and desperate lunge into the roar of life he cannot see for facts, the usual LHD, PhD fate. If he piles around him the huge, hollow-sounding outsides of things in the universe that have lived, bones of soul, matter of bodies, skeletons of lives that men have lived, who shall blame him? He wonders why they have lived, why anyone lives, and if, when he has wondered long enough why anyone lives, we choose to make him the teacher of the young, that the young also may wonder why anyone lives, why should we call him to account? He cannot but teach what he has, what has been given him, and we have but ourselves to thank that, as every radiant June comes round, diplomas for ennui are being handed out, thousands of them, to specially favored children through all this broad and glorious land.
End of section 7. Section 8 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The fifth interference, the habit of analysis. If Shakespeare came to Chicago. It is one of the supreme literary excellences of the Bible that, until the other day almost, it had never occurred to anyone that it is literature at all. It has been read by men and women, and children, and priests, and popes, and kings and slaves, and the dying of all ages, and it has come to them not as a book, but as if it were something happening to them. It has come to them as nights and mornings come, and sleep and death, as one of the great, simple, infinite experiences of human life. It has been the habit of the world to take the greatest works of art, like the greatest works of God, in this simple and straightforward fashion, as great experiences. If a masterpiece really is a masterpiece, and rains and shines its instincts on us as masterpieces should, we do not think whether it is literary or not, any more than we gaze on mountains and stop to think how sublimely scientific, raptly geological, and logically chemical they are. These things are true about mountains and have their place, but it is the nature of a mountain to insist upon its own place, to be an experience first, and to be as scientific and geological and chemical as it pleases afterward. It is the nature of anything powerful to be an experience first and to appeal to experience. When we have time, or when the experience is over, a mountain or a masterpiece can be analyzed, the worst part of it, but we cannot make a masterpiece by analyzing it, and a mountain has never been appreciated by pounding it into trap, quartz, and conglomerate, and it still holds good as a general principle that making a man appreciate a mountain by pounding it takes nearly as long as making the mountain, and is not nearly so worthwhile. Not many years ago, in one of our journals of the more literary sort, there appeared a few directions from Chicago University to the late John Keats on how to write an Ode to a Nightingale. These directions were from the head of a department, who in a previous paper in the same journal had rewritten the Ode to a Grecian Urn. The main point the head of the department made with regard to the Nightingale was that it was not worth rewriting. The Ode to the Nightingale, says he, offers me no such temptation. There is almost nothing in it that properly belongs to the subject treated. The faults of the Grecian urn are such as the poet himself, under wise criticism, see Catalogue of Chicago University, might easily have removed. The faults of the Nightingale are such that they cannot be removed. They are in here, in the idea and structure. The head of the department dwells at length upon the hopeless fortune of the poem, expressing his regret that it can never be retrieved. After duly analyzing what he considers the poem's leading thought, he regrets that a poet like John Keats should go so far, apropos of a nightingale, as to sigh in his immortal stanzas for something which, whatever it may be, is nothing short of a dead drunk. One hears the soul of Keats from out its eternal Italy. Is there no one near to help me? No fair dawn of life from charitable voice? No sweet saying to set my dull and saddened spirit playing? The head of the department goes on, and the lines, "Still wouldst thou sing, and I have ears in vain, to thy high requiem become a sod," are passed through analysis. What the fitness is, he says, or what the poetic or other effectiveness of suggesting that the corpse of a person who has ceased upon the midnight still has ears, only to add that it has them in vain, I cannot pretend to understand. One of a great many other things that the head of the department does not pretend to understand. It is probably with the same outfit of not pretending to understand that, for the edification of the merely admiring mind, the Ode to a Grecian Urn was rewritten. To Keats' lines, "O Attic shape, fair attitude, with breed of marble men and maidens overwrought, with forest branches and the trodden weed, thou silent form dost tease us out of thought, as doth eternity, cold pastoral. When old age shall this generation waste, thou shalt remain, in midst of other woe than ours, a friend to man, to whom thou sayest, Beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all ye know on earth, and all you need to know." He makes various corrections, offering as a substitute conclusion to the poet's song the following outburst: "Preaching this wisdom with thy cheerful mien, possessing beauty, thou possessest all. Pause at that goal, not farther from thy quest." It would not be just to present the present state of academic instruction in literature to illustrate it by such an extreme instance as this of the damage the educated mind, debauched with analysis, is capable of doing to the reading habit. It is probable that a large proportion of the teachers of literature in the United States, both out of their sense of John Keats and out of respect to themselves, would have publicly resented this astonishing exhibit of the extreme literary academic mind in a prominent journal, had they not suspected that its editor, having discovered a literary academic mind that could take itself as seriously as this, had deliberately brought it out as a spectacle. It could do no harm to Keats, certainly, or to anyone else, and would afford an infinite deal of amusement, the journal argued, to let a mind like this clatter down a column to oblivion. So it did. It was taken by all concerned, teachers, critics, and observers alike, as one of the more interesting literary events of the season. Unfortunately, however, entertainments of this kind have a very serious side to them. It is one thing to smile at an individual when one knows that, standing where he does, he stands by himself, and another to smile at an individual when one knows that he is not standing by himself, that he is a type, that there must be a great many others like him, or he would not be standing where he does at all. When a human being is seen taking his stand over his own soul in public print, summing up its emptiness there and gloating over it, we are in the presence of a disheartening fact. It can be covered up, however, and in what, on the whole, is such a fine, true-ringing, hearty old world as this, it need not be made much of, but when we find that a mind like this has been placed at the head of a department of poetry in a great representative American university, the last thing that should be done with it is to cover it up. The more people know where the analytical mind is today, where it is getting to be, and the more they think what its being there means, the better. The signs of the times, the destiny of education, and the fate of literature are all involved in a fact like this. The mere possibility of having the analyzing, grinding mind engaged in teaching a spontaneous art in a great educational institution would be of great significance. The fact that it is actually there and that no particular comment is excited by its being there is significant. It betrays not only what the general national academic attitude toward literature is, but that that attitude has become habitual, that it is taken for granted. One would be inclined to suppose, looking at the matter abstractly, that all students and teachers of literature would take it for granted that the practice of making a dispassionate criticism of a passion would be a dangerous practice for any vital and spontaneous nature. Certainly the last kind of practice that a student of the art of poetry, that is, the art of literature in the essential sense, would wish to make himself master of. The first item in a critic's outfit for criticizing a passion is having one. The fact that this is not regarded as an axiom in our current education in books is a very significant fact. It goes with another significant fact, the assumption in most courses of literature, as at present conducted, that a little man, that is, a man incapable of a great passion, who is not even able to read a book with a great passion in it, can somehow teach other people to read it. It is not necessary to deny that analysis occasionally plays a valuable part in bringing a pupil to a true method and knowledge of literature, but unless the analysis is inspired by nothing can be more dangerous to a pupil under his 30th year, even for the shortest period of time, or more likely to move him over to the farthest confines of the creative life, or more certain, if continued long enough, to set him forever outside all power or possibility of power, either in the art of literature or in any of the other arts. The first objection to the analysis of one of Shakespeare's plays, as ordinarily practiced in courses of literature, is that it is of doubtful value to 999 pupils in 1,000, if they do it. The second is that they cannot do it. The analyzing of one of Shakespeare's plays requires more of a commonplace pupil than Shakespeare required of himself. The apology that is given for the analyzing method is that the process of analyzing a work of Shakespeare's will show the pupil how Shakespeare did it, and that by seeing how Shakespeare did it, he will see how to do it himself. In the first place, analysis will not show how Shakespeare did it, and in the second place, if it does, it will show that he did not do it by analysis. In the third place, to say nothing of not doing it by analysis, if he had analyzed it before he did it, he could not have analyzed it afterward in the literal and modern sense. In the fourth place, even if Shakespeare were able to do his work by analyzing it before he did it, it does not follow that undergraduate students can. A man of genius, with all his onset of natural passion, his natural power of letting himself go, could doubtless do more analyzing, both before and after his work, than anyone else without being damaged by it. What shall be said of the folly of trying to teach men of talent and the mere pupils of men of talent by analysis, by a method that is, which, even if it succeeds in doing what it tries to do, can only at the very best reveal to the pupil the roots of his instincts before they have come up? And why is it that our courses of literature may be seen assuming today on every hand, almost without exception, that by teaching men to analyze their own inspirations, the inspirations they have, and teaching them to analyze the inspirations of other men, inspirations they can never have, we are somehow teaching them English literature? It seems to have been overlooked while we are all analytically falling at Shakespeare's feet that Shakespeare did not become Shakespeare by analytically falling at anyone's feet, not even at his own, and that the most important difference between being a Shakespeare and being an analyzer of Shakespeare is that with the man Shakespeare no submitting of himself to the analysis gymnast would ever have been possible. And with the students of Shakespeare, as students go, and if they are caught young enough, the habit of analysis is not only a possibility but a sleek, industrious, and complacent certainty. After a little furtive looking backward, perhaps, and a few tremblings and doubts, they shall all be seen, almost to a man, offering their souls to Moloch, as though the not having a soul and not missing it were the one final and consummate triumph that literary culture could bring. Flocks of them can be seen with the shining in their faces year after year, term after term, almost anywhere on this civilized globe, doing this very thing, doing it under the impression that they are learning something, and not until the shining in their faces is gone will they be under the impression that they have learned it, whatever it is, and that they are educated. The fact that the analytic mind is establishing itself in a greater or lesser degree as the sentinel in college life of the entire creative literature of the world is a fact with many meanings in it. It means not only that there are a great many more minds like it in literature, but that a great many other minds, nearly all college-educated minds, are being made like it. It means that unless the danger is promptly faced and acted upon, the next generation of American citizens can neither expect to be able to produce literature of its own nor to appreciate or enjoy literature that has been produced. It means that another 18th century is coming to the world, and as the analysis is deeper than before and more deadly clever with the deeper things than before, it is going to be the longest 18th century the world has ever seen. Generations with machines for hands and feet, machines for minds, machines outside their minds to enjoy the machines inside their minds with. Every man with his information machine to be cultured with, his religious machine to be good with, and his private analysis machine to be beautiful with, shall take his place in the world, shall add his soul to the machine we make a world with. For every man that is born on the earth, one more joy shall be crowded out of it. One more analysis of joy shall take its place, go round and round under the stars, dew, dawn, and darkness, until it stops. How a sunrise is made, and why a cloud is artistic, and how pines should be composed in a landscape, all men shall know. We shall criticize the technique of thunderstorms. And what is a sunset, after all? The reflection of a large body on a rarefied air. Through analyzed heaven and overanalyzed fields, it trails its joylessness around the earth. Time was when the setting of the sun was the playing of two worlds upon a human being's life on the edge of the little day, the blending of sense and spirit for him, earth and heaven out in the still west. His whole being went forth to it. He watched with it and prayed and sang with it. In its presence his soul walked down to the stars. Out of the joy of his life, the finite sorrow and the struggle of his life, he gazed upon it. It was the portrait of his infinite self. Every setting sun that came to him was a compact with eternal joy. The night itself, his figure faint before it in the flicker of the east, whispered to him, "Thou also, hills and heavens around thee, hills and heavens within thee, O child of time, thou also art God." "Ah me, how I could love, my soul doth melt," cries Keats. "Ye deaf and senseless minutes of the day, and thou, old forest, hold ye this for true. There is no lightning, no authentic dew, but in the eye of love. There is not a sound, melodious howsoever, can confound the heavens and the earth to such a death as doth the voice of love. There's not a breath will mingle kindly with the meadow air till it has painted round and stolen a share of passion from the heart." John Keats and William Shakespeare wrote masterpieces because they had passions, spiritual experiences, and the daily habit of inspiration. In so far as these masterpieces are being truthfully taught, they are taught by teachers who themselves know the passion of creation. They teach John Keats and William Shakespeare by rousing the same passions and experiences in the pupil that Keats and Shakespeare had, and by daily appealing to them. Analysis analyzed. There are a great many men in the world today faithfully doing their stint in it. They are commonly known as men of talent, who would have been men of genius if they had dared. Education has made cowards of us all, and the habit of examining the roots of one's instincts before they come up is an incurable habit. The essential principle in a true work of art is always the poem or the song that is hidden in it. A work of art by a man of talent is generally ranked by the fact that it is the work of a man who analyzes a song before he sings it. He puts down the words of the song first, writes it, that is, in prose, then he lumbers it over into poetry, then he looks around for some music for it, then he practices at singing it, and then he sings it. The man of genius, on the other hand, whether he be a great one or a very little one, is known by the fact that he has a song sent to him. He sings it. He has a habit of humming it over afterwards. His humming it over afterwards is his analysis. It is the only possible inspired analysis. The difference between these two types of men is so great that anything that the smaller of them has to say about the spirit or the processes of the other is of little value. When one of them tries to teach the work of the other, which is what almost always occurs, the man of talent being the typical professor of works of genius, the result is fatal. The singer who is so little capable of singing that he can give a prose analysis of his own song while it is coming to him and before he sings it can hardly be expected to extemporize an inspired analysis of another man's song after reading it. If a man cannot apply inspired analysis to a little common passion in a song he has of his own, he is placed in a hopeless position when he tries to give an inspired analysis of a passion that only another man could have and that only a great man would forget himself long enough to have. An inspired analysis may be defined as the kind of analysis that the real poet, in his creatively critical mood, is able to give to his work, a low singing or humming analysis in which all the elements of the song are active and all the faculties and all the senses work on the subject at once. The proportions and relations of a living thing are all kept perfect in an inspired analysis, and the song is made perfect at last, not by being taken apart, but by being made to pass its delight more deeply and more slowly through the singer's utmost self to its fulfillment. What is ordinarily taught as analysis is very different from this. It consists in the deliberate and triumphant separation of the faculties from one another and from the thing they have produced. The dull, bare, pitiless process of passing a living and beautiful thing before one vacant staring faculty at a time. This faculty, being left in the stupor of being all by itself, sits in complacent judgment upon a work of art, the very essence of the life and beauty of which is its appealing to all of the faculties and senses at once, in their true proportion, glowing them together into a unit, namely, several things made into one thing, that is, several things occupying the same time and the same place, that is, synthesis. An inspired analysis is the rehearsal of a synthesis. An analysis is not inspired unless it comes as a flash of light and a burst of music and a breath of fragrance all in one. Such an analysis cannot be secured with painstaking and slowness unless the painstaking and slowness are the rehearsal of a synthesis, and all the elements in it are labored on and delighted in at once. It must be a low-singing or humming analysis. The expert student or teacher of poetry who makes a dispassionate criticism of a passion, who makes it his special boast that he is able to apply his intellect severely by itself to a great poem, boasts of the devastation of the highest power a human being can attain. The commonest man that lives, whatever his powers may be, if they are powers that act together, can look down on a man whose powers cannot, as a mutilated being. While it cannot be denied that a being who has been thus especially mutilated is often possessed of a certain literary ability, he belongs to the acrobats of literature rather than to the literature itself. The contortionist who separates himself from his hands and feet for the delectation of audiences, the circus performer who makes a battering ram of his head and who glories in being shot out of a cannon into space and amazement, goes through his motions with essentially the same pride in his strength and sustains the same relation to the strength of the real man of the world. Whatever a course of literary criticism may be, or its value may be, to the pupils who take it, it consists more often than not, on the part of pupil and teacher both, in the dislocating of one faculty from all the others, and bearing it down hard on a work of art as if what it was made of, or how it was made, could only be seen by scratching it. It is to be expected now and then, in the hurry of the outside world, that a newspaper critic will be found writing a cerebellum criticism of a work of the imagination, but the student of literature, in the comparative quiet and leisure of the college atmosphere, who works in the same separated spirit, who estimates a work by dislocating his faculties on it, is infinitely more blameworthy. And the college teacher who teaches a work of genius by causing it to file before one of his faculties at a time, when all of them would not be enough, who does this in the presence of young persons and trains them to do it themselves, is a public menace. The attempt to master a masterpiece, as it were, by reading it first with the sense of sight and then with the sense of smell, and with all the senses in turn, keeping them carefully guarded from their habit of sensing things together, is not only a self-destructive but a hopeless attempt. Even if it would attempt to master anything in this way, would find it hopeless, and the attempt to learn a great work of art, a great whole, by applying the small parts of a small mind to it, one after the other, is more hopeless still. It can be put down as a general principle that a human being is so little alive that he finds his main pleasure in life in taking himself apart, can find little of value for others in a masterpiece, a work of art which is so much alive that it cannot be taken apart, and which is eternal because its secret is eternally its own. If the time ever comes when it can be taken apart, it will be done only by a man who could have put it together, who is more alive than the masterpiece is alive, until the masterpiece meets with a master who is more creative than its first master was. The less the emotions of analysis are gone through with by those who are not masters, the better. A masterpiece cannot be analyzed by the cold and negative process of being taken apart. It can only be analyzed by being melted down. It can only be melted down by a man who has creative heat in him to melt it down, and the daily habit of glowing with creative heat. It is a matter of common observation that the fewer resources an artist has, the more things there are in nature and in the nature of life which he thinks are not beautiful. The making of an artist is his sense of selection. If he is an artist of the smaller type, he selects beautiful subjects with ready-made beauty in them. If he is an artist of the larger type, he can hardly miss making almost any subject beautiful, because he has so many beautiful things to put it with. He sees every subject the way it is, that is, in relation to a great many other subjects, the way God saw it when he made it, and the way it is. The essential difference between a small mood and a large one is that in the small one we see each thing we look on comparatively by itself, or with reference to one or two relations to persons and events. In our larger mood we see it less analytically. We see it as it is, and as it lives, and as a God would see it, playing its meaning through the whole created scheme into everything else. The soul of beauty is synthesis. In the presence of a mountain, the sound of a hammer is as rich as a symphony. It is like the little word of a great man, great in its great relations. When the spirit is waked and the man within the man is listening to it, the sound of a hoof on a lonely road in the great woods is the footstep of cities to him coming through the trees, and the low chalking sound of a cartwheel in the still and radiant valley throngs his being like an opera. All sights and echoes and thoughts and feelings revel in it. It is music for the smoke, wrapped and beautiful, rising from the chimneys at his feet. A sheet of water, making heaven out of nothing, is beautiful to the dullest man, because he cannot analyze it, could not, even if he would, contrive to see it by itself. Skies come crowding on it. There is enough poetry in the mere angle of a sinking sun to flood the prose of a continent with, because the gentle earth-long shadows that follow it lay their fingers upon all life and creep together innumerable separated things. In the meadow where our birds are, there is scarcely a tree in sight to tangle the singing in. It is a meadow with miles of sunlight in it. It seems like a kind of world melody to walk in, the height of noon there. Infinite grass, infinite sky, gusts of bobolinks' voices. It's as if the air that drifted down made music of itself, and the song of all the singing everywhere, the song the soul hears, comes on the slow winds. Half the delight of a bobolink is that he is more synthetic, more of a poet than other birds, has a duet in his throat. He bursts from the grass and sings in bursts, plays his own obligato while he goes. One can never see him in his eager flurry between his low heaven and his low nest without catching the lilt of inspiration. Like the true poet, he suits the action to the word in a weary world, and does his flying and singing together. The song that he throws around him is the very spirit of his wings, of all wings. More beauty is always the putting of more things together. They were created to be together. The spirit of art is the spirit that finds this out. Even the bobolink is cosmic, if he sings with room enough, and when the heart wakes, the song of the cricket is infinite. We hear it across stars. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sixth Interference. Literary Drill in College. Seeds and Blossoms. 4 men stood before God at the end of the first week, watching him whirl his little globe. The first man said to him, "Tell me how you did it." The second man said, "Let me have it." The third man said, "What is it for?" The fourth man said nothing, and fell down and worshipped. Having worshipped, he rose to his feet and made a world himself. These 4 men have been known in history as the scientist, the man of affairs, the philosopher, and the artist. They stand for the 4 necessary points of view in reading books. Most of the readers of the world are content to be partitioned off, and having been duly set down for life in one or the other of these 4 divisions of human nature, they take sides from beginning to end with one or the other of these 4 men. It is the distinction of the scholar of the highest class in every period that he declines to do this. In so far as he finds each of the four men taking sides against each other, he takes sides against each of them in behalf of all. He insists on being able to absorb knowledge, to read and write in all four ways. If he is a man of genius as well as a scholar, he insists on being able to read and write, as a rule, in all four ways at once. If his genius is of the lesser kind, in 2 or 3 ways at once. The eternal books are those that stand this four-sided test. They are written from all of these points of view. They have absorbed into themselves the 4 moods of creation morning. It is thus that they bring the morning back to us. The most important question in regard to books that our schools and institutions of learning are obliged to face at present is, how shall we produce conditions that will enable the ordinary man to keep the proportions that belong to a man, to absorb knowledge, to do his reading and writing in all 4 ways at once? In other words, how shall we enable him to be a natural man, a man of genius as far as he goes? A masterpiece is a book that can only be read by a man who is a master in some degree of the things the book is master of. The man who has mastered things the most is the man who can make those things. The man who makes the things is the artist. He has bowed down and worshipped, and he has arisen and stood before God and created before him, and the spirit of the Creator is in him. To take the artist's point of view is to take the point of view that absorbs and sums up the others. The supremacy and comprehensiveness of this point of view is a matter of fact rather than argument. The artist is the man who makes the things that science and practical affairs and philosophy are merely about. The artist of the higher order is more scientific than the scientist, more practical than the man of affairs, and more philosophic than the philosopher, because he combines what these men do about things and what these men say about things into the things themselves, and makes the things live. To combine these 4 moods at once in one's attitude toward an idea is to take the artist's, that is the creative, point of view toward it. The only fundamental outfit a man can have for reading books in all 4 ways at once is his ability to take the point of view of the man who made the book in all 4 ways at once and feel the way he felt when he made it. The organs that appreciate literature are the organs that made it. True reading is latent writing. The more one feels like writing a book when he reads it, the more alive his reading is and the more alive the book is. The measure of culture is its originating and reproductive capacity. The amount of seed and blossom there is in it, the amount it can afford to throw away and secure divine results. Unless the culture in books we are taking such national pains to acquire in the present generation can be said to have this pollen quality in it, unless it is contagious, can be summed up in its pollen and transmitted, unless it is nothing more or less than life itself made catching, unless, like all else that is allowed to have rights in nature, it has powers also, has an almost infinite power of self-multiplication, self-perpetuation. The more cultured we are, the more emasculated we are. The vegetables of the earth and the flowers of the field, the very codfish of the sea become our superiors. What is more to the point, in the minds and interests of all living human beings, their culture crowds ours out. Nature may be somewhat coarse and simple-minded and naive, but reproduction is her main point, and she never misses it. Her prejudice against dead things is immutable. If a man objects to this prejudice against dead things, his only way of making himself count is to die. Nature uses such men over again, makes them into something more worthwhile, something terribly or beautifully alive, and goes on her way. If this principle, namely, that the reproductive power of culture is the measure of its value, were as fully introduced and recognized in the world of books as it is in the world of commerce and in the natural world, it would revolutionize from top to bottom, and from entrance examination to diploma, the entire course of study, policy, and spirit of most of our educational institutions. Allowing for exceptions in every faculty, memorable to all of us who have been college students, it would require a new corps of teachers. Entrance examinations for pupils and teachers alike would determine 2 points. First, what does this person know about things? Second, what is the condition of his organs? What can he do with them? If the privilege of being a pupil in the standard college were conditioned upon the second of these questions, the condition of his organs, as well as upon the first, 50 out of 100 pupils, as prepared at present, would fall short of admission. If the same test were applied for admission to the faculty, 90 out of 100 teachers would fall short of admission. Having had analytic, self-destructive learned habits for a longer time than their pupils, the condition of their organs is more hopeless. The man who has the greatest joy in a symphony is, first, the man who composes it; second, the conductor; third, the performers; fourth, those who might be composers of such music themselves; fifth, those in the audience who have been performers; sixth, those who are going to be; seventh, those who are composers of such music for other instruments; eighth, those who are composers of music in other arts, literature, painting, sculpture, and architecture; ninth, those who are performers of music on other instruments; tenth, those who are performers of music in other arts; 11th, those who are creators of music with their own lives; 12th, those who perform and interpret in their own lives the music they hear in other lives; 13th, those who create anything whatever and who love perfection in it; 14th, the public; 15th, the professional critic, almost inevitably at the 15th remove from the heart of things, because he is the least creative, unless he is a man of genius, or has pluck and talent enough to work his way through the other 14 moods and sum them up before he ventures to criticize. The principles that have been employed in putting life into literature must be employed on drawing life out of it. These principles are the creative principles, principles of joy. All influences in education, family training, and a man's life that tend to overawe, crowd out, and make impossible his own private, personal, daily habit of creative joy are enemies of books. Private road dangerous. The impotence of the study of literature as practiced in the schools and colleges of the present day turns largely on the fact that the principle of creative joy, of knowing through creative joy, is overlooked. The field of vision is the book and not the world. In the average course in literature, the field is not even the book. It is still farther from the creative point of view. It is the book about the book. It is written generally in the laborious, unreadable, well-read style, the book about the book. You are as one, when you are in the book about the book, thrust into the shadow of the endless aisles of other books. Not that they are referred to baldly or vulgarly, or in the text. It is worse than this, for this could be skipped, but you are surrounded helplessly. Invisible lexicons are on every page, grammars and rhetorics piled up in paragraphs and between the lines thrust at you everywhere. Hardly a chapter that does not convey its sense of struggling faithfulness, of infinite forlorn and empty plodding, and all for something a man might have known anyway. I have toted 1,000 books, each chapter seems to say. This one paragraph, page 1993, you feel it in the paragraph, has had to have 47 books carried to it. Not once, except in loopholes in his reading, which come now and then, does the face of the man's soul peep forth. One does not expect to meet anyone in the book about the book, not oneself, not even the man who writes it, nor the man who writes the book that the book is about. One is confronted with a mob. Two things are apt to be true of students who study the great masters in courses employing the book about the book. Even if the books about the book are what they ought to be, the pupils of such courses find that, 1, studying the master instead of the things he mastered, they lose all power over the things he mastered. 2, they lose, consequently, not only the power of creating masterpieces out of these things themselves, but the power of enjoying those that have been created by others, of having the daily experiences that make such joy possible. They are out of range of experience. They are barricaded against a life, inasmuch as the creators of literature, without a single exception, have been more interested in life than in books, and have written books to help other people to be more interested in life than in books. This is the gravest possible effect. To be more interested in life than in books is the first essential for creating a book or for understanding one. The typical course of study now offered in literature carries on its process of paralysis in various ways. First, it undermines the imagination by giving it paper things instead of real ones to work on. Second, by seeing that these things are selected instead of letting the imagination select its own things, the essence of having an imagination. Third, by requiring of the student a rigorous and ceaselessly unimaginative habit, the paralysis of the learned is forced upon him. He finds little escape from the constant reading of books that have all the imagination left out of them. Fourth, by forcing the imagination to work so hard in its capacity of pack-horse and memory that it has no power left to go anywhere of itself. Fifth, by overawing individual initiative, undermining personality in the pupil, crowding great classics into him instead of attracting little ones out of him. Attracting little classics out of a man is a thing that great classics are always intended to do, the thing that they always succeed in doing when left to themselves. Sixth, the teacher of literature, so-called, having succeeded in destroying the personality of the pupil, puts himself in front of the personality of the author. Seventh, a teacher who destroys personality in a pupil is the wrong personality to put in front of an author. If he were the right one, if he had the spirit of the author, his being in front, now and then at least, would be interpretation and inspiration. Not having the spirit of the author, he is intimidated by him, or has all he can do not to be. A classic cannot reveal itself to a groveler or to a critic. It is a book that was written standing up, and it can only be studied and taught by those who stand up without knowing it. The decorous and beautiful despising of oneself that the study of the classics has come to be as conducted under unclassic teachers is a fact that speaks for itself. Eighth, even if the personality of the teacher of literature is so fortunate as not to be the wrong one, there is not enough of it. There is hardly a course of literature that can be found in a college catalogue at the present time that does not base itself on the dictum that a great book can somehow, by some mysterious process, be taught by a small person. The axiom that necessarily undermines all such courses is obvious enough. A great book cannot be taught except by a teacher who is literally living in a great spirit, the spirit the great book lived in before it became a book. A teacher who has the great book in him, not over him, who, if he took time for it, might be capable of writing, in some sense at least, a great book himself. When the teacher is a teacher of this kind, teaches the spirit of what he teaches, that is, teaches the inside, a classic can be taught. Otherwise, the best course in literature that can be devised is the one that gives the masterpieces the most opportunity to teach themselves. The object of a course in literature is best served in proportion as the course is arranged and all associated studies are arranged in such a way as to secure sensitive and contagious conditions for the pupil's mind in the presence of the great masters, such conditions as give the pupil time, freedom, space, and atmosphere, the things out of which a masterpiece is written and with which alone it can be taught or can teach itself. All that comes between a masterpiece and its thus teaching itself spreads ruin both ways. The masterpiece is partitioned off from the pupil, guarded to be kept aloof from him, outside of him. The pupil is locked up from himself, his possible self. Not too much stress could possibly be laid upon intimacy with the great books or on the constant habit of living with them. They are the movable Olympus. All who create camp out between the heavens and the earth on them, and breathe and live and climb upon them. From their mighty sides they look down on human life, but classics can only be taught by classics. The creative paralysis of pupils who have drudged most deeply in classical training, English or otherwise, is a fact that no observer of college life can overlook. The guilt for this state of affairs must be laid at the door of the classics or at the door of the teachers. Either the classics are not worth teaching, or they are not being taught properly. In either case, the best way out of the difficulty would seem to be for teachers to let the classics teach themselves, to furnish the students with the atmosphere, the conditions, the point of view in life which will give the classics a chance to teach themselves. This brings us to the important fact that teachers of literature do not wish to create the atmosphere, the conditions, and points of view that give the classics a chance to teach themselves. Creating the atmosphere for a classic in the life of a student is harder than creating a classic. The more obvious and practicable course is to teach the classic, teach it oneself, whether there is atmosphere or not. It is admitted that this is not the ideal way to do with college students who suppose they are studying literature, but it is contended, college students and college electives being what they are, that there is nothing else to do. The situation sums itself up in the attitude of self-defense. It may be, as no one needs to point out, that the teaching of literature as at present conducted in college is a somewhat faithful and dogged farce, but whatever may be the faults of modern college teaching in literature, it is as good as our pupils deserve. In other words, the teachers are not respecting their pupils. It may be said that the constitution and bylaws of the literature class, as generally conducted, that the teachers cannot and must not respect their pupils. They cannot afford to. It costs more than most pupils are mentally worth, it is plausibly contended, to furnish students in college with the conditions of life and the conditions in their own minds that will give masterpieces a fair chance at them. Ergo, inasmuch as the average pupil cannot be taught a classic, he must be choked with it. The fact that the typical teacher of literature is more or less grudgingly engaged in doing his work and conducting his classes under the practical working theory that his pupils are not good enough for him suggests two important principles. First, if his pupils are good enough for him, they are good enough to be taught the best there is in him, and they must be taught this best there is in him as far as it goes, whether all of them are good enough for it or not. There is as much learning in watching others being educated as there is in appearing to be educated oneself. Second, if his pupils are not good enough for him, the most literary thing he can do with them is to make them good enough. If he is not a sufficiently literary teacher to divine the central ganglion of interest in a pupil and play upon it and gather delight about it, and make it gather delight itself, the next most literary thing he can do is protect both the books and the pupil by keeping them faithfully apart until they are ready for one another. If the teacher cannot recognize, arouse, and exercise such organs as his pupil has, and carry them out into themselves, and free them in self-activity, the pupil may be unfortunate in not having a better teacher, but he is fortunate in having no better organs to be blundered on. The drawing out of a pupil's first faint but honest and lasting power of really reading a book, of knowing what it is to be sensitive to a book, does not produce a very literary-looking result, of course, and it is hard to give the result an impressive or learned look in a catalogue, and it is a difficult thing to do without considering each pupil as a special human being by himself, worthy of some attention on that account, but it is the one upright, worthy, and beautiful thing a teacher can do. Any easier course he may choose to adopt in an institution of learning, even when it is taken helplessly or thoughtlessly as it generally is insincere and spectacular, a despising not only of the pupil but of the college public and of oneself. If it is true that the right study of literature consists in exercising and opening out the human mind, instead of making it a place for cold storage, it is not necessary to call attention to the essential pretentiousness and shoddiness of the average college course in literature. At its best, that is, if the pupils do not do the work, the study of literature in college is a sorry spectacle enough, a kind of huge girls' school with a chaperone taking its park walk. At its worst, that is, when the pupils do the work, it is a sight that would break a Homer's heart. If it were not for a few inspired and inconsistent teachers blessing particular schools and scholars here and there, doing a little guilty furtive teaching, whether or no, discovering short-cuts, climbing fences, breaking through the fields, and walking on the grass, the whole modern scheme of elaborate, tireless, endless laboriousness would come to nothing, except the sight of larger piles of paper in the world, perhaps, and rows of dreary, dogged people with degrees lugging them back and forth in it, one pile of paper to another pile of paper, and a general sense that something is being done. In the meantime, human life around us, trudging along in its anger, sorrow, or bliss, wonders what this thing is that is being done, and has a vague and troubled respect for it, but it is to be noted that it buys and reads the books, and that it has always bought and read the books, of those who have not done it, and who are not doing it, those who, standing in the spectacle of the universe, have been sensitive to it, have had a mighty love in it, or a mighty hate, or a true experience, and who have laughed and cried with it through the hearts of their brothers to the ends of the earth. The organs of literature. The literary problem. The problem of possessing or appreciating or teaching a literary style, resolves itself at last into a pure problem of personality. A pupil who is being trained in literature in proportion as his spiritual and physical powers are being brought out by the teacher and played upon until they permeate each other in all that he does and in all that he is, in all phases of his life. Unless what a pupil is glows to the fingertips of his words, he cannot write, and unless what he is makes the words of other men glow when he reads, he cannot read. In proportion as it is great, literature is addressed to all of a man's body and to all of his soul. It matters nothing how much a man may know about books unless the pages of them play upon his senses while he reads. He is not physically a cultivated man, a gentleman, or scholar with his body. Unless books play upon all his spiritual and mental sensibilities when he reads, he cannot be considered a cultivated man, a gentleman, and a scholar in his soul. It is the essence of all great literature that it makes its direct appeal to sense perceptions permeated with spiritual suggestion. There is no such thing possible as being a literary authority, a cultured or scholarly man, unless the permeating of the sense perceptions with spiritual suggestion is a daily and unconscious habit of life. Every man his own poet is the underlying assumption of every genuine work of art, and a work of art cannot be taught to a pupil in any other way than by making the same pupil a poet, by getting him to discover himself. Continued and unfaltering disaster is all that can be expected of all methods of literary training that do not recognize this. To teach a pupil all that can be known about a great poem is to take the poetry out of him and to make the poem prose to him forever. A pupil cannot even be taught great prose except by making a poet of him in his attitude toward it, and by so governing the conditions, excitements, duties, and habits of his course of study that he will discover he is a poet in spite of himself. The essence of Walter Pater's essays cannot be taught to a pupil except by making a new creature of him in the presence of the things the essays are about. Unless the conditions of a pupil's course are so governed, in college or otherwise, as to ensure and develop the delicate and strong response of all his bodily senses at the time of his life when nature decrees that his senses must be developed, that the spirit must be waked in them, or not at all, the study of Walter Pater will be in vain. The physical organization, the mere bodily state of the pupil, necessary to appreciate either the form or the substance of a bit of writing like The Child in the House, is the first thing a true teacher is concerned with. A college graduate whose nostrils have not been trained for years, steeped in the great still delights of the ground, who has not learned the spirit and fragrance of the soil beneath his feet, is not a sufficiently cultivated person to pronounce judgment either upon Walter Pater's style or upon his definition of style. To be educated in the great literatures of the world is to be trained in the drawing out in one's own body and mind of the physical and mental powers of those who write great literatures. Culture is the feeling of the induced current, the thrill of the lives of the dead, the charging the nerves of the body and powers of the spirit with the genius that has walked the earth before us. In the borrowed glories of the great one swift and passing page, we walk before heaven with them, breathe the long breath of the centuries with them, know the joy of the gods, and live. The man of genius is the man who literally gives himself. He makes every man a man of genius for the time being. He exchanges souls with us, and for one brief moment we are great, we are beautiful, we are immortal. We are visited with our possible selves. Literature is the transfiguring of the senses in which men are dwelling every day and of the thoughts of the mind in which they are living every day. It is the commingling of one's life in one vast network of sensibility, communion, and eternal comradeship with all the joy and sorrow, taste, odor, and sound, passion of men and love of women, and worship of God that ever has been on the earth, since the watching of the first night above the earth, or since the look of the first morning on it, when it was loved for the first time by a human life. The artist is recognized as an artist in proportion as the senses of his body drift their glow and splendor over into the creations of his mind. He is an artist because his flesh is informed with the spirit, because in whatever he does he incarnates the spirit in the flesh. The gentle, stroking delight in this universe that Dr. Holmes took all his days, his contagious gladness in it and approval of it, his impressionableness to its moods, its Oliver Wendell ones, who really denies in his soul that this capacity of Dr. Holmes to enjoy this delicate, ceaseless tasting with sense and spirit of the essence of life was the very substance of his culture. The books that he wrote and the things that he knew were merely the form of it. His power of expression was the blending of sense and spirit in him, and because his mind was trained into the texture of his body, people delighted in his words in form and spirit both. There is no training in the art of expression or study of those who know how to express it that shall not consist, not in a pupil's knowing wherein the power of a book lies, but in his experiencing the power himself, in his entering the life behind the book and the habit of life that made writing such a book and reading it possible. This habit is the habit of incarnation. A true and classic book is always the history some human soul has had in its tent of flesh, camped out beneath the stars, groping for the thing they shine to us, trying to find a body for it. In the great wide plain of wonder, there they sing the wonder a little time to us if we listen. Then they pass on to it. Literature is but the faint echo tangled in thousands of years of this mighty, lonely singing of theirs under the dome of life, in the presence of the things that books are about. The power to read a great book is the power to glory in these things, and to use that glory every day to do one's living and reading with. Knowing what is in the book may be called learning, but the test of culture always is that it will not be content with knowledge unless it is inward knowledge. Inward knowledge is the knowledge that comes to us from behind the book, from living for weeks with the author until his habits have become our habits, until God himself, through days and nights and deeds and dreams, has blended our souls together. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Entrance examinations in joy. If entrance examinations in joy were required at our representative colleges, very few of the pupils who are prepared for college in the ordinary way would be admitted. What is more serious than this, the honor pupils in the colleges themselves at commencement time, those who have submitted most fully to the college requirements, would take a lower stand in a final examination in joy, whether of sense or spirit, than any others in the class. Their education has not consisted in the acquiring of a state of being, a condition of organs, a capacity of tasting life, of creating and sharing the joys and meanings in it. Their learning has largely consisted in the fact that they have learned at last to let their joys go. They have become the most satisfactory of scholars, not because of their power of knowing, but because of their willingness to be powerless in knowing. When they have been drilled to know without joy, have become the day laborers of learning, they are given diplomas for cheerlessness and are sent forth into the world as teachers of the young. Almost any morning, in almost any town or city beneath the sun, you can see them, gentle reader, with the children, spreading their tired minds and their tired bodies over all the fresh and buoyant knowledge of the earth. Knowledge that has not been throbbed in cannot be throbbed out. The graduates of the colleges for women, in the Association of Collegiate Alumni, have seriously discussed the question whether the college course in literature made them nearer or farther from creating literature themselves. The editor of Harper's Monthly has recorded that the spontaneity and freedom of subjective construction in certain American authors was only made possible, probably, by their having escaped an early academic training. The Century magazine has been so struck with the fact that hardly a single writer of original power before the public has been a regular college graduate that it has offered special prizes and inducements for any form of creative literature, poem, story, or essay that a college graduate could write. If a teacher of literature desires to remove his subject from the uncreative methods he finds in use around him, he can only do so successfully by persuading trustees and college presidents that literature is an art, and that it can only be taught through the methods and spirit and conditions that belong to art. If he succeeds in persuading trustees and presidents, he will probably find that faculties are not persuaded. and that, in the typical Germanized institution of learning at least, any work he may choose to do in the spirit and method of joy will be looked upon by the larger part of his fellow teachers as superficial and pleasant. Those who do not feel that it is superficial and pleasant, who grant that working for a state of being is the most profound and worthy and strenuous work a teacher can do, that it is what education is for, will feel that it is impracticable. It is thus that it has come to pass in the average institution of learning that if a teacher does not know what education is, he regards education as superficial, and if he does know what education is, he regards education as impossible. It is not intended to be dogmatic, but it may be worthwhile to state from the pupil's point of view and from memory what kind of teacher a college student who is really interested in literature would like to have. Given a teacher of literature who has carte blanche from the other teachers, the authorities around him, and from the trustees, the authorities over him, what kind of a stand will he find it best to take if he proposes to give his pupils an actual knowledge of literature? In the first place, he will stand on the general principle that if a pupil is to have an actual knowledge of literature as literature, he must experience literature as an art. In the second place, if he is to teach literature to his pupils as an art to be mastered, he will begin his teaching as a master. Instead of his pupils determining that they will elect him, he will elect them. If there is to be any candidating, he will see that the candidating is properly placed, that the privilege at least of the first-class music master, dancing master, and teacher of painting, the choosing of his own pupils, is accorded to him. Inasmuch as the power and value of his class must always depend upon him, he will not allow either the size or the character of his classes to be determined by a catalogue, or by the examinations of other persons, or by the advertising facilities of the college. If actual results are to be achieved in his pupils, it can only be by his governing the conditions of their work and by keeping these conditions at all times in his own hands. In the third place, he will see that his class is so conducted that out of 100 who desire to belong to it, the best 10 only will be able to. In the fourth place, he will himself not only determine which are the best 10, but he will make this determination on the one basis possible for a teacher of art, the basis of mutual attraction among the pupils. He will take his stand on the spiritual principle that if classes are to be vital classes, it is not enough that the pupils should elect the teacher, but the teacher and pupils must elect each other. The basis of an art is the mutual attraction that exists between things that belong together. The basis for transmitting an art to other persons is the natural attraction that exists between persons that belong together. The more mutual the attraction is, complementary or otherwise, the more condensed and powerful teaching can it be made the conductor of. If 100 candidates offer themselves, 50 will be rejected because the attraction is not mutual enough to ensure swift and permanent results. Out of 50, 40 will be rejected, probably for the sake of 10 with whom the mutual attraction is so great that great things cannot help being accomplished by it. The thorough and contagious teacher of literature will hold his power, the power of conveying the current and mood of art to others, as a public trust. He owes it to the institution in which he is placed to refuse to surround himself with non-conductors, and inasmuch as his power, such as it is instinctive power, it will be placed where it instinctively counts the most. In proportion as he loves his art and loves his kind, and desires to get them on speaking terms with each other, he will devote himself to selected pupils, to those with whom he will throw the least away. His service to others will be to give to these such real, inspired, and reproductive knowledge that it shall pass on from them to others of its own inherent energy. From the narrower, that is, the less spiritual, point of view, it has seemed perhaps a selfish and aristocratic thing for a teacher to make distinctions in persons in the conduct of his work, but from the point of view of the progress of the world, it is heartless and sentimental to do otherwise. And without exception, all of the
Most successful teachers in all of the arts have been successful quite as much through a kind of dictatorial insight in selecting the pupils they could teach, as in selecting the things they could teach them. In the fifth place, having determined to choose his pupils himself, the selection will be determined by processes of his own choosing. These processes, whatever form or lack of form they may take, will serve to convey to the teacher the main knowledge he desires. They will be an examination in the capacity of joy in the pupil, inasmuch as surplus joy in a pupil is the most promising thing he can have. The sole secret of any ability he may ever attain of learning literature, the basis of all discipline, it will be the first thing the teacher takes into account. While it is obvious that an examination in joy could not be conducted in any set fashion, every great joy in the world has its natural diviners and experts, and teachers of literature who know its joy have plenty of ways of divining this joy in others. In the sixth place, pupils will be dropped and promoted by a teacher in such a class as has been described, according to the spirit and force and creativeness of their daily work. Promotion will be by elimination, that is, the pupil will stay where he is and the class will be made smaller for him. The superior natural force of each pupil will have full sway in determining his share of the teacher's force. As this force belongs most to those who waste it least, if 5/10 of the appreciation in a class belongs to one pupil, 5/10 of the teacher belongs to him, and promotion is most truly effected not by giving the best pupils a new teacher, but by giving them more of the old one. A teacher's work can only be successful in proportion as it is accurately individual and puts each pupil in the place he was made to fit. In the seventh place, the select class will be selected by the teacher as a baseball captain selects his team, not as being the 9 best men, but as being the 9 men who most call each other out and make the best play together. If the teacher selects his class wisely, the principle of his selection sometimes, from the outside at least, will seem no principle at all. The class must have its fool, for instance, and pupils must be selected for useful defects as well as for virtues. Belonging to such a class will not be allowed to have a stiff, definite water-meter meaning in it with regard to the capacity of a pupil. It will only be known that he is placed in the class for some quality, fault, or inspiration in him that can be brought to bear on the state of being in the class in such a way as to produce results, not only for himself, but for all concerned. Natural selection in theory. The conditions just stated as necessary for the vital teaching of literature narrow themselves down, for the most part, to the very simple and common principle of life and art, the principle of natural selection. As an item in current philosophy, the principle of natural selection meets with general acceptance. It is one of those pleasant and instructive doctrines which, when applied to existing institutions, is opposed at once as a sensational, visionary, and revolutionary doctrine. There are 2 most powerful objections to the doctrine of natural selection in education. One of these is the scholastic objection, and the other is the religious one. The scholastic objection is that natural selection in education is impracticable. It cannot be made to operate mechanically or for large numbers, and it interferes with nearly all of the educational machinery for hammering heads in rows, which we have at command at present. Even if the machinery could be stopped and natural selection could be given the place that belongs to it, all success in acting on it would call for handmade teachers, and handmade teachers are not being produced when we have nothing but machines to produce them with. The scholastic objection that natural selection in education is impracticable under existing conditions is obviously well taken. As it cannot be answered, it had best be taken perhaps as a recommendation. The religious objection to natural selection in education is not that it is impracticable, but that it is wicked. It rests its case on the defense of the weak. But the question at issue is not whether the weak shall be served and defended, or whether they shall not. We all would serve and defend the weak. If a teacher feels that he can serve his inferior pupils best by making his superior pupils inferior too, it is probable that he had better do it, and that he will know how to do it, and that he will know how to do it better than anyone else. There are many teachers, however, who have the instinctive belief, and who act on it so far as they are allowed to, that to take the stand that the inferior pupil must be defended at the expense of the superior pupil is to take a sentimental stand. It is not a stand in favor of the inferior pupil, but against him. The best way to respect an inferior pupil is to keep him in place. The more he is kept in place, the more his powers will be called upon. If he is in the place above him, he may see much that he would not see otherwise, much at which he will wonder, perhaps, but he deserves to be treated spiritually and thoroughly, to be kept where he will be creative, where his wondering will be to the point both at once and eventually. It is a law that holds as good in the life of a teacher of literature as it does in the lives of makers of literature. From the point of view of the world at large, the author who can do anything else has no right to write for the average man. There are plenty of people who cannot help writing for him. Let them do it. It is their right and the world's right that they should be the ones to do it. It is the place that belongs to them, and why should nearly every man we have of the more seeing kind today deliberately compete with men who cannot compete with him? The man who abandons the life that belongs to him, the life that would not exist in the world if he did not live it and keep it existing in the world, and who does it to help his inferiors, does not help his inferiors. He becomes their rival. He crowds them out of their lives. There could not possibly be a more noble or more exact and spiritual law of progress than this, that every man should take his place in human society and do his work in it with his nearest spiritual neighbors. These nearest spiritual neighbors are a part of the economy of the universe. They are now and always have been the natural conductors over the face of the earth of actual power in it. It has been through the grouping of the nearest spiritual neighbors around the world that men have unfailingly found the heaven-appointed, world-remolding teachers of every age. It does not sound very much like Thomas Jefferson, and it is to be admitted that there are certain lines in our first great national document which, read on the run at least, may seem to deny it. But the living spirit of Thomas Jefferson does not teach that amputation is progress, nor does true democracy admit either the patriotism or the religion of a man who feels that his legs must be cut off to run to the assistance of neighbors whose legs are cut off. An educational democracy which expects a pupil to be less than himself for the benefit of other pupils is a mock democracy, and it is the very essence of a democracy of the truer kind that expects every man to be more than himself, and if a man's religion is of the truer kind, it will not be heard telling him that he owes it to God and the average man to be less than himself. Natural selection in practice. It is not going to be possible very much longer to take it for granted that natural selection is a somewhat absent-minded and heathen habit that God has fallen into in the natural world, and uses in his dealings with men, but that it is not a good enough law for men to use in their dealings with one another. The main thing that science has done in the last 50 years, in spite of conventional religion and so-called scholarship, has been to bring to pass in men a respect for the natural world. The next thing is to be brought to pass, also in spite of conventional religion and so-called scholarship, is the self-respect of the natural man and of the instincts of human nature. The self-respect of the natural man, when once he gains it, is a thing that is bound to take care of itself, and take care of the man, and take care of everything that is important to the man. Inasmuch as, in the long run at least, education, even in times of its not being human, interests humanity more than anything else, a most important consequence of the self-respect of the natural man is going to be an uprising all over the world of teachers who believe something. The most important consequence of having teachers who believe something will be a wholesale and uncompromising rearrangement of nearly all our systems and methods of education. Instead of being arranged to cow the teacher with routine, to keep teachers from being human beings, and to keep their pupils from finding it out if they are human beings,
They will be arranged on the principle that the whole object of knowledge is the being of a human being, and the only way to know anything worth knowing in the world is to begin by knowing how to be a human being, and by liking it. Not until our current education is based throughout on expecting great things of human nature instead of secretly despising it, can it truly be called education. Expectancy is the very essence of education. Actions not only speak louder than words, they make words as though they were not. And so long as our teachers confine themselves to saying beautiful and literary things about the instincts of the human heart, and do not trust their own instincts in their daily teaching and the instincts of their pupils, and do not make this trust the foundation of all their work, the more they educate, the more they destroy. The destruction is both ways, and whatever the subjects are they may choose to know, murder and suicide are the branches they teach. The chief characteristic of the teacher of the future is going to be that he will dare to believe in himself, and that he will divine some one thing to believe in everybody else, and that trusting the laws of human nature, he will go to work on this some one thing and work out from it to everything. Inasmuch as the chief working principle of human nature is the principle of natural selection, the entire method of the teacher of the future will be based on his faith in natural selection. All such teaching as he attempts to do will be worked out from the temperamental, involuntary, primitive choices of his own being, both in persons and in subject. His power with his classes will be his power of divining the free and unconscious and primitive choices of individual pupils in persons and subjects. Half of the battle is already won. The principle of natural selection between pupils and subjects is recognized in the elective system, but we have barely commenced to conceive as yet the principle of natural selection in its more important application, mutual attraction between teacher and pupil. Natural selection in its deeper and more powerful and spiritual sense, the kind of natural selection that makes the teacher a worker in wonder and education the handiwork of God. In most of our great institutions we do not believe in even the theory of this deeper natural selection, and if we do believe in it, sitting in endowed chairs under the umbrella of endowed ideas, how can we act on that belief? And if we do, who will come out and act with us? If it does not seem best for even the single teacher, doing his teaching unattached and quite by himself, to educate in the open, to trust his own soul and the souls of his pupils to the nature of things, how much less shall the great institution, with its crowds of teachers and its rows of pupils and its vested funds, be expected to lay itself open, lay its teachers and pupils and its vested funds open to the nature of things. We are suspicious of the nature of things. God has concealed a lie in them. We do not believe. Therefore we cannot teach. The conclusion is inevitable. As long as we believe in natural selection between pupil and subject, but do not believe in natural selection between pupil and teacher, no great results in education or in teaching a vital relation to books or to anything else will be possible. As long as natural selection between pupil and teacher is secretly guarded as an irreligious and selfish instinct with which a teacher must have nothing to do instead of a divine ordinance, a heaven-appointed starting point for doing everything, the average routine teacher in the conventional school and college will continue to be the kind of teacher he is, and will continue to belong to what seems to many at least the sentimental and superstitious and pessimistic profession he belongs to now. Why should a teacher allow himself to teach without inspiration in the one profession on the earth where, between the love of God and the love of the opening faces, inspiration, one would say, could hardly be missed? Certainly, if it was ever intended that artists should be in the world, it was intended that teachers should be artists. And why should we be artisans? If we cannot be artists, if we are not allowed to make our work a self-expression, were it not better to get one's living by the labor of one's hands, by digging in the wonder of the ground? A stone crusher, as long as one works one's will with it, makes it say something, is nearer to nature than a college. I would rather do manual labor with my hands than manual labor with my soul, the true artist is saying today, and a great many thousand teachers are saying it, and thousands more who would like to teach.
The moment that teaching ceases to be a trade and becomes a profession again, these thousands are going to crowd into it. Until the artist teachers have been attracted to teaching, things can only continue as they are. Young men and women who are capable of teaching will continue to do all that they can not to get into it, and young men and women who are capable of teaching and who are still trying to teach will continue to do all that they can to get out of it. When the schools of America have been obliged, like the city of Brooklyn, to advertise to secure even poor teachers, we shall begin to see where we stand. Stop our machinery a while and look at it. The only way out is the return to nature and to faith in the freedom of nature. Not until the teacher of the young has dared to return to nature, has won the emancipation of his own instincts and the emancipation of the instincts of his pupils, can we expect anything better than we have now of either of them. Not until the modern reader has come to the point where he deliberately works with his instincts, where he looks upon himself as an artist working in the subject that attracts him most and in the material that is attracted to him most, can we expect to secure in our crowded conditions today enough teaching to go around. The one practical and economical way to make our limited supply of passion and thought cover the ground is to be spiritual and spontaneous and thorough with what we have. The one practical and economical way to do this is to leave things free, to let the natural forces of men's lives find the places that belong to them, develop the powers that belong to them, until power in every man's life shall be contagious of power. In the meantime, having brought out the true and vital energies of men as far as we go, if we are obliged to be specialists in knowledge, we shall be specialists of the larger sort. The powers of each man, being actual and genuine powers, shall play into the powers of other men. Each man that essays to live shall create for us a splendor and beauty and strength he was made to create from the beginning of the world. To those who sit in the seat of the scornful, the somewhat lyrical idea of an examination in joy as a basis of admission to the typical college appeals as a fit subject of laughter. So it is. Having admitted the laugh, the question is, all human life is questioning the college today, which way shall the laugh point? If the conditions of the typical college do not allow for the working of the laws of nature, so much the worse for the laws of nature, or so much the worse for the college. In the meantime, it is good to record that there are many signs, thanks to these same laws of nature, that a most powerful reaction is setting in, not only in the colleges themselves, but in all the forces of culture outside and around them. The examination in joy, the test of natural selection, is already employed by all celebrated music masters the world over in the choosing of pupils, and by all capable teachers of painting. And the time is not far off when, so far as courses in literature are concerned, if the teaching of literature is attempted in crowded institutions, the examination in joy will be the determining factor with all the best teachers, not only in the conduct of their classes, but in the very structure of them. Structure is the basis of conduct. The emancipation of the teacher. The custom of mowing lawns in cities, of having every grass blade in every dooryard like every other grass blade, is considered by many persons as an artificial custom, a violation of the law of nature. It is contended that the free-swinging, wind-blown grasses of the fields are more beautiful, and that they give more various and infinite delight in color and line and movement. If a piece of this same field, however, could be carefully cut out and moved, and fitted to a city dooryard, bobolinks and daisies and shadows and all, precisely as they are, it would not be beautiful. Long grass conforms to a law of nature where nature has room, and short grass conforms to a law of nature where nature has not room. When for whatever reason of whatever importance men and women choose to be so close together that it is not fitting they should have freedom, and when they choose to have so little room to live in that development is not fitting lest it should inconvenience others, the penalty follows. When grass blades are crowded between walls and fences, the more they can be made to look alike, the more pleasing they are. And when an acre of ground finds itself covered with 1,000 people, or a teacher of culture finds himself mobbed with pupils, the law of nature is the same. Whenever crowding of any kind takes place, whether it be in grass, ideas, or human nature, the most pleasing as well as the most convenient and natural way of producing a beautiful effect is with the lawn mower. The dead level is the logic of crowded conditions. The city grades down its hills for the convenience of reducing its sewer problem. It makes its streets into blocks for the convenience of knowing where every home is and how far it is, by a glance at a page, and in order that the human beings in it, one set of innumerable nobodies hurrying to another set of innumerable nobodies, may never be made to turn out, perchance, for an elm on a sidewalk. It cuts down centuries of trees, and then out of its modern improvements, its map of life, its woods in rows, its wheels on tracks, and its souls in pigeonholes, out of its huge checkerboard under the days and nights, it lifts its eyes to the smoke in heaven at last and thanks God it is civilized. The substantial fact in the case would seem to be that every human being born into the world has a right to be treated as a special creation all by himself. Society can only be said to be truly civilized in proportion as it acts on this fact. It is because in the family each being is treated as 1 out of 6 or 7, and in the school as 1 out of 600, that the family, with approximately good parents, comes nearer to being a model school than anything we have. If we deliberately prefer to live in crowds for the larger part of our lives, we must expect our lives to be cut and fitted accordingly. It is an aesthetic as well as a practical law that this should be so. The law of nature where there is room for a man to be a man is not the law of nature where there is not room for him to be a man. If there is no playground for his individual instincts except the street, he must give them up. Inasmuch as natural selection in overcrowded conditions means selecting things by taking them away from others, it can neither be beautiful nor useful to practice it. People who prefer to be educated in masses must conform to the law of mass, which is inertia, and to the law of the herd, which is the dog. As long as our prevailing idea of the best elective is the one with the largest class, and the prevailing idea of culture is the degree from the most crowded college, all natural gifts, whether in teachers or pupils, are under a penalty. If we deliberately place ourselves where everything is done by the gross, as a matter of course, and in the nature of things the machine-made man, taught by the machine-made teacher in a teaching machine, will continue to be the typical scholar of the modern world, and the gentleman scholar, the man who made himself or who gave God a chance to make him, will continue to be what he is now in most of our large teaching communities, an exception. Culture, which has not the power to win the emancipation of its teachers, does not produce emancipated and powerful pupils. The essence of culture is selection, and the essence of selection is natural selection, and teachers who have not been educated with natural selection cannot teach it. Teachers who have given up being individuals in the main activity of their lives, who are not allowed to be individuals in their teaching, do not train pupils to be individuals. Their pupils, instead of being organic human beings, are manufactured ones. Literary drill in college consists in drilling every man to be himself, in giving him the freedom of himself. Probably it would be admitted by most of us who are college graduates that the teachers who loom up in our lives are those whom we remember as emancipated teachers, men who dared to be individuals in their daily work, and who every time they touched us helped us to be individuals. The test of culture. Looking at our great institutions of learning in a general way, one might be inclined to feel that literature cannot be taught in them, because the classes are too large. When one considers, however, the average class in literature as it actually is, and the things that are being taught in it, it becomes obvious that the larger such a class can be made, and the less the pupil can be made to get out of it, the better. The best test of a man's knowledge of the Spanish language would be to put him in a balloon and set him down in dark night in the middle of Spain and leave him there with his Spanish words. The best test of a man's knowledge of books is to see what he can do without them on a desert island in the sea. When the ship's library over the blue horizon dwindles at last in its cloud of smoke and he is left without a shred of printed paper by him, the supreme opportunity of education will come to him. He will learn how vital and beautiful or boastful and empty his education is. If it is true education, the first step he takes, he will find a use for it. The first bird that floats from its treetop shall be a message from London straight to his soul. If he has truly known them, the spirits of all his books will flock to him. If he has known Shakespeare, the ghost of the great master will rise from beneath its Stratford stone and walk oceans to be with him. If he knows Homer, Homer is full of odysseys trooping across the seas. Shall he sit him down on the rocks, lift his voice like a mere librarian, and like a book-raised, paper-pampered, ink-hungry babe cry to the surf for a Greek dictionary? The rhythm of the beach is Greece to him, and the singing of the great Greek voice is on the tops of waves around the world. A man's culture is his knowledge become himself. It is in the seeing of his eyes and the hearing of his ears and the use of his hands. Is there not always the altar of the heavens and the earth? Laying down days and nights of joy before it, and of beauty and wonder and peace, the scholar is always a scholar, i.e., he is always at home. To be cultured is to be so splendidly wrought of body and soul as to get the most joy out of the least and the fewest things. Wherever he happens to be, whatever he happens to be without, his culture is his being master. He may be naked before the universe, and it may be a pitiless universe or a gracious one, but he is always master, knowing how to live in it, knowing how to hunger and die in it, or like Stevenson, smiling out of his poor, worn body to it. He is the unconquerable man. Wherever he is in the world, he cannot be old in the presence of the pageant of life. From behind the fading of his face lie watches it, child after child, spring after spring, as it flies before him. He will not grow old while it still passes by. It carries delight across to him to the end. He watches and sings with it to the end, down to the edge of sleep. A bird's shadow is enough to be happy with if a man is educated, or the flicker of light on a leaf, and when really a song is being lived in a man, all nature plays its accompaniment. To possess one's own senses, to know how to conduct oneself, is to be the conductor of orchestras in the clouds and in the grass. The trained man is not dependent on having the thing itself. He borrows the boom of the sea to live with it, anywhere, and the gladness of continents. Literary training consists in the acquiring of a state of mind and body to feel the universe with, in becoming an athlete toward beauty, a giver of great lifts of joy to this poor, straining, stumbling world with its immemorial burden on its back, which, going round and round for the most part with its eyes shut between infinities, is the hope and sorrow of all of us for the very reason that its eyes are shut. Summary. The proper conditions for literary drill in college would seem to sum themselves up in the general idea that literature is the spirit of life. It can therefore only be taught through the spirit. First, it can only be taught through the spirit by being taught as an art, through its own nature and activity reproductively, giving the spirit body. Both the subject matter and the method in true literary drill can only be based on the study of human experience. The intense study of human experience in a college course may be fairly said to involve three things that must be daily made possible to the pupil in college life. Everything that is given him to do, and everything that happens to him in college, should cultivate these three things in the pupil. 1. Personality. An intense first-person singular as a center for having experience. 2. Imagination, the natural organ in the human soul for realizing what an experience is and for combining and condensing it. 3. The habit of having time and room for re-experiencing an experience at will in the imagination until the experience becomes so powerful and vivid, so fully realizes itself in the mind, that the owner of the mind is an artist with his mind. When he puts the experience of his mind down, it becomes more real to other men on paper than their own experiences are to them in their own lives. It is hardly necessary to point out that whatever our conventional courses in literature may be doing, whether in college or anywhere else, they are not bringing out this creative joy and habit of creative joy in the pupils. Those who are interested in literature courses, such as we have, for the most part do not believe in trying to bring out the creative joy of each pupil. Those who might believe in trying to do it do not believe it can be done. They do not believe it can be done because they do not realize that in the case of each and every pupil, so far as he goes, it is the only thing worth doing. They fail to see from behind their commentaries and from out of their footnotes the fact that the one object in studying literature is joy, that the one way of studying and knowing literature is joy, and that the one way to attain joy is to draw out creative joy. Second, and if literature is to be taught as an art, it must be taught as a way of life. As long as literature and life continue to be conceived and taught as being separate things, there can be no wide and beautiful hope for either of them. The organs of literature are precisely the same organs, and they are trained on precisely the same principles as the organs of life. Except an education in books can bring to pass the right conditions of these organs, a state of being in the pupil, his knowledge of no matter how long a list of masterpieces is but a catalogue of the names of things forever left out of his life, it is little wonder when the drudgery has done its work and the sorry show is over and the victim of the system is face to face with his empty soul at last, if in his earlier years at least he seems overfond to some of us of receiving medals, honors, valedictories for what he might have been, and of flourishing a degree for what he has missed. There once was a master of arts who was nuts upon cranberry tarts. When he'd eaten his fill, he was awfully ill, but he was still a master of arts. The power and habit of studying and enjoying human nature as it lives around us is not only a more human and alive occupation, but it is a more literary one than becoming another editor of Aeschylus or going down to posterity in footnotes as one of the most prominent bores that Shakespeare ever had. If a teacher of literature enjoys being the editor of Aeschylus, or if he is happier in appearing on a title page with a poet than he could possibly be in being a poet, it is personally well enough, though it may be a disaster to the rest of us and to Aeschylus. Men who can be said as a class to care more about literature than they do about life, who prefer the paper side of things to the real one, are at liberty as private persons to be editors and footnote hunters to the top of their bent, but why should they call it the study of literature? To teach their pupils to be footnote hunters and editors. And how can they possibly teach anything else? And do they teach anything else? And if good teachers can only teach what they have, what shall we expect of poor ones? In the meantime, the manufacture of the cultured mind is going ruthlessly on, and thousands of young men and women who, left alone with the masters of literature, might be engaged in accumulating and multiplying inspiration, are engaged in analyzing, dividing what inspiration they have, and in the one natural creative period of their lives, their time is entirely spent in learning how inspired work was done, or how it might have been done, or how it should have been done, in absorbing everything about it except its spirit, the power that did it, the power that makes being told how to do it uncalled for, the power that asks and answers its hows for itself, the serene powerlessness of it all, without courage or passion or conviction, without self-discovery in it, or self-forgetfulness or beauty in it, or for one moment the great contagion of the great, is one of the saddest sights in this modern day. In the meantime, the most practical thing that can be done with the matter of literary drill in college is to turn the eye of the public on it. Methods will change when ideals change, and ideals will change when the public clearly sees ideals, and when the public encourages colleges that see them. The time is not far off when it will be admitted by all concerned that the true study of masterpieces consists, and always must consist, in communing with the things that masterpieces are about, in the learning and applying of the principles of human nature, in a passion for real persons, and a daily loving of the face of the universe. This idea may not be considered very practical. It stands for a kind of education in which it is difficult to exhibit in rows
actual results. We are not contending for an education that looks practical. We are contending merely for education that will be true and beautiful and natural. It will be practical the way the forces of nature are practical, whether anyone notices it or not. The following announcement can already be seen on the bulletin boards of universities around the world, if looked for twice. They are coming! O shades of learning, the lovers of joy, imperious joy, unconquerable! Their sails are flocking the east, the high seas are theirs. They shall command you, overwhelm you. Book lubbers, paper plotters, shall be as though they were not. The youth of the earth shall be renewed in the morning, the suns and the stars shall be unlocked, and the evening shall go forth with joy. The mountains shall be freed from the pick and the shovel and the book, and lift themselves to heaven. Flowers shall again outblossom botanies, and gymnasts of music shall be laid low, and birds through an opera glass shall sing. Joy shall come to knowledge, and the strength of joy upon it. They are coming, O ye shades of learning, 1,000 strong. Their sails flock the sea. The smoke and the throb of their engines is the promise of the East. The days of 13,000 ton, 3 horsepower education are numbered. A note. It is one of the danger signs of the times that the men who have most closely observed our modern life in its social, industrial, artistic, educational, and religious aspects seem to be gradually coming to the point where they all but take it for granted in considering all social, industrial, and educational and political questions. That the conditions of modern times are such, and are going to be such, that imagination and personality might as well be dropped as practical forces that must be reckoned with in the movement of human life. Nearly all the old-time outlooks of the soul, as they stand in history, have been taken for factory sites, bought up by syndicates, moral and otherwise, and are being used for chimneys. Nothing but smoke and steel and wooden things come out of them. Poets and brokers are both telling us on every hand that imagination is impossible and personality incredible in modern life. Imagination and personality are the spirit and the dust out of which all great nations and all great religions are made. The attempt has been made in the foregoing pages to point out that they are not dead. The altar smolders. In pointing out how imagination and personality can be wrought into one single branch of a man's education, his relation to books, principles may have been suggested which can be concretely applied by all of us, each in our own department, to the education of the whole man. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 7th interference. Libraries. Wanted an old-fashioned librarian. Viz. I never shall quite forget the time when the rumor was started in our town that old Mr. M., our librarian, a gentle, furtive, silent man, a man who, with the single exception of a long white beard, was all screwed up and bent around with learning, who was always slipping invisibly in and out of his high shelves, and who looked as if his whole life had been nothing but a kind of long, perpetual salaam to books, had been caught dancing one day with his wife. Which only goes to show, broke in the M.P., what a man of fixed literary habits, mere book habits, if he keeps on, is reduced to. But as I was about to remark, for a good many weeks afterward, after the rumor was started, one kept seeing people, I was one of them, as they came into the library, looking shyly at Mr. M., as if they were looking at him all over again. They looked at him as if they had really never quite noticed him before. He sat at his desk, quiet and busy, and bent over, with his fine pointed pen and his labels, as usual, and his big leather-bound catalogue of the universe. A few of us had had reason to suspect, at least we had had hopes, that the pedantry in Mr. M. was somewhat superimposed, that he had possibilities, human and otherwise, but none of us, it must be confessed, had been able to surmise quite accurately just where they would break out.
We were filled with a gentle spreading joy with the very thought of it, a sense of having acquired a secret possession in a librarian. The community at large, however, as it walked into its library, looked at its acre of books, and then looked at its librarian, felt cheated. It was shocked. The community had always been proud of its books, proud of its bookworm. It had always paid a big salary to it, and the worm had turned. I have only been back to the old town twice since the day I left it as a boy, about this time. The first time I went he was there. I came across him in his big, splendid new library, his face like some live but wrinkled old parchment, twinkling and human though, looking out from its dust heap. It seems to me, I thought, as I stood in the doorway, I saw him edging around an alcove in the Syriac department, that if one must have a great dreary heaped-up pile of books in a town, anyway, the spectacle of a man like this flitting around in it, doting on them, is what one ought to have to go with it. He always seemed to me a kind of responsive every way at once little man, book alive all through. One never missed it with him. He had the literary nerves of 10 dead nations tingling in him. The next time I was in town they said he had resigned. They said he lived in the little gray house around the corner from the great new glaring stone library. No one ever saw him except in one of his long hesitating walks, or sometimes perhaps by the little study window, pouring himself over into a book there. It was there that I saw him myself that last morning, older and closer to the light turning leaves, the same still, swift eagerness about him. I stepped into the library next door and saw the new librarian, an efficient person. He seemed to know what time it was while we stood and chatted together. That is the main impression one had of him, that he would always know what time it was. Put him anywhere, one felt it. Cf. as in confer or compare. Our new librarian troubles me a good deal. I have not quite made out why. Perhaps it is because he has a kind of chipper air with the books. I am always coming across him in the shelves, but I do not seem to get used to him. Of course I pull myself together, bow and say things, make it a point to assume he is literary, go through the form of not letting him know what I think as well as may be, but we do not get on. And yet all the time down underneath I know perfectly well that there is no real reason why I should find fault with him. The only thing that seems to be the matter with him is that he keeps right on, every time I see him, making me try to. I have had occasion to notice that as a general rule, when I find myself finding fault with a man in this fashion, this vague, eager fashion, the gist of it is that I merely want him to be someone else. But in this case, well, he is someone else. He is almost anybody else. He might be a head salesman in a department store, or a hotel clerk, or a train dispatcher, or a broker, or a treasurer of something. There are thousands of things he might be, ought to be, except our librarian. He has an odd, displaced look behind the great desk. He looks as if he had gotten in by mistake and was trying to make the most of it. He has a businesslike, worldly-minded, foreign air about him, a kind of offhand, pert, familiar way with books. He does not know how to bend over like a librarian, and when one comes on him in an alcove the way one ought to come on a librarian with a great folio on his knees, he is, well, there are those who think that have seen it, that he is positively comic. I followed him around only the other day for 15 or 20 minutes, from one alcove to another, and watched him taking down books. He does not even know how to take down a book. He takes all the books down alike, the same pleasant, dapper, capable manner, the same peak and clap for all of them. He always seems to have the same indefatigable unconsciousness about him, going up and down his long aisles, no more idea of what he is about or of what the books are about. Everything about him seems disconnected with a library. I find I cannot get myself to notice him as a librarian or comrade or book mind. He does not seem to have noticed himself in this capacity exactly. So far as I can get at his mind at all, he seems to have decided that his mind, any librarian's mind, is a kind of pneumatic tube or carrier system, apparently, for shoving immortals at people. Any higher or more thorough use for a mind, such as being a kind of spirit of the books for people, making a kind of spiritual connection with them down underneath, does not seem to have occurred to him. Time was when librarians really had something to do with books. They looked it. One could almost tell a librarian on the street, tell him at sight, if he had been one long enough. One could feel a library in a man somehow. It struck in. Librarians were allowed to be persons. It was expected of them. They have not always been what so many of them are now, mere couplings, conveniences, connecting rods, literary beltings. They were identified, wrought in with books. They could not be unmixed. They ate books, and like the little green caterpillars that eat green grass, the color showed through. A sort of general brown, faded color, a little undusted around the edges, was the proper color for librarians. It is true that people did not expect librarians to look quite human, at least on the outside sometimes, and doubtless the whole matter was carried too far. But it does seem to me it is some comfort, if one has to have a librarian in a library, to have one that goes with the books. Same color, tone, feeling, spirit, and everything. The kind of librarian that slips in and out among the books without being noticed there, one way or the other, like the overtone in a symphony. Et al. But the trouble with our library is not merely the new librarian, who permeates, penetrates, and ramifies the whole library within and without, percolating efficiency into its farthest and loneliest alcoves. Our new librarian has a corps of assistants. And even if you manage by slipping around a little to get over to where a book is alone and get settled down with it, there is always someone who has been or will be looking over your shoulder. I dare say it's a defect of temperament, this having one's shoulder looked over in libraries. Other people do not seem to be troubled much, and I suppose I ought to admit, while I am about it, that having one's shoulder looked over in a library does not in the least depend upon anyone's actually looking over it. That is merely a matter of form. It is a little hard to express. What one feels, at least in our library, is that one is in a kind of side-looking place. One feels a kind of literary detective system going silently on, in and out, all around one, a polite, absent-minded looking watchfulness. Now I am not for one moment flattering myself that I can make my fault-finding with our librarian's assistants amount to much, fill out a blank with it. No one can feel more strongly than I do my failure to put my finger on the letter of our librarian's faults. I cannot even tell the difference between the faults and the virtues of our librarian's assistants. Either by doing the right thing with the wrong spirit or the wrong thing with the right spirit, they do their faults and virtues all up together. Their indefatigable unobtrusiveness, their kindly, faithful service I both dread and appreciate. I have tried my utmost to notice and emphasize every day the pleasant things about them, but I always get tangled up. I have started out to think with approval, for instance, of the hush that clothes them as a garment. But it has all ended in my merely wondering where they got it and what they thought they were doing with it. One would think that a hush of almost any kind, could hardly help, but I have said enough. I do not want to seem censorious, but if ever there was a visible, unctuous, tangible, actual thick silence, a silence that can be proved, if ever there was a silence that stood up and flourished and swung its hat, that silence is in our library. The way our librarian's assistants go tiptoeing and reverberating around the room, well, it's one of those things that follow a man always, follow his inmost being all his life. It gets in with the books after a few years or so. One can feel the tiptoeing going on in a book, one of our library books, when one gets home with it. It is the spirit of the place. Everything that comes out of it is followed and tiptoed around by our librarian's assistants' silence. They are followed about by it themselves. The thick little blonde one with the high yellow hair lives in our ward. One feels a kind of hush rimming her around when one meets her on the street. Now, I do not wish to claim that librarians' assistants can possibly be blamed in so many words either for this or for any of the other things that seem to make them, in our library at least, more prominent than the books. Everything in a library seems to depend upon something in it that cannot be put into words. It seems to be a kind of spirit. If the spirit is the wrong spirit, not all the librarians in the world, not even the books themselves, can do anything about it. Postscript. I do hope that no one will suppose from this chapter that I am finding fault or think I am finding fault with our assistant librarians. I am merely finding fault with them, may heaven forgive them, because I cannot. It doesn't seem to make very much difference their doing certain things or not doing them. They either do them or they don't do them, whichever it is, with the same spirit. They are not really down in their hearts true to the books. One can hardly help feeling vaguely, persistently resentful over having them about presiding over the past. One never catches them, at least I never do, forgetting themselves. One never comes on one loving a book. They seem to be servants, most of them, book chambermaids. They do not care anything about a library as a library. They just seem to be going around remembering rules in it, etc. The PGS of M, as good as said the other day, when I had been trying as well as I could to express something of this kind, that the real trouble with the modern library was not with the modern library, but with me. He thought I tried to carry too many likes and dislikes around with me, that I was too sensitive. He seemed to think that I should learn to be callous in places of public resort. I said I had no very violent dislikes to deal with. The only thing I could think of was that the matter with me in a library was that I had a passion for books. I didn't like climbing over a barricade of catalogues to get to books. I hated to feel partitioned off from them, to stand and watch rows of people marking things between me and books. I thought that things had come to a pretty pass if a man could not so much as touch elbows with a poet nowadays, with Plato for instance, without carrying a redoubt of terrible, beautiful young ladies. I said I thought a great many other people felt the way I did. I admitted there were other sides to it. But there were times, I said, when it almost seemed to me that this spontaneous uprising in our country, this movement of the book lovers, for instance, was simply a struggle on the part of the people to get away from Mr. Carnegie's libraries. They are hemming literature and human nature in on every side, or they are going to unless Mr. Carnegie can buy up occasional old-fashioned librarians, some other kind than are turned out in steelworks, to put into them. Libraries are getting to be huge separators. Books that have been put through libraries are separated from themselves. They are depersonalized, the human nature all taken off. And yet, when one thinks of it, when 9 people out of 10, the best people and the worst both, the sense of having a personal relation to a book, the sense of snuggling up with one's own little life to a book is what books are for. To a man, I said, to whom books are people, and the livest kind of people, brothers of his own flesh, cronies of his life, the whole business of getting a book in a library is full of resentment and rebellion. He finds his rights, or what he thinks are his rights, being treated as privileges, his most sacred and confidential relations, his relations with the great, meddled with by strangers. Pleasant enough strangers, but still strangers. Perhaps he wishes to see John Milton. He goes downtown to a great unhomelike-looking building and slides in at the door. He steps up to a wall and asks permission to see John Milton. He waits in a kind of vague, unsatisfied fashion, but he feels that machinery is being set in motion. While it is being set in motion, he sits down before the wall on one of the seats or pews where a large audience of other comfortless and lonely-looking people are. He feels the great heartless building gathering itself together, going after John Milton for him, while he sits and waits. One after the other he hears human beings' names being called out in space, and one by one poor, scared-looking people who seem to be ashamed to go with their names, most of them, step up before the audience. He sees a book being swung out to them, watches them slink gratefully away, and finally his own name, echoing about among the immortals, startles its way down to him. Then he steps up to the wall again, and John Milton at last, as on some huge transcendental derrick belonging to the city of blank, is swung into his arms. He feels of the outside gropingly, takes it home. If he can get John Milton to come to life again after all this, he communes with him. In 2 weeks he takes him back. Then the derrick again. The only kind of book that I ever feel close to in the average library is a book on war. Even if I go in a gentle, harmless, happy, singing sort of way, thinking I want a volume of pastoral poems, by the time I get it, I wish it were something that could be loaded and that would go off. As for asking for a book and reading it in cold blood right in the middle of such a place, it will always be beyond me. I have never found a book I could do it with yet. However, I struggle to follow the train of thought in it. It's a fuse. I find myself breaking out when I see all these faraway-looking people coming up in rows to their faraway books. A library, I say to myself, is a huge barbaric medieval institution where behind stone and glass a man's dearest friends in the world, the familiars of his life, lie helpless in their cells. It is the penitentiary of immortals. There are certain visiting days when friends and relatives are allowed to come, but it only— At this point a gong sounds and tells me to go home. Are not books bone of a man's bone, and flesh of his flesh? Oughtn't they to be? Shall a man ask permission to see his wife? Why should I fill out a slip to a pretty girl when I want to be in Greece with Homer, or to go to hell with Dante? Why should I write on a piece of paper, I promise to return, infinity, by 6 o'clock? A library is a huge machine for keeping the letter with books and violating their spirit. The fact that the machinery is filled with a mirage of pleasant faces does not help. Pleasant faces make machinery worse. If they are part of it, they make one expect something better. The PGS of M wished me to understand at this point that I was not made right, that I was incapable, helpless in a library, that I did not seem to know what to do unless I could have a simple, natural, or country relation to books. It doesn't follow, he said, because you are bashful in a library, cannot get your mind to work there with other people around, that the other people oughtn't to be around. There are a great many ways of using a library, and the more people there are crowded in with the books there, other things being equal, the better. It's what a library is for, he said, and a great deal more to the same effect. I listened a while and told him that I supposed he was right. I supposed I had naturally a kind of wild mind. I allowed that the more a library in a general way took after a piece of woods, the more I enjoyed it. I did not attempt to deny that a library was made for the people, but I did think there ought to be places in libraries, all libraries, where wild ones like me could go. There ought to be in every library some uncultivated, uncatalogued, unlibrarianed tract where a man with a skittish or country mind will have a chance, where a man who likes to be alone with books just as books, will be permitted to browse unnoticed, bars all down, and frisk with his mind and roll himself without turning over all of a sudden, only to find a librarian's assistant standing there wondering at him, looking down to the bottom of his soul. I am not in the least denying that librarians are well enough, that is, might be well enough, but as things are going today, they all seem to contribute somehow toward making a library a conscious and stilted place. They hold one up to the surface of things with books. They make impossible to a man those freedoms of the spirit, those best times of all in a library, when one feels free to find one's mood, when one gets hold of one's divining rod, opens down into a book, discovers a new, unconscious, subterranean self there. The PGS of M broke in at this point and said this was all subjective falderall on my part, that I had better drop it. A kind of habit I had gotten into lately, of splitting the hairs of my emotions, or something to that effect. He went on at some length and took the general ground before he was through that absolutely everything in modern libraries depended on the librarians. Librarians, I should judge, in a modern library were what books were for. He said that the more intelligent people were nowadays, the more they enjoyed librarians, knew how to use them, doted on them, etc., ad infinitum. The kind of people one sees at operas, I interrupted, listening with librettos, the kind of people who puff up mountains to see views and extract geography from them, the people one meets in the fields nowadays, flower in one hand, botany in the other, the kind of people who have to have charts to enjoy stars with, these are the people who want librarians between them and their books. The more librarians they can get standing in a row between them and a masterpiece, the more they feel they are appreciating it, the more card catalogs, gazetteers, dictionaries, derricks, and other machinery they can have pulling and hauling above their heads in a library, the more literary they feel in it. They feel culture somehow stirring around them. They are not exactly sure what culture is, but they feel that a great deal of it, whatever it is being poured over them. But I must begin to bring these wanderings about libraries to a close. I can do no harm to remark, perhaps, that I am not maintaining, do not wish to maintain, I could not if I dared, that the modern librarian with all his faults is not useful at times, as a sort of pianola or aeolian attachment for a library, as a mechanical contrivance for making a comparatively ignorant man draw perfectly enormous harmonies out of it, which he does not care anything about. A modern librarian helps. All that I am maintaining is that I am not this comparatively ignorant man. I am another one. I am merely saying that the pianola way of dealing with ignorance, in my own case, up to the present at least, does not grow on me. Oh. I suppose that the Boston Public Library would say, if it said anything, that I had a mere old Athenaeum kind of a mind. I am obliged to confess that I dote on the old Athenaeum. It protects one's optimism. One is made to feel there, let right down in the midst of civilization, within a stone's throw of the State House, that it is barely possible to keep civilization off. One feels it rolling itself along, heaping itself up on Tremont Street and the Common. The very trees cannot live in it, but one is out of reach. When one has to live in civilization, as most of us do, nearly all of one's time every day in the week, it means a great deal. I can hardly say how much it means to me in the daily struggle with it to be able to dodge behind the Athenaeum, to be able to go in and sit down there, if only for a minute, to be behind glass, as it were, to hear great, hungry Tremont Street chewing men up hundreds of trainloads at a time into wood pulp, smoothing them out into nobody or everybody. It makes one feel, while it is not as it ought to be, as if, after all, there might be some way out, as if some provision had been made in this world, or might be made, for letting human beings live on it. The general sense of unsensitiveness in a modern library, of hurry and rush and efficiency, above all the kind of moral smugness one feels there, the book self-consciousness, the unprotected public street feeling one has, all these things are very grave and important obstacles which our great librarians, with their great systems, most of them, have yet to reckon with. A little more mustiness, gentlemen, please, silence, slowness, solitude with books, as if they were woods, unattainableness, and, oh, will anyone understand it? A little inconvenience, a little old-fashioned, happy inconvenience, a chance to gloat and take pains and love things with difficulties, a chance to go around the corners of one's knowledge, to make modest discoveries all by oneself. It is no small thing to go about a library having books happen to one, to feel one's self sitting down with a book, one's own private providence, turning the pages of events. One cannot help feeling that if a part of the money that is being spent Carnegieing nowadays, that is, in arranging for a great many books and a great many people to pile up order among a great many books, could be spent in providing hundreds of thousands of small libraries, or small places in large ones, where men who would like to do it would feel safe to creep in sometimes and open their souls, nobody looking, it would be no more than fair. Postscript. One has to be so much of one's time helpless before a librarian in this world. One has to put him on his honor as a gentleman so much, to expose such vast, incredible tracts of ignorance to him, that I know only too well that I, of all men, cannot afford, in these pages or anywhere else, to say anything that will permanently offend librarians. I do hope I have not. It is only through knowing so many good ones that I know enough to criticize the rest. If I am right, it is because I am their spokesman. If I am wrong, I am not a well-informed person, and I do not count anywhere in particular on anything. The best way, I suspect, for a librarian to deal with me is not to try to classify me. I ought to be put out of the way on this subject, tucked back into any general pigeonhole of odds and ends of temperament. If I had not felt that I could be cheerfully sorted out at the end of this page, filed away by everybody, almost anybody, as not making very much difference, I would not have spoken so freely. There is not a librarian who has read as far as this in this book who, though he may have had moments of being troubled in it, will not be able to dispose of me with a kind, grateful, relieved certainty. However that may be, I can only beg you, O librarians, and all ye kindly learned ones, be generous with me wherever you put me. I leave my poor, naked, shivering, miscellaneous soul in your hands. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2. Possibilities. The Issue. I dreamed I lived in a day when men dared have visions. I lay in a great white silence as one who waited for something, and as I lay and waited, the silence groped toward me, and I felt it gathering nearer and nearer about me. Then it folded me to itself. I made time my bedside, and it seemed to me, when I rested my soul with years, and when I had found space and had stretched myself upon it, I awoke. I lay in a great white empty place, and the whole world like solemn music came to me. And I looked, and behold, in the shadow of the earth which came and went, I saw human lives being tossed about on the solemn rhythmic music back and forth, and I saw them lifted across silence. And I said to my spirit, "What is it they are doing?" "They are living," the spirit said. So they floated before me while the great shadow came and went. O my soul, hast thou forgotten thy days in the world when thou didst watch the processional of it, when the faces, daylighted, night-lighted faces, trooped before thee, and thou didst look upon them and delight in them? What didst thou see in the world? I saw two immeasurable hands in it, said my soul. Over every man. I saw that the man did not see the hands. I saw that they reached out of infinity for him, down through the days and the nights. And whether he slept or prayed or wrought, I saw that they still reached out for him, and folded themselves about him. And I asked God what the hands were. The man calls them heredity and environment, God said, and God laughed. Words came from far for me, and waited in tumult within me, but my mouth was filled with silence. I know not what I do not know the world, but out of my little corner of time and space I have watched in it, watched men and truths struggling in it, and in the struggle it has seemed to me I have seen three kinds of men. I have seen the man who feels that he is being made, and the man who feels that he is making himself. But I have seen also another kind of man, the man who feels that the universe is at work on him, but within limits, under his own supervision. I have made a pact in my soul with this man for a new world. He is not willing to be a mere manufactured man, one more being turned out from the factory of circumstance. Neither does he think very much of the man who makes himself, who could make himself. If he were to try such a thing, try to make a man himself, he would really rather try it, if the truth must be told, on someone else. As near as he can define it, life seems to be, to the normal or inspired man, a kind of alternate grasping and being grasped. Sometimes he feels his destiny tossed between the two immeasurable hands. Sometimes he feels that they have paused, that the immeasurable hands have been lent to him, that the toss of destiny is made his own. He watches these two great forces playing under heaven before his eyes with his immortal life every day. His soul takes these powers of heaven as the mariner takes the winds of the sea. He tacks to destiny. He takes the same attitude toward the laws of heredity and environment that the Creator took when he made them. He takes it for granted that a God who made these laws as conveniences for himself in running a universe must have intended them for men as conveniences in living in it. In proportion as men have been like God, they have been treated these laws as he does, as conveniences. Thousands of men are doing it today. Men did it for thousands of years before they knew what the laws were, when they merely followed their instincts with them. In a man's answer to the question, how can I make a convenience of the law of heredity and environment? Education before being born and education after being born will be found to lie always the secret glory or the secret shame of his life. The first selection. If the souls of the unborn could go about reconnoitering the earth a little before they settled on it, selecting the parents they would have, the places where it pleased them to be born, 9 out of 10 of them, judging from the way they conduct themselves in the flesh, would spend nearly all their time in looking for the best house and street to be born in, the best things to be born to. Such a little matter as selecting the right parents would be left probably to the last moment, or they would expect it to be thrown in. We are all of us more or less aware, especially as we advance in life, that overlooking the importance of parents is a mistake. There have been times in the lives of some of us when having parents at all seemed a mistake. We can remember hours when we were sure we had the wrong ones. After our first disappointment, that is, when we have learned how unmanageable parents are, we have our time, most of us, of making comparisons, of trying other people's parents on. This cannot be said to work very well, taken as a whole, and it is generally admitted that people who are most serious about it, who take unto themselves fathers and mothers-in-law, seldom do any better than at first. The conclusion of the whole matter would seem to be, since a man cannot select his parents, and his parents cannot select him, he must select himself. That is what books are for. Conveniences. It is the first importance of a true book that a man can select his neighbors with it, can overcome space, riches, poverty, and time with it, and the grave, and break bread with the dead. A book is a portable miracle. It makes a man's native place all over for him, for $1.25. And many a man in this somewhat hard and despairing world has been furnished with a new heaven and a new earth for 25 cents. Out of a public library he has felt reached down to him the grasp of heroes. Hurrying home in the night, perhaps with his tiny life hid under stars, but with a book under his arm, he has felt a greeting against his breast and held it tight. "Who art thou, my lad?" it said. "Who art thou?" And the saying was not forgotten. If it is true that the spirits of the mighty dead are abroad in the night, they are turning the leaves of books. There are other inspiring things in the world, but there is nothing else that carries itself among the sons of men like the book. With such divine plenteousness, seeds of the worlds in it, it goes about flocking on the souls of men. There is something so broadcast, so universal about the way of a book with a man, boundless, subtle, ceaseless, irresistible, following him and loving him, renewing him, delighting in him, and hoping for him, like a god. It is as the way of nature herself with a man. One cannot always feel it, but somehow, when I am really living a real day, I feel as if some great book were around me, were always around me. I feel myself all enfolded, penetrated, surrounded with it, the vast, gentle force of it, sky and earth of it. It is as if I saw it sometimes building new boundaries for me out there, softly, gently, on the edges of the night, for me and for all human life. Other inspiring things seem to be less steadfast for us. They cannot always free themselves and then come and free us. Music can not be depended upon. It sings sometimes for and sometimes against us. Sometimes also music is still, absolutely still, all the way down from the stars to the grass. At best it is for some people and for others not, and is addicted to places. It is a part of the air, part of the climate in Germany, but there is but one country in the world made for listening in, where anyone, everyone listens the way one breathes. The great pictures inspire on the whole but few people, most of them with tickets. Cathedrals cannot be unmoored, have never been seen by the majority of men at all, except in dreams and photographs. The sea, a look at the middle of it, is controlled by 2 or 3 syndicates. The sky, the last stronghold of freedom, is rented out for the most part where most men live, in cities, and in New York and London the people who can afford it pay taxes for air, and grass is $1 a blade. Being born is the only really free thing, and dying. Next to these, in any just climate of the comparatively free raw material that goes to the making of a human life, comes the printed book. A library, on the whole, is the purest and most perfect form of power that exists, because it is a lever on the nature of things. If a man is born with the wrong neighbors, it brings the right ones flocking to him. It is the universe to order. It makes the world like a globe in a child's hands. He turns up the part where he chooses to live, now one way and now another, that he may delight in it and live in it. If he is a poet, it is the meaning of life to him that he can keep on turning it until he has delighted and tasted and lived in all of it. The second importance of true books is that they are not satisfied with the first. They are not satisfied to be used to influence a man from the outside as a kind of house furnishing for his soul. A true book is never a mere contrivance for arranging the right bit of sky for a man to live his life under, or the right neighbors for him to live his life with. It goes deeper than this. A mere playing upon a man's environment does not seem to satisfy a true book. It plays upon the latent infinity in the man himself. The majority of men are not merely conceived in sin and born in lies, but they are the lies, and lies as well as truths flow in their veins. Lies hold their souls back thousands of years. When one considers the actual facts about most men, the law of environment seems a clumsy and superficial law enough. If all that a book can do is to appeal to the law of environment for a man, it does not do very much. The very trees and stones do better for him, and the little birds in their nests. No possible amount of environment crowded on their frail souls would ever make it possible for most men to catch up, to overtake enough truth before they die to make their 70 years' worth while. The majority of men, one hardly dares to deny, can be seen sooner or later drifting down to death, either bitterly or indifferently. The shadows of their lives haunt us a little, then they vanish away from us and from the sound of our voices. O God, from behind thy high heaven, from out of thy infinite wealth of years, hast thou but the one same pittance of 70 for every man? Some of us are born with the handicap of 1,000 years woven in the nerves of our bodies, the swiftness of our minds, and the delights of our limbs. Others of us are born with the 1,000 years binding us down to blindness and hobbling, holding us back to disease, but all with the same imperious timepiece held above us, to run the same race, to overtake the same truth before the iron curtain and the dark. Some of us, a few men in every generation, have 200 or 300 years given to us outright the day we are born. Then we are given 70 more. Others of us have 200 years taken away from us the day we are born. Then we are given 70 years to make them up in, and it is called life. If we are to shut ourselves up with one law, either the law of environment or the law of heredity, it is obvious that the best a logical man could do would be to be ashamed of a universe like this and creep out of it as soon as he could. The great glory of a great book is that it will not let itself be limited to the law of environment in dealing with a man. It deals directly with the man himself. It appeals to the law of heredity. It reaches down into the infinite depth of his life. If a man has started a life with parents he had better not have, for all practical purposes, it furnishes him with better ones. It picks and chooses in behalf of his life out of his very grandfathers for him. It not only supplies him with a new set of neighbors as often as he wants them, it sees that he is born again every morning on the wide earth, and that he has a new set of parents to be born to. It is a part of the infinite and irrepressible hopefulness of this mortal life that each man of us who dwells on the earth is a child of an infinite marriage. We are all equipped, even the poorest of us, from the day we begin, with an infinite number of fathers and an infinite number of mothers. No telling as we travel down the years which shall happen to us next. If what we call heredity were a matter of a few months, a narrow, pitiful, two-parent affair, if the fate of a human being could be shut in with what one man and one woman, playing and working, eating and drinking under heaven, for a score of years or more, would be likely to have to give him from out of their very selves, heredity would certainly be a whimsical, unjust, undignified law to come into a world by, to don an immortal soul with. A man who has had his life so recklessly begun for him could hardly be blamed for being reckless with it afterward.
But it is not true that the principle of heredity in a human life can be confined to a single accident in it. We are all infinite, and our very accidents are infinite. In the very flesh and bones of our bodies we are infinite, brought from the furthest reaches of eternity and the utmost bounds of created life to be ourselves. If we were to do nothing else for 80 years, it is not in our human breath to recite our Father's names upon our lips. Each of us is the child of an infinite mother, and from her breast, veiled in 1,000 years, we draw life, glory, sorrow, sleep, and death. The ones we call fathers and mothers are but ambassadors to us, delegates from 1,000,000 graves appointed for our birth. Every boy is a summed-up multitude. The infinite crowd of his fathers beckons for him. As in some vast amphitheater, he lives his life before the innumerable audience of the dead. Each from its circle of centuries calls to him, contends for him, draws him to himself. Inasmuch as every man who is born in the world is born with an infinite outfit for living in it, it is the office of all books that are true and beautiful books, true to the spirit of a man, that they shall play upon the latent infinity in him, that they shall help him to select his largest self, that they shall help him to give, as the years go on, the right accent to the right fathers in his life. Books are more close to the latent infinity in a human being than anything else can be, because the habit of the infinite is their habit. As books are more independent of space and time than all other known forces in the lives of men, they seem to make all the men who love them independent also. If a man has not room for his life, he takes a book and makes room for it. When the habit of books becomes the habit of a man, he unhands himself at will from space and time. He finds the universe is his universe. He finds ancestors and neighbors alike flocking to him, doing his bidding. God himself says yes to him and delights in him. He has entered into conspiracy with the nature of things. He does not feel that he is being made. He does not feel that he is making himself. The universe is at work on him under his own supervision. The Charter of Possibility. In reading to select one's parents and one's self, there seem to be two instincts involved. These instincts may vary more or less according to the book and the mood of the reader, but the object of all live reading, of every live experience with a book, is the satisfying of one or both of them. A man whose reading means something to him is either letting himself go in a book or letting himself come in it. He is either reading himself out or reading himself in. It is as if every human life were a kind of port on the edge of the universe when it reads, possible selves outward bound and inward bound trooping before it. Some of these selves are exports and some are imports. If the principle of selection is conceived in a large enough spirit, and is set in operation soon enough, and is continued long enough, there is not a child that can be born on the earth who shall not be able to determine by the use of books, in the course of the years, what manner of man he shall be. He may not be able to determine how soon he shall be that man, or how much of that man shall be fulfilled in himself before he dies, and how much of him shall be left over to be fulfilled in his children, but the fact remains that to an extraordinary degree, through a live use of books, not only a man's education after he is born, but his education before he is born, is placed in his hands. It is the supreme office of books that they do this, that they place the laws of heredity and environment where a man with a determined spirit can do something besides cringing to them. Neither environment nor heredity taken by itself can give a man a determined spirit, but it is everything to know that, given a few books and the determined spirit both, a man can have any environment he wants for living his life, and his own assorted ancestors for living it. It is only by means of books that a man can keep from living a partitioned off life in the world, can keep toned up to the divine sense of possibility in it. We hear great men every day across space and time hallooing to one another in books, and across things as we feel and read is the call of our possible selves. Even the impossible has been achieved
Books tell us, in history, again and again, it has been achieved by several men. This may not prove very much, but if it does not prove anything else, it proves that the possible, at least, is the privilege of the rest of us. It has its greeting for every man, the sense of the possible crowds around him, and not merely in his books, nor merely in his life, but in the place where his life and books meet, in his soul. However or wherever a man may be placed, it is the great book that reminds him who he is. It reminds him who his neighbor is. It is his charter of possibility. Having seen, he acts on what he sees and reads himself out and reads himself in accordingly. The Great Game. It would be hard to say which is the more important, reading for exports or imports, reading oneself out or reading oneself in. But inasmuch as the importance of reading oneself out is more generally overlooked, it may be well to dwell upon it. Most of the reading theories of the best people today, judging from the prohibitions of certain books, overlook the importance altogether in vital and normal persons, especially the young, of reading oneself out. It is only as some people keep themselves read out and read out regularly that they can be kept from bringing evil on the rest of us. If Eve had had a novel, she would have sat down under the tree and read about the fruit instead of eating it. If Adam had had a morning paper, he would hardly have listened to his wife's suggestion. If the evil one had come up to Eve in the middle of Les Miserables or one of Rossetti's sonnets, no one would ever have heard of him. The main misfortune of Adam and Eve was that they had no arts to come to the rescue of their religion. If Eve could have painted the apple, she would not have eaten it. She put it into her mouth because she could not think of anything else to do with it, and she had to do something. She had the artistic temperament, inherited from her mother's sleep, probably, or from being born in a dream, and the temptation of the artistic temperament is that it gets itself expressed or breaks something. She had tried everything, flowers, birds, clouds, and her shadow in the stream, but she found they were all inexpressible. She could not express them. She could not even express herself. Taking walks in paradise and talking with the one man the place afforded was not a complete and satisfying self-expression. Adam had his limitations, like all men. There were things that could not be said. Standing as we do on the present height of history, with all the resources of sympathy in the modern world, its countless arts drawing the sexes together, going about understanding people, communing with them and expressing them, making a community for every man, even in his solitude, it is not hard to see that the comparative failure of the first marriage was a matter of course. The real trouble was that Adam and Eve, standing in their brand new world, could not express themselves to one another. As there was nothing else to express them, they were bored. It is to Eve's credit that she was more bored than Adam was, and that she resented it more, and while a fall under the circumstances was as painful as it was inevitable, and a rather extreme measure on Eve's part, no one will deny that it afforded relief on the main point. It seems to be the universal instinct of all Eve's sons and daughters that have followed since, that an expressive world is better than a dull one. An expressive world is a world in which all the men and women are getting themselves expressed either in their experiences or in their arts, that is, in other people's experiences. The play, the picture, and the poem, and the novel, and the symphony have all been the outgrowth of Eve's infinity. She could not contain herself. She either had more experience than she could express, or she had more to express than she could possibly put into experience. One of the worst things we know about the Japanese is that they have no imperative mood in the language. To be able to say of a nation that it has been able to live for thousands of years without feeling the need of an imperative is one of the most terrible and sweeping accusations that has ever been made against a people on the earth. Swearing may not be respectable, but it is a great deal more respectable than never wanting to. Either a man is dead in this world, or he is out looking for words on it. There is a great place left over in him, and as long as that place is left over, it is one of the practical purposes of books to make it of some use to him.
Whether the place is a good one or a bad one, something must be done with it, and books must do it. If there were wordlessness for 500 years, a man would seek vast inarticulate words for himself. Cathedrals would rise from the ground undreamed as yet to say we worshipped. Music would be the daily necessity of the humblest life. Orchestras all around the world would be created, would float language around the dumbness in it. Composers would become the greatest, the most practical men in all the nations. Viaducts would stretch their mountains of stone across the valleys to find a word that said we were strong. Out of the stones of the hills, the mists of rivers, out of electricity, even out of silence itself, we would force expression. From the time a baby first moves his limbs to when an old man he struggles for his last breath, the one imperious divine necessity of life is expression. Hence the artist now and forever, the ruler of history, whoever makes it. And if he cannot make it, he makes the makers of it. The artist is the man who, failing to find neighbors for himself, makes his neighbors with his own hands. If a woman is childless, she paints Madonnas. It is the inspiration, the despair that rests over all life. If we cannot express ourselves in things that are made, we make things. And if we cannot express ourselves in the things we make, we turn to words. And if we cannot express ourselves in words, we turn to other men's words. The man who is satisfied with one life does not exist. The suicide does not commit suicide because he is tired of life, but because he wants so many more lives that he cannot have. The native of the tropics buys a book to the North Pole. If we are poor, we grow rich on paper. We roll in carriages through the highway of letters. If we are rich, we revel in a printed poverty. We cry our hearts out over our starving paper children and hold our shivering, aching magazine hands over dying coals in garrets we live in by subscription at $3 a year. The Bible is the book that has influenced men most in the world because it has expressed them the most. The moment it ceases to be the most expressive book, it will cease to be the most practical and effective one in human life. There is more of us than we can live. The touch of the infinite through which our spirits wandered is still with us. The world cries to the poet, "Give me a new word, a word, a word. I will have a word." It cries to the great man out of all its narrow places, "Give me another life. I will have another life." And every hero the world has known is worn threadbare with worship because his life says for other men what their lives have tried to say. Every masterful life calls across the world a cry of liberty to pent-up dreams, to the ache of faith in all of us. Here thou art, my brother. This is thy heart that I have lived. A hero is immortalized because his life is every man's larger self. So through the day span of our years, a tale that is never told, we wander on, the infinite heart of each of us prisoned in blood and flesh, and the cry of us everywhere throughout all being, "Give me room." It cries to the composer, "Make a high, wide place for me." And on the edge of the silence between life and words, to music we come at last because it is the supreme confidant of the human heart, the confessional, the world priest between the actual self and the larger self of all of us. With all the multiplying of arts and the piling up of books that have come to us, the most important experience that men have had in this world since they began on it is that they are infinite, that they cannot be expressed on it. It is not infrequently said that men must get themselves expressed in living, but the fact remains that no one has ever heard of a man as yet who really did it, or who was small enough to do it. There was one who seemed to express himself by living and by dying both, but if he had any more than succeeded in beginning to express himself, no one would have believed that he was the Son of God, even that he was the Son of Man. It was because he could not crowd all that he was into 33 short years and 12 disciples and one Garden of Gethsemane and one cross that we know who he was. Riveted down to its little place with iron circumstance, the actual self in every man depends upon the larger possible self for the something that makes the actual self worthwhile. It is hard to be held down by circumstance, but it would be harder to be contented there. to live without those intimations of our diviner birth that come to us in books. Books that weave some of the glory we have missed in our actual lives into the glory of our thoughts. Even if life be to the uttermost the doing of what are called practical things, it is only by the occasional use of his imagination in reading or otherwise that the practical man can hope to be in physical or mental condition to do them. He needs a rest from his actual self. A man cannot even be practical without this imaginary or larger self. Unless he can work off his unexpressed remnant, his limbs are not free. Even down to the meanest of us, we are incurably larger than anything we can do. Reading a book is a game a man plays with his own infinity. Outward bound. If there could only be arranged some mystical place over the edge of human existence where we all could go and practice at living, have full-dress rehearsals of our parts before we are hustled in front of the footlights in our very swaddling clothes, how many people are there who have reached what are fabulously called years of discretion, who would not believe in such a place, and who would not gladly go back to it and spend most of the rest of their lives there? This is one of the things that the world of books is for. Most of us would hardly know what to do without it. The world of books, if only as a place to make mistakes and to feel foolish in. It seems to be the one great unobserved retreat where all the sons of men may go, may be seen flocking day and night to get the experiences they would not have, to be ready for those they cannot help having. It is the rehearsal room of history. The gods watch it, this place of books. As we who live go silent, trooping back and forth in it, the ceaseless, heartless, awful, beautiful pantomime of life. It seems to be the testimony of human nature after a somewhat immemorial experience that some things in us had better be expressed by being lived, and that other things had better be expressed, if possible, in some other way. There are a great many men even amongst the wisest and strongest of us who benefit every year of their lives by what might be called the purgative function of literature, men who, if they did not have a chance at the right moment to commit certain sins with their imaginary selves, would commit them with their real ones. Many a man of the larger and more comprehensive type, hungering for the heart of all experience, bound to have its spirit, if not itself, has run the whole gamut of his possible selves in books, until all the sins and all the songs of men have coursed through his being. He finds himself reading not only to fill his lungs with ozone and his heart with the strength of the gods, but to work off the humor in his blood, to express his under self and get it out of the way. Women who never cry their tears out, it is said, are desperate, and men who never read their sins away are dangerous. Men who are tired of doing wrong on paper do right. To be sick of one's sins in a book saves not only oneself but every one else a deal of trouble. A man has not learned how to read until he reads with his veins as well as his arteries. It would be useless to try to make out that evil passions in literature accomplish any absolute good, but they accomplish a relative good which the world can by no means afford to overlook. The amount of crime that is suggested by reading can be more than offset by the extraordinary amount of crime waiting in the hearts of men, aimed at the world and glanced off on paper. There are many indications that this purgative function of literature is the main thing it is for in our present modern life. Modern life is so constituted that the majority of people who live in it are expressing their real selves more truly in their reading than they are in their lives. When one stops to consider what these lives are, most of them, there can be but one conclusion about the reading of the people who have to live them, and that is that while sensational reading may be an evil, as compared with the evil that has made it necessary, it is an immeasurable blessing. The most important literary and artistic fact of the 19th century is the subdivision of labor, that is, the subdividing of every man's life and telling him he must only be alive in a part of it. In proportion as an age takes sensation out of men's lives, it is obliged to put them into their literature. Men are used to sensations on the earth as long as they stay on it, and they are bound to have them in one way or another. An age which narrows the actual lives of men, which so adjusts the labor of the world that nearly every man in it not only works with a machine, spiritual or otherwise, but is a machine himself and a small part of a machine, must not find fault with its art for being full of hysterics and excitement, or with its newspapers for being sensational. Instead of finding fault, it has every reason to be grateful, to thank a most merciful heaven that the men in the world are still alive enough in it to be capable of feeling sensation in other men's lives, though they have ceased to be capable of having sensations in their own, or of feeling sensations if they had them. It was when the herds of her people were buried in routine and peace that Rome had bullfights. New York, with its hordes of drudges, ledger slaves, machinists, and clerks, has the New York world. It lasts longer than a bullfight, and it can be had every morning before a man starts off to be a machine, and every evening when he gets back from being a machine, for 1 cent. On Sunday a whole coliseum fronts him, and he is glutted with gore from morning until night. To a man who is a penholder by the week, or a linotype machine, or a ratchet in a factory, a fight is infinite peace. Obedience to the command of Scripture, making the Sabbath a day of rest, is entirely relative. Some of us are rested by taking our underinterested lives to a Sunday paper, and others are rested by taking our overinterested lives to church. Men read dime novels in proportion as their lives are staid and mechanical. Men whose lives are their own dime novels are bored by printed ones. Men whose years are crowded with crises, culminations, and events, who run the most risks in business, are found with the steadiest papers in their hands. The train boy knows that the people who buy the biggest headlines are all on salaries, and that danger and blood and thunder are being read nowadays by effeminately safe men, because it is the only way they can be had. But it is not only the things that are left out of men's lives, but the things they have too much of, which find their remedy in books. They are the levers with which the morbid is controlled. Similia similibus curantur may be a dangerous principle to be applied by everybody, but thousands of men and women mulling away on their lives and worrying themselves with themselves, cutting a wide swath of misery wherever they go, have suddenly stopped in a book, have purged away jealousy and despair and passion and nervous prostration in it. A paper person with melancholia is a better cure for gloom than a live clown can be, who merely goes about reminding people how sad they are. A man is often heard to say that he has more tragedy enough in his own life not to want to go to a play for more, but this much having been said, and truly said, he almost always goes to the play, to see how true it is. The stage is his huge confidant. Pitying oneself is a luxury, but it takes a great while, and one can never do it enough. Being pitied by a $5,000 house, and with incidental music all for $1.50, is a sure and quick way to cheer up. Being pitied by Victor Hugo is a sure way also. Hardy can do people's pitying for them much better than they can do it, and it's soon over and done with. It is noticeable that while the impressive books, the books that are written to impress people, have a fair and nominal patronage, it is the expressive books, the books that let people out, which have the enormous sales. They seem to be true of the big sale books, whether the people expressed in them are worth expressing to anyone but themselves or not. The principle of getting oneself expressed is so largely in evidence that not only the best but the worst of our books illustrate it. Our popular books are carbuncles mostly. They are the inevitable and irrepressible form of the instinct of health in us, struggling with disease. On the whole, it makes being an optimist in modern life a little less of a tightrope walk. If even the bad elements in literature, which are discouraging enough, are making us better, what shall be said of good? End of section 12. Section 13 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Book 3. Details. The Confessions of an Unscientific Mind. 1. Unscientific. On being intelligent in a library. I have a way every 2 or 3 days or so of an afternoon of going down to our library, sliding into the little gate by the shelves, and taking a long empty walk there. I have found that nothing quite takes the place of it for me, wandering up and down the aisles of my ignorance, letting myself be loomed at, staring doggedly back. I always feel when I go out the great door as if I had won a victory. I have at least faced the facts. I swing off to my tramp on the hills where is the sense of space, as if I had faced the bully of the world, the whole assembled world, in his own den, and he had given me a license to live. Of course, it only lasts a little while. One soon feels a library nowadays pulling on him. One has to go back and do it all over again, but for the time being it affords infinite relief. It sets one in right relations to the universe, to the original plan of things. One suspects that if God had originally intended that men on this planet should be crowded off by books on it, it would not have been put off to the 20th century. I was saying something of this sort to the presiding genius of the state of Massachusetts the other day, and when I was through he said promptly, "The way a man feels in a library, if anyone can get him to tell it, lets out more about a man than anything else in the world." It did not seem best to make a reply to this. I didn't think it would do either of us any good. Finally, in spite of myself, I spoke up and allowed that I felt as intelligent in a library as anybody. He did not say anything. When I asked him what he thought being intelligent in a library was, he took the general ground that it consisted in always knowing what one was about there, in knowing exactly what one wanted. I replied I did not think that that was a very intelligent state of mind to be in a library. Then I waited while he told me, 15 minutes, what an intelligent mind was anywhere, nearly everywhere it seemed to me, but I did not wait in vain, and at last when he had come around to it and had asked me what I thought the feeling of intelligence consisted in libraries, I said it consisted in being pulled on by the books. I said quite a little after this, and of course the general run of my argument was that I was rather intelligent myself. The P.G.S. of M. had little to say to this, and after he had said how intelligent he was a while, the conversation was dropped. The question that concerns me is, what shall a man do, how shall he act when he finds himself in the hush of a great library? Opens the door upon it, stands and waits in the midst of it, with his poor outstretched soul all by himself before it, and feels the books pulling on him. I always feel as if it were a sort of infinite crossroads. The last thing I want to know in a library is exactly what I want there. I am tired of knowing what I want. I am always knowing what I want. I can know what I want almost anywhere. If there is a place left on God's earth where a modern man can go and go regularly and not know what he wants a while, in heaven's name, why not let him? I am as fond as the next man, I think, of knowing what I am about, but when I find myself ushered into a great library, I do not know what I am about any sooner than I can help. I shall know soon enough, God forgive me. When it is given to a man to stand in the assembly room of nations, to feel the ages, all the ages, gathering around him, flowing past his life, to listen to the immortal stir of thought, to the doings of the dead, why should a man interrupt a whole world, to know what he is about? I stand at the junction of all time and space. I am the 3 tenses. I read the newspaper of the universe. It fades away after a while, I know. I go to the card catalogue like a lamb to the slaughter, poke my head into knowledge somewhere, and am lost. But the light of it on the spirit does not fade away. It leaves a glow there. It plays on the pages afterward. There is a certain fine excitement about taking a library in this fashion, a sense of spaciousness, of joy in it, which one is almost always sure to miss in libraries, most libraries, by staying in them. The only way one can get any real good out of a modern library seems to be by going away in the nick of time. If one stays, there is no help for it. One is soon standing before the card catalogue, sorting one's wits out in it, filing them away, and the sense of boundlessness both in oneself and everybody else, the thing a library is for, is fenced off forever. At least it seems fenced off forever. One sees the universe barred and patterned off with a kind of grating before it. It is a card catalog universe. I can only speak for one, but I must say for myself that as compared with this feeling one has in the door, this feeling of standing over a library, mere reading in it, sitting down and letting oneself be tucked into a single book in it, is a humiliating experience. How it feels. I am not unaware that this will seem to some, this empty doting on infinity, the standing and staring at all knowledge, a mere dizzying exercise, whirling one's head round and round in nothing for nothing, and I am not unaware that it would be unbecoming in me or in any other man to feel superior to a card catalog. A card catalog, of course, as a device for making a kind of tunnel for one's mind in a library, for working one's way through it, is useful and necessary to all of us. Certainly, if a man insists on having infinity in a convenient form, infinity in a box, it would be hard to find anything better to have it in than a card catalog. There are times when one does not want infinity in a box. He loses the best part of it that way. He prefers it in its natural state. All that I am contending for is that when these times come, the times when a man likes to feel infinite knowledge crowding round him, feel it through the backs of unopened books, and likes to stand still and think about it, worship with the thought of it, he ought to be allowed to. It is true that there is no sign up against it, against thinking in libraries, but there might as well be. It amounts to the same thing. No one is expected to. People are expected to keep up an appearance, at least, of doing something else there. I do not dare to hope that the next time I am caught standing and staring in a library with a kind of blank, happy look, I shall not be considered by all my kind intellectually disreputable for it. I admit that it does not look intelligent, this standing by a door and taking in a sweep of books, this reading a whole library at once. I can imagine how it looks. It looks like listening to a kind of cloth and paper chorus. Foolish enough, but if I go out of the door to the hills again, refreshed for them and lifted up to them, with the strength of the ages in my limbs, great voices all around me, flocking my solitary walk, who shall gainsay me? How a specialist can be an educated man. It is a sad thing to go into a library nowadays and watch the people there who are merely making tunnels through it. Some libraries are worse than others, seem to be made for tunnels. College libraries perhaps are the worst. One can almost, if one stands still enough in them, hear what is going on. It is getting to be practically impossible in a college library to slink off to a side shelf by oneself, take down some gentle-hearted book one does not need to read there, and begin to listen in it without hearing some worthy person quietly, persistently boring himself around the next corner. It is getting worse every year. The only way a readable library book can be read nowadays is to take it away from the rest of them. It must be taken where no other reading is going on. The busy scene of a crowd of people, mere specialists and others, gathered around roofing their minds in, is no fitting place for a great book or a live book to be read, a book that uncovers the universe. On the other hand, it were certainly a trying universe if it were uncovered all the time, if one had to be exposed to all of it and to all of it at once, always. And there is no denying that libraries were intended to roof men's minds in sometimes, as well as to take the roofs of their minds off. What seems to be necessary is to find some middle course in reading between the scientist's habit of tunneling under the dome of knowledge and the poet's habit of soaring around in it. There ought to be some principle of economy in knowledge which will allow a man, if he wants to or knows enough, to be a poet and a scientist both. It is well enough for a mere poet to take a library as a spectacle, a kind of perpetual Lick observatory, to peek at the universe with, if he likes, and if a man is a mere scientist, there is no objection to his taking a library as a kind of vast tunnel system or chart for burrowing. But the common educated man, the man who is in the business of being a human being, unless he knows some middle course in a library, knows how to use its Lick observatory and its tunnel system both, does not get very much out of it. If there can be found some principle of economy and knowledge common to artists and scientists alike, which will make it possible for a poet to know something, and which will make it possible for a scientist to know a very great deal without being to most people, a little underwitted, it would very much simplify the problem of being educated in modern times, and there would be a general gratefulness. Far be it from me to seem to wish to claim this general gratefulness for myself. I have no world-reforming feeling about the matter. I would be very grateful just here to be allowed to tuck in a little idea, no chart to go with it, on this general subject which my mind keeps coming back to as it runs around watching people. There seem to be but two ways of knowing. One of them is by the spirit, and the other is by the letter. The most reasonable principle of economy and knowledge would seem to be that in all reading that pertains to a man's specialty, his business in knowledge, he should read by the letter, knowing the facts by observing them himself, and that in all other reading he should read through the spirit of imagination, the power of taking to one's self facts that have been observed by others. If a man wants to be a specialist, he must do his knowing like a scientist, but if a scientist wants to be a man, he must be a poet. He must learn how to read like a poet. He must educate in himself the power of absorbing immeasurable knowledge, the facts of which have been approved and observed by others. The weak point in our modern education seems to be that it has broken altogether with the spirit or the imagination. Playing upon the spirit or the imagination of a man is the one method possible to employ in educating him in everything except his specialty. It is the one method possible to employ in making even a powerful specialist of him, in relating his specialty to other specialties, that is, in making either him or his specialty worthwhile. Inasmuch as it has been decreed that every man in modern life must be a specialist, the fundamental problem that confronts modern education is, how can a specialist be an educated man? There would seem to be but one way a specialist can be an educated man. The only hope for a specialist lies in his being allowed to have a soul, or whatever he chooses to call it, a spirit, or an imagination. If he has this, whatever it is, in one way or another, he will find his way to every book he needs. He will read all the books there are in his specialty. He will read all other books through their backs. On reading books through their backs. As this is the only way the majority of books can be read by anybody, one wonders why so little has been said about it. Reading books through their backs is easily the most important part of a man's outfit if he wishes to be an educated man. It is not necessary to prove this statement. The books themselves prove it without even being opened. The mere outside of a library, almost any library, would seem to settle the point that if a man proposes to be in any larger or deeper sense a reader of books, the books must be read through their backs. Even the man who is obliged to open books in order to read them sooner or later admits this. He finds the few books he opens in the literal or unseeing way do not make him see anything. They merely make him see that he ought to have opened the others, that he must open the others. That is, if he is to know anything. The next thing he sees is that he must open all the others to know anything. When he comes to know this, he may be said to have reached what is called, by the stretch of courtesy, a state of mind. It is the scientific state of mind. Any man who has watched his mind a little knows what this means. It is the first incipient symptom in a mind that science is setting in. The only possible cure for it is reading books through their backs. As this scientific state of mind is the main obstacle nowadays in the way of reading books through their backs, it is fitting perhaps at this point that I should dwell on it a little. I do not claim to be a scientist, and I have never, even in my worst moments, hoped for a scientific mind. I'm afraid I know as well as anyone who has read as far as this in this book that I cannot prove anything. The book has at least proved that. But it does seem to me that there are certain things that very much need to be said about the scientific mind in its general relation to knowledge. I would give the world to be somebody else for a while, and say them right here in the middle of my book, but I know as well as anyone, after all that has passed, that if I say anything about the scientific mind, nobody will believe it. The best I can do is to say how I feel about the scientific mind. And what has that to do with? Exclaims the whole world in all its laboratories. What is really wanted in dealing with this matter seems to be some person, some grave, superficial person, who will take the scientific mind up scientifically, shake it and filter it put it under the microscope, stare at it with a telescope, stick the X-ray through it, lay it on the operating table, show what is the matter with it, even to itself. Anything that is said about the scientific mind which is not said in a big, bow-wow, scientific, impersonal, out-of-the-universe sort of way will not go very far. And yet, the things that need to be said about the scientific mind, the things that need to be done for it, need to be said and done so very much that it seems as if almost anyone might help. So I'm going to keep on trying. Let no one suppose, however, that because I have turned around the corner into another chapter, I am setting myself up as a sudden and new authority on the scientific mind. I do not tell how it feels to be scientific. I merely tell how it looks as if it felt. I have never known a great scientist, and I can only speak of the kind of scientist I have generally met. The kind everyone meets nowadays, the average bare scientist. He always looks to me as if he had a grudge against the universe, jealous of it or something. There are so many things in it he cannot know and that he has no use for unless he does. It always seems to me, perhaps it seems so to most of us in the world who are running around and enjoying things and guessing on them, that the average scientist has a kind of dreary and disgruntled look, a look of feeling left out. Nearly all the universe goes to waste with a scientist. He fixes himself so that it has to. If a man cannot get the good out of a thing until he knows it and knows all of it, he cannot expect to be happy in this universe. There are no conveniences for his being happy in it. It is the wrong size to begin with. Exact knowledge at its best, or even at its worst, does not let a man into very many things in a universe like this one. A large part of it is left over with a scientist. It is the part that is left over which makes him unhappy. I am not claiming that a scientist, simply because he is a scientist, is any unhappier or needs to be any unhappier than other men are. He does not need to be. It all comes of a kind of brutal, sweeping, overriding prejudice he has against guessing on anything. On keeping each other in countenance. I do not suppose that my philosophizing on this subject, a sort of slow, peristaltic action of my own mind, is of any particular value, that it really makes anyone feel any better except myself, but it has just occurred to me that I may have arisen, quite as well as not, without knowing it, to the dignity of the commonplace. The man who thinks he is playing a solo in any human experience, says this morning's paper, only needs a little more experience to know that he is a member of a chorus. I suspect myself of being a typical case. The scientific mind has taken possession of all the land. It has assumed the right of eminent domain in it, and there must be other human beings here and there, I am sure, standing aghast at learning in our modern day, even as I am, their whys and wherefores working within them, trying to wonder their way out in this matter. All that is necessary, as I take it, is for one or the other of us to speak up in the world, barely peep in it, make himself known wherever he is, tell how he feels, and he will find he is not alone. Then we will get together. We will keep each other in countenance. We will play with our minds if we want to. We will take the liberty of knowing rows of things we don't know all about, and we will be as happy as we like, and if we keep together we will manage to have a fairly educated look besides. I am very sure of this, but it is the sort of thing a man cannot do alone. If he tries to do it with anyone else, anyone that happens along, he is soon come up with. He cannot be done in that way. There is no one to whom to turn. Almost every mind one knows in this modern educated world is a suspicious, unhappy, abject, helpless, scientific mind. It is almost impossible to find a typical educated mind, either in this country or in Europe or anywhere, that is not a rolled-over mind, jealous and crushed by knowledge day and night, and yet staring at its ignorance everywhere. The scientist is almost always a man who takes his mind seriously, and he takes the universe as seriously as he takes his mind. Instead of glorying in a universe and being a little proud of it for being such an immeasurable, unspeakable, unknowable success, his whole state of being is one of worry about it. The universe seems to irritate him somehow. Has he not spent years of hard labor in making his mind over, in drilling it into not thinking, into not inferring things, into not knowing anything he does not know all of? And yet here he is, and here is his whole life. Does it not consist in being baffled by germs and bacilli, crowed over by atoms, trampled on by the stars. It is getting so that there is but one thing left that the modern educated scientific mind feels that it knows, and that is the impossibility of knowledge. Certainly, if there is anything in this wide world that can possibly be in a more helpless, more pulp-like state than the scientific mind in the presence of something that cannot be known, something that can only be used by being wondered at, which is all most of the universe is for, it has yet to be pointed out. He may be better off than he looks, and I don't doubt he quite looks down on me as a mere poet, the chanticleer of things, who lives to flap his wings, it's all he knows, they're never furled, who plants his feet on the ridgepole of the world and crows. Still, I like it very well. I don't know anything better that can be done with the world, and as I have said before, I say again, my friend and brother, the scientist, is either very great or very small, or he is moderately, decently unhappy. At least this is the way it looks from the ridgepole of the world. The romance of science. Science is generally accredited with being very matter-of-fact, but there has always been one romance in science from the first, its romantic attitude toward itself. It would be hard to find any greater romance in modern times. The romance of science is the assumption that man is a plain, pure-blooded, non-inferring, mere observing being, and that in proportion as his brain is educated, he must not use it. Deductive reasoning has gone out with the 19th century, says the strident voice. This is the one single inference that the scientific method seems to have been able to make, the inference that no inference has a right to exist. So far as I can see, if there are going to be inferences anyway, and one has to take one's choice in inferring, I would rather have a few inferences on hand that I can live with every day than to have this one huge, voracious inference, the scientist's, which swallows all the others up. For that matter, when the scientist has actually made it, this one huge guess that he hasn't a right to guess, what good does it do him? He never lives up to it, and all the time he has his poor, miserable theory hanging about him, dogging him day and night. Does he not keep on guessing in spite of himself? Does he not live plumped up against mystery every hour of his life, crowded on by ignorance, forced to guess if only to eat? Is he not browbeaten into taking things for granted whichever way he turns? He becomes a doleful, skeptical, contradictory, anxious, disagreeable, disapproving person as a matter of course. One would think in the abstract that a certain serenity would go with exact knowledge, and it would, if a man were willing to put up with a reasonable amount of exact knowledge, eke it out with his brains, some of it. But when he wants all the exact knowledge there is, and nothing else but exact knowledge, and is not willing to mix his brains with it, it is different. When a man puts his whole being into a vice of exact knowledge, he finds that he has about as perfect a convenience for being miserable as could possibly be devised. He soon becomes incapable of noticing things or of enjoying things in the world for themselves. With one or two exceptions, I have never known a scientist to whom his knowing a thing, or not knowing it, did not seem the only important thing about it. Of course, when a man's mind gets into this dolefully cramped, exact condition, a universe like this is not what it ought to be for him. He lives too unprotected a life. His whole attitude toward the universe becomes one of wishing things would keep off of him in it, things he does not know. Are there not enough things he does not know even in his specialty? And as for this eternal being reminded of the others, this slovenly habit of general information that interesting people have, this guessing, inferring, and generalizing, what is it all for? What does it all come to? If a man is after knowledge, let him have knowledge, knowledge that is knowledge. Let him find a fact, anything for a fact, get God into a corner, hug one fact and live with it and die with it. When a man gets into this shut-in attitude, it is of little use to put a word in with him, for the daily habit of taking the roof off one's mind, letting the universe play upon it instead of trying to bore a hole in it somewhere. What does it avail after all, after it is all over, after a long life, even if the hole is bored, I say to him, to stand by one's little hole and cry, "Behold, O human race, this gimlet hole which I have bored in infinite space, let it be forever named for me." And in the meantime, the poor fellow gets no joy out of living. He does not even get credit for his not living 70 years of it. He fences off his little place to know a little of nothing in it, becomes a specialist, a footnote to infinite space, and is never noticed afterwards, and quite reasonably, by anyone, not even by himself. Monads. I am not saying that this is the way a scientist, a mere scientist, one who has the fixed habit of not reading books through their backs, really feels. It is the way he ought to feel. As often as not he feels quite comfortable. One sees one every little while, the mere scientist, dropping the entire universe with a dull thud and looking happy after it. But the best ones are different. Even those who are not quite the best are different. It is really a very rare scientist who joggles contentedly down without qualms or without delays to a hole in space. There is always a capability, an apparently leftover capability in him. What seems to happen is that when the average human being makes up his mind to it, insists on being a scientist, the Lord keeps a remnant of happiness in him, a gnawing on the inside of him which will not let him rest. This remnant of happiness in him, his soul or inferring organ or whatever it may be, makes him suspect that the scientific method as a complete method is a false, superficial, and dangerous method threatening the very existence of all knowledge that is worth knowing on the earth. He begins to suspect that a mere scientist, a man who cannot even make his mind work both ways, backwards or forwards, as he likes, the simplest, most rudimentary motion of a mind, inductively or deductively, is bound to have something left out of all of his knowledge. He sees that the all-or-nothing assumption in knowledge, to say nothing of not applying to the arts, in which it is always sterile, does not even apply to the physical sciences, to the mist, dust, fire, and water, out of which the earth and the scientist are made. For men who are living their lives as we are living ours in the shimmer of a globule in space, it is not enough that we should lift our faces to the sky and blunder and guess at a God there, because there is so much room between the stars, and murmur faintly, "Spiritual things are spiritually discerned. By the infinite bones of our bodies, by the seeds of the million years that flow in our veins, material things are spiritually discerned." There is not science enough nor scientific method enough in the schools of all Christendom for a man to listen intelligently to his own breathing with, or to know his own thumbnail. Is not his own heart thundering the infinite through him, beating the eternal against his sides, even while he speaks? And does he not know it while he speaks? By the time a man's a junior or a senior nowadays, if he feels the eternal beating against his sides, he thinks it must be something else. He thinks he ought to. It is a mere inference. At all events, he has little use for it unless he knows just how eternal it is. I am speaking too strongly? I suppose I am. I am thinking of my 4 special boys I have been doing my living in the last few years. I cannot help speaking a little strongly. 2 of them, 2 as fine, flash-minded, deep-lit, wide-hearted fellows as one would like to see, are down at W. Being cured of inferring in a 4 years' course at the W. Scientific School. Another one who always seemed to me to have real genius in him, who might have had a period in literature named after him, almost, if he'd stopped studying literature, is taking a graduate course at M., learning that it cannot be proved that Shakespeare wrote Shakespeare. He has already become one of these spotlessly accurate persons one expects nowadays. I hardly dare to hope he will even read this book of mine with all his affection for me after the first few pages or so, lest he should fall into a low or wondering state of mind. My 4th boy, who was the most promising of all, whose mind reached out the farthest, who was always touching new possibilities, a fresh, warm-blooded, bright-eyed fellow, is down under a manhole studying God in the N. Theological Seminary. This may not be exactly a literal statement, nor a very scientific way to criticize the scientific method, but when one has had to sit and see 4 of the finest minds he ever knew snuffed out by it, whatever else may be said for science, scientific language is not satisfying. What is going to happen to us next in our little town, I hardly dare to know. I only know that 3 relentlessly inductive, dull, brittle, blasé, and springless youths from S University have just come down and taken possession of our high school. They seem to be throwing, as near as I can judge, a spell of the impossibility of knowledge over the boys we have left. I admit that I am in an unreasonable state of mind. I think a great many people are. At least I hope so. There is no excuse for not being a little unreasonable. Sometimes it almost seems, when one looks at the condition of most college boys' minds, as if our colleges were becoming the moral and spiritual and intellectual dead centers of modern life. I will not yield to any man in admiration for science, holy and speechless science, holier than any religion has ever been yet, what religions are made of and are going to be made of, nor am I dating my mind 300 years back and trying to pick a quarrel with Lord Bacon. I am merely wondering whether, if science is to be taught at all, it had not better be taught in each branch of it by men who are teaching a subject they have conceived with their minds instead of a subject which has been merely unloaded on them, piled up on top of their minds, and which their minds do not know anything about. No one seems to have stopped to notice what the spectacle of science as taught in college is getting to be, the spectacle of one set of minds which has been crunched by knowledge crunching another set. Have you never been to one, O gentle reader, and watched it when it was working, one of these great endowed fact machines, wound up by the dead, going round and round, thousands and thousands of youths in it, being rolled out and chilled through and educated in it, having their souls smoothed out of them? Hundreds of human minds, small and sure and hard, working away on thousands of other human minds, making them small and sure and hard. Matter, infinite matter everywhere, taught by more matter. Taught the way matter would teach if it knew how, without generalizing, without putting facts together to make truths out of them. It would seem, looking at it theoretically, that science, of all things in this world, the stuff that dreams are made of, the one boundless subject of the earth, face to face and breath to breath with the Creator every minute of its life, would be taught with a divine touch in it, with the appeal to the imagination and the soul, to the world-building instinct in a man, the thing in him that puts universes together, the thing in him that fills the whole dome of space and all the crevices of being with the whisper of God. But it is not so. Science is great, and great scientists are great as a matter of course, but the sciences in the meantime are being taught in our colleges, in many of them, most of them, by men whose minds are mere registering machines. The facts are put in at one end, one click per fact, and come out facts at the other. The sciences are being taught more and more every year by moral and spiritual stutterers, men with non-inferring minds, men who live in a perfect headlock of knowledge, men who cannot generalize about a fly's wing, bashful, empty, limp, and hopeless, and doddering before the commonplace, sanest, and simplest generalizations of human life. In the great free show, in our common human peep at it, who has not seen them, staggering to know what the very children playing with dolls and rocking horses can take for granted? Minds which seem absolutely incapable of striking out, of taking a good manly stride on anything, mincing in religion, effeminate in enthusiasm. Please forgive me, gentle reader. I know I ought not to carry on in this fashion, but have I not spent years in my soul, sometimes it seems hundreds of years, in being humble, in being abject before this kind of mind? It is only a day almost since I have found it out, broken away from it, got hold of the sky to hoot at it with. I am free now. I am not going to be humble longer before it. I have spent years dully wondering before this mind, wondering what was the matter with me, that I could not love it, that I could not go where it loved to go, and come when it said, come to me. I have spent years in dust and ashes before it, struggling with myself, trying to make myself small enough to follow this kind of a mind around, and now the scales are fallen from my eyes. When I follow an inductive scientific mind now, or try to follow it through its convolutions of matter of fact, its involutions of logic, its wriggling through axioms, I smile a new smile, and my heart laughs within me. If I miss the point, I am not in panic, and if, at the end of the 17th platitude that did not need to be proved, I find I do not know where I am, I thank God. I know that I am partly unreasonable, and I know that in my chosen station on the ridgepole of the world, it is useless to criticize those who do not even believe, probably, that worlds have ridgepoles. It is a bit hard to get their attention, and I hope the reader will overlook it if one seems to speak rather loud from ridgepoles. O ye children of the literal, ye most serene highnesses, ye archangels of accuracy, the voices of life all challenge you, the world around. What are ye after all? But pilers up of matter, truth stutterers, truth spellers, sunk in protoplasm to the tops of your souls. What is it that you are going to do with us? How many generations of youth do you want? When will souls be allowed again? When will they be allowed in college? Well, well, I say to my soul, what does it all come to? Why all this ado about it one way or the other? Is it not a great, fresh, eager, boundless world? Does it not roll up out of darkness with new children on it night after night? What does it matter, I say to my soul, a generation or so from the ridgepole of the world? The great sun comes around again. It travels over the tops of seas and mountains, microbes in their dewdrops, seeds in their winds, stars in their courses, worms in their apples, answer it, and the hordes of the ants in their ant hills run before it. And what does it matter, after all, under the great dome, a few hordes of fact-mongers, more or less glimmering and wonderless, crawlers on the bottom of the sea of time, lovers of the ooze of knowledge, feeling with slow, myopic mouths at infinite truth. But when I see my four faces, the faces of my four special boys, when I hear the college bells ringing to them, it matters a great deal. My soul will not wait. What is the ridgepole of the world? The distance of a ridgepole does not count. The extent of a universe does not seem to make very much difference. The next 10 generations do not help very much on this one. I go forth in my soul. I take hold of the first scientist I meet. My whole mind is pummeling him. What is it? I say, what is it you are doing with us and with the lives of our children? What is it you're doing with yourself? Truth is not a thing. Did you think it? Truth is not even a heap of things. It is a light. How dare you mock at inferring? How dare you to think to escape the infinite? You cannot escape the infinite even by making yourself small enough. It is written that thou shalt be infinitely small if thou art not infinitely large. Not to infer is to contradict the very nature of facts. Not to infer is not to live. It is to cease to be a fact oneself. What is education if one does not infer? Vacuums rolling around in vacuums. Atoms cross-examining atoms. And you say you will not guess? Do you need to be cudgeled with the whole universe to begin to learn to guess? What is all your science, your boasted science, after all, but more raw material to make more guesses with? Is not the whole future tense an inference? Is not history, that which has actually happened, a mystery? You yourself are a mere probability, and God is a generalization. What does it profit a man to discover the inductive method and to lose his own soul? What is the inductive method? Do you think that all these scientists who have locked their souls up and a large part of their bodies in the inductive method, if they had waited to be born by the inductive method, would ever have heard of it? Being born is one inference, and dying is another. Man leaves a wake of infinity after him wherever he goes, and of course it's where he doesn't go. It's all infinity, one way or the other. And it came to pass in my dream, as I lay on my bed in the night, I thought I saw man, my brother, blinking under the dome of space, infinite monad that he is. I saw him with a glass in one hand and a slide of infinity in the other. And in my dream, out of his high heaven, God leaned down to me and said to me, "What is that?" And as I looked, I laughed and prayed in my heart, I scarce knew which, and, "Oh, my excellent deity, who would think it?" I cried. "I do not know, but I think it is a man, thinking he is studying a germ, one tiny particle of inimitable immensity ogling another. And a very pretty sight it is, too, O brother monads, if we do not take it seriously. And what we really need next, O comrades, scientists, each under our separate stones, is to laugh out of heaven. which shall come down and save us, laugh the roofs of our stones off. Then we shall stretch our souls with inferences. We shall lie in the great sun and warm ourselves. Multiplication tables. It would seem to be the main trouble with the scientific mind of the second rank that it overlooks the nature of knowledge in the thirst for exact knowledge. In an infinite world, the better part of the knowledge a man needs to have does not need to be exact. These things being as they are, it would seem that the art of reading books through their backs is an equally necessary art to a great scientist and to a great poet. If it is necessary to great scientists and to great poets, it is all the more necessary to small ones and to the rest of us. It is the only way, indeed, in which an immortal human being of any kind can get what he deserves to have to live his life with, a whole cross-section of the universe. A gentleman and a scholar will take nothing less. If a man is to get his cross-section of the universe, his natural share in it, he can only get it by living in the qualities of things instead of the quantities, by avoiding duplicate facts, duplicate persons, and principles, by using the multiplication table of knowledge, inference, instead of adding everything up, by taking all things in this world, except his specialty, through their spirits and essences, and in general by reading books through their backs. The problem of cultivating these powers in a man, when reduced to its simplest terms, is reduced to the problem of cultivating his imagination or organ of not needing to be told things. However much a man may know about wise reading and about the principles of economy in knowledge, in an infinite world the measure of his knowledge is bound to be determined, in the long run, by the capacity of his organ of not needing to be told things, of reading books through their backs. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Lost Art of Reading by Gerald Stanley Lee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On reading for principles. On changing one's conscience. We were sitting by my fireplace, several of our club. I had just been reading out loud a little thing of my own. I have forgotten the title. It was something about books that other people ought to read, I think. I stopped rather suddenly, rather more suddenly than anybody had hoped. At least nobody had thought what he ought to say about it, and I saw that the company, after a sort of general, vague air of having exclaimed properly, was settling back into the usual helpless silence one expects after the appearance of an idea at clubs. "Why doesn't somebody say something?" I said. PGS of M. "We are thinking." "Oh," I said. I tried to feel grateful, but everybody kept waiting. I was a good deal embarrassed and was getting reckless and was about to make the very serious mistake in a club of seeing if I could not rescue one idea by going out after it with another, when the mysterious person, who is the only man in our club whose mind ever really comes over and plays in my yard, in the goodness of his heart spoke up. "I have not heard anything in a long time," he began. The club looked at him rather anxiously, which has made me feel less ashamed of myself than this paper. It seemed to me that this was not exactly a fortunate remark. I said I didn't doubt I could do a lot of good that way, probably, if I wanted to, going around the country making people less ashamed of themselves. "But I don't mean that I feel really ashamed of myself about books I have not read," said the mysterious person. "What I mean is that I have a kind of slinking feeling that I ought to, a feeling of being ashamed for not being ashamed." I told the MP that I thought New England was full of people just like him, people with a lot of leftover consciences. The PGS of M wanted to know what I meant by that. I said I thought there were thousands of people, one sees them everywhere in Massachusetts, fairly intelligent people, people who are capable of changing their minds about things, but who can't change their consciences. Their consciences seem to keep hanging on to them in the same set way, somehow, with or without their minds. Some people's consciences don't seem to notice much, so far as I can see, whether they have minds connected with them or not. "Don't you know what it is?" I appealed to the PGS of M. "To get everything all fixed up with your mind and your reason and your soul, that certain things that look wrong are all right, the very things of all others that you ought to do and keep on doing, and then have your conscience keep right on the same as it always did, tatting them up against you? The PGS of M said something about not spending very much time thinking about his conscience. I said I didn't believe in it, but I thought that if a man had one, it was apt to trouble him a little off and on, especially if the one he had was one of these leftover ones. If you had one of these consciences, I mean the kind of conscience that pretends to belong to you and acts as if it belonged to someone else, I said, one of these dead frog-leg reflex action consciences, working and twitching away on you day and night the way I have, you'd have to think about it sometimes. You'd get so ashamed of it, you'd feel trifled with so, you'd... The PGS of M said something about not being very much surprised over my case. He said that people who changed their minds as often as I did couldn't reasonably expect consciences spry enough. His general theory seemed to be that I had a conscience once and wore it out. It's getting to be so that with everybody nowadays, he said, nobody is settled, everything is blown about. We do not respect tradition either in ourselves or in the life about us. No one listens to the voice of experience. There she blows, I said. I knew it was coming sooner or later. I added that one of the great inconveniences of life, it seemed to me, was the intolerance of experienced people. On the intolerance of experienced people. It is generally assumed by persons who have taken the pains to put themselves in this very disagreeable class that people in general, all other people, are as inexperienced as they look. If a man speaks on a subject at all in their presence, they assume he speaks autobiographically. These people are getting thicker every year. One can't go anywhere without finding them standing around with a kind of, "How do you know?" and "Did it happen to you?" air every time a man says something he knows by seeing it, perfectly plain seeing it. One doesn't need to stand up to one's neck in experience, in a perfect muck of experience, in order to know things, in order to know they are there. People who are experienced within an inch of their lives, submerged in experience until all you can see of them is a tired look, are always calling out to the man who sees a thing as he is going by, sees it, with his mind, sees it without having to put his feet in it. They are always calling out to him to come back and be with them and know life, as they call it, and duck under to experience. Now, to say nothing of living with such persons, it is almost impossible to talk with them. It isn't safe even to philosophize when they are around. If a man ventures the assertion in their presence that what a woman loves in a lover is complete subjugation, they argue that either he is a fool and is asserting what he has not experienced, or he is still more of one and has experienced it. The idea that a man may have several principles around him that he has not used yet does not occur to them. The average amateur mother, when she belongs to this type, becomes a perfect bigot toward a maiden aunt who advances, perhaps, some harmless little Froebel idea. She swears by the shibboleth of experience, and every new baby she has makes her more disagreeable to people who have not had babies. The only way to get acquainted with her is to have a baby. She assumes that a motherless woman has a motherless mind. The idea that a rich and bountiful womanhood, which is saving its motherhood up, which is free from the absorption and the haste, keenly observant and sympathetic, may come to a kind of motherly insight, distinctly the result of not being experienced, does not occur to her. The art of getting the result, the spirit of experience, without paying all the cost of the experience itself, needs a good word spoken for it nowadays. Someone has yet to point out that the value and power of what might be called the maiden aunt attitude toward life. The world has had thousands of experienced young mothers for thousands of years, experience out of their wits, piled up with experiences they don't know anything about. But in the meantime, the most important contribution to the bringing up of children in the world that has ever been known, the kindergarten, was thought of in the first place by a man who was never a mother, and has been developed entirely in the years that have followed since by maiden aunts. The spiritual power and manifoldness and largeness, which is the most informing quality of a really cultivated man, comes from a certain refinement in him, a gift of knowing by tasting. He seems to have touched the spirits of 1,000 experiences. We know he never has had, and they seem to have left the souls of sorrows and joys in him. He lives in a kind of beautiful magnetic fellowship with all real life in the world. This is only possible by a sort of unconscious economy in the man's nature, a gift of not having to experience things. Avoiding experience is one of the great creative arts of life. We shall have enough before we die. It is forced upon us. We cannot even select it, most of it, but in so far as we can select it, in one's reading, for instance, it behooves a man to avoid experience. He at least wants to avoid experience enough to have time to stop and think about the experience he has, to be sure he is getting as much out of his experience as it is worth. On having one's experience done out. But how can one avoid an experience? By heading it off with a principle. Principles are a lot of other people's experiences in a convenient form a man can carry around with him to keep off his own experiences with. No other rule for economizing knowledge can quite take the place, it seems to me, of reading for principles. It economizes for a man both ways at once. It not only makes it possible for a man to have the whole human race working out his life for him, instead of having to do it all himself, but it makes it possible for him to read anything he likes, to get something out of almost anything he does not like, which he is obliged to read. If a man has a habit of reading for principles, for the law behind everything, he cannot miss it. He cannot help learning things, even from people who don't know them. The other evening when the P.G.S. of M. came into my study, he saw the morning paper lying unopened on the settle by the fireplace. "Haven't you read this yet?" he said. "No, not today." "Where are you, anyway? Why not?" I said I hadn't felt up to it yet. Didn't feel profound enough, something to that effect. The P.G.S. of M. thinks a newspaper should be read in 10 minutes. He looked over at me with a sort of slow, pitying Boston Public Library expression he has sometimes. I behaved as well as I could, took no notice for a minute. "The fact is, I have changed," I said, "about papers and some things. I have times of thinking I'm improved considerably," I added recklessly. Still the same pained Boston Public Library expression, only turned on a little harder. "Seems to me," I said, "when a man can't feel superior to other people in this world, he might at least be allowed the privilege of feeling superior to himself once in a while. Spells of it." He intimated that the trouble with me was that I wanted both. I admitted that I had cravings for both. I said I thought I'd be a little easier to get along with if they were more satisfied. He intimated that I was easier to get along with than I ought to be, or than I seemed to think I was. He did not put it in so many words. The P.G.S. of M. never says anything that can be got hold of and answered. I finally determined to answer him whether he had said anything or not. "Well," I said, "I may feel superior to other people sometimes. I may even feel superior to myself, but I haven't got to the point where I feel superior to a newspaper, to a whole world at once. I don't try to read it in 10 minutes. I don't try to make a whole day of a whole world, a footnote to my oatmeal mush. I don't treat the whole human race trooping past my breakfast as a parenthesis in my own mind. I don't try to read a great, serious, boundless thing like a daily newspaper, unfolded out of starlight, gleaner of 1,000 sunsets around a world and talk at the same time. I don't say, 'There's nothing in it,' interrupt a planet to chew my food, throw a planet on the floor and look for my hat. Nations lunging through space to say good morning to me, continents flashed around my thoughts, seas for the boundaries of my day's delight, the great God shining over all. And may He preserve me from ever reading a newspaper in 10 minutes. I have spent as much time as anyone, I think, in my day, first and last, in feeling superior to newspapers. I can remember when I used to enjoy it very much. The feeling, I mean. I have spent whole half days at it, going up and down columns, thinking they were not good enough for me. Now when I take up a morning paper, half dread, half delight, I take it up softly. My whole being trembles in the balance before it. The whole procession of my soul, shabby, loveless, provincial, tawdry, is passed in review before it. It is the grand stand of the world, the vast and awful roll call of the things I ought to be, the things I ought to love, in the great world voice sweeps over me. It reaches its way through all my thoughts, through the minutes of my days, Where is thy soul? Oh, where is thy soul? The morning paper, up and down its columns, calls to me. There are days that I ache with the echo of it. There are days when I dare not read it until the night. Then the voice that is in it grows gentle with the darkness, it may be, and is stilled with sleep. On reading a newspaper in 10 minutes. I am not saying it does not take a very intelligent man to read a newspaper in 10 minutes, squeeze a planet at breakfast and drop it. I think it does, but I am inclined to think that the intelligent man who reads a newspaper in 10 minutes is exactly the same kind of intelligent man who could spend a week reading it if he wanted to, and not waste a minute. And he might want to. He simply reads a newspaper as he likes. He is not confined to one way. He does not read it in 10 minutes because he has a mere 10-minute mind, but because he merely has the 10 minutes. Rapidly reading and slow reading are both based, with such a man, on appreciation of the paper, and not upon a narrow, literary Boston Public Library feeling of being superior to it. The value of reading, like other matter, depends on what a man does with it. All that one needs in order not to waste time in general reading is a large, complete set of principles to stow things away in. Nothing really needs to be wasted if one knows where everything belongs in one's mind, or tries to. If one takes the trouble to put it there, reading a newspaper is one of the most colossal, tremendous, and boundless acts that can be performed by anyone in the whole course of a human life. If there's any place where a man needs to have all his wits about him to put things into, if there's any place where the next 3 inches can demand as much of a man as a newspaper, where is it? The moment he opens it, he lays his soul open and exposes himself to all sides of the world in a second, to several thousand years of a world at once. A book is a comparatively safe, unintelligent place for a mind to be in. There are at least 4 walls to it, a few scantlings over one, protecting one from all space. A man has at least some remotest idea of where he is, of what may drop on him in a book. It may tax his capacity of stowing things away, but he always has notice, almost always. It sees that he has time and room. It has more conveniences for fixing things. The author is always there besides, a kind of valet to anybody, to help people along pleasantly, to anticipate their wants. It's what an author is for. One expects it. But a man finds it is different in a morning paper, rolled out of dreams and sleep into it, empty, helpless before a day, all the telegraph machines of the world thumping all the night, clicked into one's thoughts before one thinks. No man really has room in him to read a morning paper. No man's soul is athletic or swift enough. Nations in a sentence, thousands of years in a minute, philosophies, religions, legislatures, Paleozoics, church socials, side by side, stars and gossip, fools, heroes, comets, infinity on parade, and over the precipice of the next paragraph, headlong, who knows what? Reading a morning paper is one of the supreme acts of presence of mind in a human life. General information. But what is going to become of us? Someone says, if a man has to go through the supreme act of presence of mind in a whole human life every morning and every morning before he goes to business, it takes as much presence of mind as most men have mornings barely to get up. Well, of course, I admit if a man's going to read a newspaper to toe the line of all his convictions, if he insists on taking the newspaper as a kind of this morning's junction of all knowledge, he will have to expect to be a rather anxious person. One could hardly get one paper really read through in this way in one's whole life. If a man is always going to read the news of the globe in such a serious, sensitive, suggestive, improving, atlas-like fashion, it would be better if he had never learned to read at all. At all events, if it's a plain question between a man's devouring his paper or letting his paper devour him, of course the only way to do is to begin the day by reading something else, or by reading it in 10 minutes and forgetting it in 10 more. One would certainly rather be headlong, a mere heedless, superficial globe-trotter with one's mind, than not to have any mind, to be wiped out at one's breakfast table, to be soaked up into infinity every morning, to be drawn off, evaporated into all knowledge, to begin one's day scattered around the edges of all the world. One would do almost anything to avoid this, and it is what always happens if one reads for principles pell-mell.
All that I am claiming for reading for principles is that if one reads for principles, one really cannot miss it in reading. There is always something there, and a man who treats a newspaper as if it were not good enough for him falls short of himself. The same is true of desultory reading, so-called, of the habit of general information, and of the habit of going about noticing things over one's shoulder. I am inclined to think that desultory reading is as good, if not better, for a man than any other reading he can do, if he organizes it, has habitual principles and swift channels of thought to pour into it. I do not think it is all unlikely from such peeps as we common mortals get into the minds of men of genius that their desultory reading, in the fine strenuous sense, has been the making of them, the intensely suggestive habit of thought, the prehensile power in a mind, the power of grasping wide apart facts and impressions, of putting them into proper handfuls, where anything can be done with them that one likes, could not possibly be cultivated to better advantage than by the practice of masterful and regular desultory reading. Certainly the one compelling trait in a work of genius, whether in music, painting, or literature, the trait of untraceableness, the semi-miraculous look, the feeling things give us sometimes in a great work of art, of being at once impossible together and inevitable together, has its most natural background in what would seem at first probably to most minds incidental or accidental habits of observation. One always knows a work of art of the second rank by the fact that one can place one's hand on big blocks of material in it almost everywhere, material which has been taken bodily and moved over from certain places. And one always knows a work of art of the first rank by the fact that it is absolutely defiant and elusive. There is a sense of infinity, a gathered from everywhere sense in it, of things which belong and have always belonged side by side and exactly where they are put, but which no one had put there. It would be hard to think of any intellectual or spiritual habit more likely to give a man a bisexual or at least a cross-fertilizing mind than the habit of masterful, willful, elemental, desultory reading. The amount of desultory reading a mind can do, and do triumphantly, may be said to be perhaps the supreme test of the actual energy of the mind, of the vital heat in it, of its melting down powder, its power of melting everything through and blending everything in to the great central essence of life. No more adequate plan, or as the architects call it, no better elevation for a man could possibly be found than in a daily newspaper of the higher type. For scope, points of view, topics, directions of interest, catholicity, many-sidedness, world-wideness, for all the raw material a large and powerful man must needs be made out of, nothing could possibly excel a daily newspaper. Plenty of smaller artists have been made in the world and will be made again in it. Hothouse or parlor artists, men whose work has very little floor space in it, one or two-story men, and there is no denying that they have their place. But there never has been yet, and there never will be, I venture to say, a noble or colossal artist or artist of the first rank who shall not have as many stories in him as a daily newspaper. The immortal is the universal in a man looming up. If the modern critic who is looking about in this world of ours for the great artist would look where the small ones are afraid to go, he would stand a fair chance of finding what he is looking for. If one were to look about for a general plan, a rough draft or sketch of the mind of an immortal, he will find that mind spread out before him in the interests and passions, the giant sorrows and delights of his morning paper. I am not coming out in this chapter to defend morning papers. One might as well pop up in one's place on this globe, wherever one is on it, and say a good word for sunrises. What immediately interests me in this connection is the point that if a man reads for principles in this world, he will have time and take time to be interested in a great many things in it. The point seems to be that there is nothing too great or too small for a human brain to carry away with it, if it will have a place to put it. All one has to do to get the good of a man, a newspaper, a book, or any other action, a paragraph, or even the blowing of a wind, is to lift it over to its principle, see it and delight in it as a part of the whole, of the eternal, and of the running gear of things. Reading for principles may make a man seem very slow at first, several years slower than other people, but as every principle he reads with makes it possible to avoid at least one experience, and at the smallest calculation 100 books, he soon catches up. It would be hard to find a better device for reading books through their backs, for traveling with one's mind, than the habit of reading for principles. A principle is a sort of universal car coupling. One can be joined to any train of thought in all Christendom with it, and rolled in luxury around the world in the private car of one's own mind. But it is not so much as a luxury as a convenience that reading for principles appeals to a vigorous mind. It is the short-cut to knowledge. The man who is once started in reading for principles is not long in distancing the rest of us, because all the reading that he does goes into growth, is saved up in a few handy, prompt generalizations. His whole being becomes alert and supple. He has the underhold in dealing with nature, grips hold the law of the thing, and rules it. He is capable of far reaches where others go step by step. In every age of the world of thought he goes about giant-like, lifting worlds with a laugh, doing with the very playing of his mind work which crowds of other minds toiling on their crowds of facts could not accomplish. He is only able to do this by being a master of principles. He has made himself a man who can handle a principle, a sum total of 1,000 facts, as easily as other men with bare scientific minds, can handle one of the facts. He thinks like a god, not a very difficult thing to do. Any man can do it after 30 or 40 years, and if he gives himself the chance, if he reads for principles, keeps his imagination, the way Emerson did, for instance, sound and alive all through. He does not need to deny that the bare scientific method, the hugging of the outside of a thing, the being deliberately superficial and literal, the needing to know all of the facts, is a useful and necessary method at times, but outside of his specialty he takes the ground that the scientific method is not the normal method through which a man acquires his knowledge, but a secondary and useful method for verifying the knowledge he has. He acquires knowledge through the constant exercise of his mind with principles. He is full of subtle experiences he never had. He appears to other minds perhaps to go to the truth with a flash, but he probably does not. He does not have to go to the truth. He has the truth on the premises right where he can get at it, in its most convenient, most compact and spiritual form. To write or think or act he has but to strike down through the impressions, the experiences, the saved-up experiences of his life and draw up their principles. A great deal has been said from time to time among the good of late about the passing of the sermon as a practical working force. A great deal has been said among the literary about the passing of the essay. Much has been said also about the passing of poetry and the passing of religion in our modern life. It would not be hard to prove that what has been called, under the pressure of the moment, the passing of religion and poetry, and of the sermon and the essay, could fairly be traced to the temporary failure of education, the disappearance in the modern mind of the power of reading for principles. The very farmhands of New England were readers for principles once, men who looked back of things. Philosophers grew like the grass on 1,000 hills. Everybody was a philosopher a generation ago. The temporary obscuration of religion and poetry and the sermon and the essay at the present time is largely due to the fact that generalization has been trained out of our typical modern minds. We are mobbed with facts. We are observers of the letter of things rather than of the principles and spirit of things. The letter has been heaped upon us. Poetry and religion and the essay and the sermon are all alike in that they are addressed to what can be taken for granted in men, to sum totals of experience, the power of seeing sum totals. They are addressed to generalizing minds. The essayist of the highest rank induces conviction by playing upon the power of generalization, by arousing the associations and experiences that have formed the principles of his reader's mind. He makes his appeal to the philosophic imagination. It is true that a man may not be infallible in depending upon his imagination or principle gathering organ for acquired knowledge, and in the nature of things it is subject to correction and verification, but as a positive, practical, economical working organ in a world as large as this, an imagination answers the purpose as well as anything. To a finite man who finds himself in an infinite world, it is the one possible practicable outfit for living in it. Reading for principles is its most natural gymnasium. But I had finished writing these chapters on the philosophic mind and was just reading them over, thinking how true they were and how valuable they were for me and how I must act on them, when I heard a soft pooh from somewhere down in the depths of my being. When I had stopped and thought I saw it was my soul trying to get my attention, "I do not want you always reading for principles," said my soul stoutly, "reading for a philosophic mind. I do not want a philosophic mind on the premises." "Very well," I said. "You do not want one yourself," my soul said. "You would be bored to death with one, with a mind that's always reading for principles." "I'm not so sure," I said. "You always are with other people's." "Well, there's Meekins," I admitted. "You wouldn't want Meekins' kind of mind, would you? Meekins is always reading for principles." I refused to answer at once. I knew I didn't want Meekins, but I wanted to know why. Then I fell to thinking. Hence this chapter. Meekins has changed, I said to myself. The trouble with him isn't that he reads for principles, but he is getting so he cannot read for anything else. What a man really wants, it seems to me, is the use of a philosophic mind. He wants one where he can get at it, where he can have all the benefit of it without having to live with it. It's quite another matter when a man gives his mind up, his own everyday mind, the one he lives with, lets it be coldly, deliberately philosophized through and through. It's kind of a disease. When Meekins visits me now, the morning after he is gone, I take a piece of paper and sum his visit up in a row of propositions. When he came before 5 years ago, his visit was summed up in a great desire in me, a lift, a vow to the universe. He had the same ideas, but they all glowed out into a man. They came to me as a man and for a man, a free, emancipating, world-loving, world-making man, a man out in the open, making all the world his comrade. His appeal was personal. Visiting with him now is like sitting down with a stick or pointer over you, being compelled to study a map. He doesn't care about anything about me except as one more piece of paper to stamp his map on. And he doesn't care anything about the world he has the map of, except that it is the world that goes with the map. When a man gets into the habit of always reading for principles back of things, back of real, live, particular things, he becomes inhuman. He forgets the things. Meekins bores people because he is becoming inhuman. He treats human beings over and over again, unconsciously, when he meets them, as mere generalizations on legs. His mind seems a great sea of abstractions, just a few real things floating palely around in it for illustrations. When I try to rebuke him for being a mere philosopher or man without hands, he is setting his universe in order, he says, making his surveys. He may be living in his philosophic mind now, breaking out his intellectual roads, but he is going to travel on them later, he explains. In the meantime, I notice one thing about the philosophic mind. It not only does not do things, it cannot even be talked with. It is not interested in things in particular. There is something garrulously, pedagogically unreal about it. At least there is about Meekins. You cannot so much as mention a real or particular thing to Meekins, but he brings out a row of 15 or 20 principles that go with it, which his mind has peeked around and found behind it. By the time he has floated out about 15 of them, of these principles back of a thing, you begin to wonder if the thing was there for the principles to be back of. You hope it wasn't. As fond as I am of him, I cannot get at him nowadays in a conversation. He is always just around back of something. He is a ghost. I come home praying heaven every time I see him, not to let me evaporate. He talks about the future of humanity by the week, but I find he doesn't notice humanity in particular. You cannot interest him in talking to him about himself, or even in letting him do his own talking about himself. He is a mere detail to himself. You are another detail. What you are and what he is are both mere footnotes to a philosophy. All history is a footnote to it, or at best a marginal illustration. There is no such thing as communing with Meekins unless you use, as I do, a torpedo or battering ram as a starter. If you let him have his way, he sits in his chair and in his deep, beautiful voice addresses a row of remarks to the future in general, the only thing big enough or worthwhile to talk to. He sits perfectly motionless, except the whites of his eyes, and talks deeply and tenderly and instructively to the next few hundred years, to posterity, to babes not yet in their mothers' wombs, while his dearest friends sit by. If ever there was a man who could take a whole roomful of warm, vital people sitting right next to him, pulsing and glowing in their joys and their sins, and with one single heroic motion of an imperious hand drop them softly into fatuity and oblivion in 5 minutes and leave them out of the world before their own eyes, it is Theophilus Meekins. I try sometimes, but I cannot really do it. He does not really commune with things or with persons at all. He gets what he wants out of them. You feel him putting people, when he meets them, through his philosophy. He makes them over while they wait, into extracts. A man may keep on afterward living and growing, throbbing and being, but he does not exist to Meekins except in his bottle. A man cannot help feeling with Meekins afterward the way milk feels, probably, if it could only express it, when it's been put through one of these separators, had the cream taken off of it. Half the world is skim milk to him. But what does it matter to Meekins? He has them in his philosophy. He does the same way with things as with people. He puts in all nature as a parenthesis, and a rather condescending explanatory one at that, a symbol, a kind of beckoning, an index finger to God. He never notices a tree for itself. A great elm would have to call out to him, fairly shout at him right under its arms. Oh, Theophilus Meekins, author of The Habit of Eternity, author of The Evolution of the Ego, look at me. I also am alive, even as thou art. Canst thou not stop one moment and be glad with me? Have I not 1,000 leaves glistening and glowing in the great sun? Have I not 1,000,000 roots feeling for the stored-up light in the ground, reaching up God to me out of the dark? Have I not— It is one of the principles of the flux of society, breaks in Theophilus Meekins, as illustrated in all the processes of the natural world, the sap of this tree, said he. For instance, brushing the elm tree off into space, that the future of mankind depends, and always must depend, upon— The flux of society be, said I in holy wrath. I stopped him suddenly, the elm tree still holding its great arms above us. Do you suppose that God, I said, is in any such small business as to make an elm tree like this? Like this. Look at it, man. And put it on earth, having it waving around on it just to illustrate one of your sermons? Now, my dear fellow, I'm not going to have you lounging around in your mind with an elm tree like this any longer. I want you to come right over to it, said I, taking hold of him, and sit down on one of its roots, and lean up against its trunk and learn something. Live with it a minute. Get blessed by it. The flux of society can wait, I said. Meekins is always tractable enough when shouted at or pounded on a little. We sat down under the tree for quite a while, perfectly still. I can't say what it did for Meekins, but it helped me. Just barely leaning against the trunk of it helped me, under these circumstances, a great deal. No one will believe it, I suppose, but we hadn't gotten any more than 15 feet away from the shadow of that tree when— The principles of the flux of society, said he, demand— Now, my dear fellow, I said, there are a lot more elm trees we really ought to take in on this walk. I say, said Meekins, his great voice roaring on my little polite opposing sentence like surf over a pebble, that the principles— Then I grew wroth. I always do when Meekins treats what I say just as a pebble to get more roar out of on the great bleak shore of his thoughts. No one says anything, I cried. If anyone says anything, if you say another word— My dear fellow, on this walk I will sing Old 100 as loud as I can all the way home. He promised to be good. After a half-mile or so, I caught him looking at me, harking back to an old, wonderfully sweet, gentle, human, understanding smile he has, or used to have before he was a philosopher. Then he quietly mentioned a real thing, and we talked about real things for 4 miles. I remember we sat under the stars that night after the world was folded up and asleep, and I think we really felt the stars as we sat there, not as a roof for theories of the world, but we felt them as stars, shared the night with them, lit our hearts at them. Then we silently, happily, at last, both of us, like awkward, wondering boys, went to bed. End of section 14.